Chapter 31:16. There was a sudden silence around the ring. Although everyone knew that Lin Fei was known to be invincible in close combat, most people thought it was just an exaggeration. So what if the plunder technique was powerful? Could he steal all of Shi Wudi's life energy? It was absolutely impossible. Time could lock everything. That was a well-known fact. Experts who practiced the time sect had always been much stronger than those who practiced the space sect. The higher the level, the greater the gap. Although Shi Wudi was not an ultimate god expert, he was still invincible against a first-class ultimate god. Unfortunately, they would never know that Lin Fei's plunder technique was not a technique, but a powerful invincible technique that could absorb life energy like a flood. I heard this plunder technique is called invincible devouring. It's really as domineering as the name suggests. It's too domineering. I thought it was just a rumor. Elder Shi Wudi's time can't lock his life energy. Doesn't that mean that Lin Fei is really invincible in close combat? Who else can deal with Lin Fei? The experts from the Temporal Temple were completely terrified. Even an expert like Shi Wudi could not withstand the plunder technique. Could it be that only ultimate gods could take down Lin Fei? That was a big blow. Those great venerables who were infinitely close to becoming ultimate gods were all uneasy. How could they deal with such an enemy? Thank you, Elder Shi Wudi, for your contribution. I wonder who else wants to spar with me? Feel free to come up and I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Fei smiled. Shameless. Too shameless. He's just relying on the invincible devouring technique. Don't use it if you dare. I really hope there's an ultimate god who can deal with him. The Temporal Temple disciples glared at him. It was a pity that their murderous eyes could not kill Lin Fei. Supreme Venerable Kongwen stared at Lin Fei. Invincible devouring, is this the horror of the invincible devouring technique? Even Elder Shi Wudi can't resist it. This was a huge blow to Supreme Venerable Kongwen. He had thought that Elder Shi Wudi was using his powerful time power to resist the invincible devouring art. But now it seemed that this art was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Do we really need the Supreme Divinity to help us? Supreme Venerable Kongwen felt a sense of powerlessness. Lin Fei spread the word. None of the peak great monarchs dared to come up. It was the same for a half-step ultimate god. Everyone was well aware of Elder Shi Wudi's strength. If even an elder couldn't do it, then what could they do? They would just be giving away life energy for free. The scene became very awkward for a moment. Is there no one? Lin Fei shook his head. That's really disappointing. This sacred master was still preparing to experience the moves of the Temporal Temple's experts. In the end, no one came up. Lin Fei came down from the stage. Fellow Taoist Kongwen, you don't look well. Do you want to spar with me? Lin Fei looked at Supreme Venerable Kongwen with a smile. Supreme Venerable Kongwen left with a dark expression. He didn't say a word. How boring. Failure is the mother of success. You're a little timid. Lin Fei laughed behind Supreme Venerable Kongwen. Bear with it. You must bear with it. Supreme Venerable Kongwen suppressed his anger. This guy is doing this on purpose. He wants me to fight so that he can suck my life energy dry. He's too shameless. Sacred Master Lin, I really admire your courage. Jin Bubao came over. I've always been very courageous. See, the Temporal Temple is pretty good. Lin Fei smiled. Jin Bubao gave him a thumbs up. Just as Lin Fei and Jin Bubao were about to go out, a group of people blocked Lin Fei's way. Among this group was an old acquaintance. It was Supreme Venerable Kongwen's brother, Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast. Old friend, you look good. You look better than Supreme Venerable Kongwen. Lin Fei smiled. Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast did not want to make friends with people like Lin Fei. As a member of the Heavenly Feather clan, he had been defeated by Lin Fei several times. It was a humiliation that he would never forget for the rest of his life. Sacred Master Lin, it's not me who wants to see you today. It's one of our Heavenly Feather clan's ancestors. Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast did not want to talk to Lin Fei. Sacred Master Lin, I've heard a lot about you. A pale-faced middle-aged man behind Supreme Venerable Heaven Vast looked at Lin Fei with a sharp gaze. So, it's an ultimate god. Lin Fei suddenly laughed. Are you going to bully the weak? Let's find a place and have a spar. I've heard a lot about any ultimate god. The pale-faced middle-aged ultimate god laughed. You're indeed the Sacred Body Mountain's sacred master. No one has ever dared to talk to me like that. You're really brave. I wonder if you're interested in having a spar with us. Lin Fei shook his head. Forget it. I'm too full. I need to go back and digest some food. Let's do it another day. I'm sure Ultimate God won't mind. Let's do it another day then. Sacred Master Lin, do you know who that is? Invincible Jean and Lin Fei walked side by side. I don't know. He's an ultimate god from the Heavenly Feather clan. His name is Ultimate God Tian Qian. Invincible Jean said, this ultimate god was a first-class ultimate god a long time ago. I'm afraid he's a peak first-class ultimate god now. Anyway, he won't dare to make a move here. Lin Fei laughed. Invincible Jean did not know what to say. The news of Lin Fei killing more than 30 experts in the arena spread like wildfire within the Spacetime Temple. Especially since Elder Shi Wudi had also been killed. One face-to-face. Temple Master, look here. The scene in the arena was replayed in the meeting hall. It was the scene where Lin Fei and Shi Wudi fought. Elder Shi Wudi, whose avatar was killed by Lin Fei, was also looking at the scene with a sullen face. Did he use some kind of treasure? Could it be a spatial treasure? But what kind of spatial treasure can avoid Elder Shi's search? Shi Wudi still did not understand how Jian Wushuang made that move. He was completely defenseless and was sucked dry in just one move. There's no doubt that Lin Fei has a powerful spatial treasure with him. It's at least a first-class ultimate god's treasure. The Spacetime Temple Master explained. Elder Shi, your time power has been cultivated to a very high level. Why couldn't you block Lin Fei's invincible devouring? The Spacetime Temple Master asked what everyone wanted to know. It was the first time Shi Wudi suffered such a big loss from a junior. His technique of plundering is very scary. How should I put it? My time power can affect my body and make me as stable as Mount Tai. However, Lin Fei's technique is like a ferocious beast that tore me apart without any resistance. If Shi Wudi knew that Jian Wushuang's technique was so overbearing, he would not have fought him. His heart was bleeding after losing an avatar. So, no one below the ultimate god realm can withstand Lin Fei's technique? Chapter 31:17. Ever since that day on the arena, Lin Fei would go to the arena from time to time. Whenever a disciple of the Temporal Temple went up, he would go up and beat them down. This happened every day until no one dared to go up anymore. Since no one went up to the arena, Lin Fei went to another place. After all, there were many interesting places in the Temporal Temple. For example, the place where they researched on arrays. For example, the place where they refined weapons. For example, Lin Fei's figure could be seen everywhere. At first, those people didn't care too much about Lin Fei, but after Lin Fei displayed his terrifying power, they were all speechless. They were slapped in the face again and again. He did it on purpose. He definitely did it on purpose. He wants us to attack him. He's too shameless. Lin Fei had become an existence that everyone wanted to kill. In view of Lin Fei's terrifying strength, everyone glared angrily at him. No one dared to attack him. The higher-ups of the Temporal Temple remained silent about this situation. They only gave an order that no one was allowed to find trouble with Lin Fei. Otherwise they would die in vain. As such, the disciples of the Temporal Temple became even more sullen. Boring, truly boring. Lin Fei was planning to find trouble with the disciples of the Temporal Temple, but all of them avoided him. This caused him to lose his interest. The higher-ups are probably trying to crack my plunder technique. Lin Fei laughed in his heart. Lin Fei had used the space transformation bracelet in the arena to show them one thing. He wanted to let them know that within a short distance, he would kill without mercy. Lin Fei didn't believe that they could create an anti-plunder treasure. A month passed in the blink of an eye. Lin Fei stayed in the Temporal Temple for a month. The Alliance Conference will begin in 3 days. I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei really wanted to see what they were planning to do. Sacred Master Lin, you're in trouble. During this month, when Lin Fei was free, he would drink with Jin Bubao. Their relationship was built up very quickly. Both of them were straightforward people and they got along very well. Trouble? Lin Fei was surprised. Could it be the Temporal Temple? You'll know when you come out. Invincible Gold said. Outside the Spacetime Pagoda, Lin Fei saw a large golden ship slowly approaching from afar. From afar, this golden ship looked extremely domineering. Someone from the Temporal Temple actually went to welcome them. It seems to be that Elder Kongjiu. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. What's the origin of that golden warship? It doesn't seem simple. Of course not. They're a power under Black Domain Mountain. I forgot to mention that among the subsidiary powers that Blackfield Mountain has gathered, there are a total of 5 that are their right and left arms. The golden warship we see right now is one of them. Blackfield Mountain's White Tiger Hall. Invincible Gold said. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This doesn't seem to have anything to do with me. Invincible Gold shook his head. I've asked around. The time-space pagoda you're staying in has always been empty. In fact, it's the temporal temple that's keeping it empty. That Elder Kongjio schemed against you. The people of Blackfield Mountain's White Tiger Hall are extremely tyrannical. Do you understand now? Interesting. Jean Buhuai said, don't tell me you want to fight against the people of Blackfield Mountain's White Tiger Hall. Why not? Elder Kongjio, long time no see. The entire body of the golden warship was golden in color, shining with a golden radiance. On the deck of the warship stood a tall and burly figure. The most shocking thing was that this burly man had the head of a tiger and the body of a human. Everyone in the White Tiger Hall was a white tiger of a different race. The White Tiger race was innately cruel and brutal. The golden warship was filled with White Tiger outsiders. Even Grand Monarch Kongjio couldn't help but take a deep breath when he sensed their ferocious auras. Lord Bai, you're getting more and more tyrannical. Grand Monarch Kongjio complimented. The temporal temple was very powerful, but compared to Blackfield Mountain, it was still lacking. This seat likes to hear this. If our White Tiger race isn't tyrannical, when can we be? Ah. The White Tiger man laughed. Therefore, this seat has brought the experts of the White Tiger Hall here. As one of the 5 halls under Blackfield Mountain, the White Tiger Hall was very powerful and famous in the Blackfield. Grand Monarch Kongjio didn't know that a powerful hall like the White Tiger Hall had come from Blackfield Mountain. Lin Fei, you're in big trouble this time. Saint Master, we found out that the newcomers are from Blackfield Mountain's White Tiger Hall. They're extremely powerful, the 3rd ancestor reported to Lin Fei. White Tiger race. Lin Fei was really interested to meet them. The temporal temple has also started to collude with the powers of Blackfield. This is getting more and more interesting. Lin Fei really admired the temporal temple's methods. Blackfield Mountain was one of the 5 top powers, and its influence in Blackfield was even greater than that of the temporal temple. Saint Master, we've also heard that the White Tiger race is very bloodthirsty. The temporal temple invited them here to target us. The 3rd ancestor added. Lin Fei said indifferently, if our Saint Body Mountain wants to rise, we can't be separated from these powers. Lord Bai, I'm really sorry about this. Grand Monarch Kongjio said apologetically. Since when did the Saint Spirit world have such a powerful person who dares to occupy our White Tiger Hall's territory? The strong White Tiger man said with a sinister expression. Don't worry, we won't blame you for this. The White Tiger race of the White Tiger Hall had been arrogant and despotic ever since they became part of Blackfield Mountain. They were famous in Blackfield Mountain. Bring us there. I want to see who has the guts to do this. Outside of Blackfield, the strong White Tiger man was not afraid of the outside powers. At most, he was afraid of the temporal temple. After all, space and time were not easy to deal with. As for the others, they were not worth mentioning in his eyes. Actually, it's not any big power. It's the people from Saint Body Mountain. Grand Monarch Kongjio revealed. What, it's those lunatics from Saint Body Mountain. The strong White Tiger man's expression became even more sinister. Good, I didn't go to them, but they attacked first. Grand Monarch Kongjio knew that the White Tiger Hall had a deep conflict with Saint Body Mountain in the past. Who came from Saint Body Mountain? The strong White Tiger man asked. This generation's new Saint Master, a young man named Lin Fei. Haha, good Saint Master, I like him. Back then they killed the upper echelon of our White Tiger race. Today I'll kill one of their Saint Masters, ha. The strong White Tiger man led his subordinates out. Grand Monarch Kongjio personally led the way. The Palace Master is still the best. No matter how gutsy Lin Fei is, he probably won't dare to become an enemy of Blackfield Mountain. Even the White Tiger Hall would be enough to make Lin Fei suffer. It would be best if he could be seriously injured. Chapter 31:18. They're here. On a time-space pagoda. The massacre sect leader laughed with a gloating expression. As long as Lin Fei was unlucky, he would be happy. Blackfield Mountain's White Tiger Hall. Those lunatics from the White Tiger race. I didn't expect it to be them. Lin Fei has a rival now. I wonder who's stronger. The experts on the nearby time-space pagodas all noticed these people. When they realized that they were from Blackfield Mountain's White Tiger Hall, their expressions changed. The temporal temple is so capable. They can even invite people from Blackfield Mountain's White Tiger Hall. They're indirectly showing us that the alliance meeting isn't that simple. That sacred leader Lin Fei is in trouble. Blackfield Mountain's White Tiger Hall is an extremely powerful hall. Many experts recognized them and their expressions changed. Although there was no news about the Black Domain in the Saint Spirit world, everyone in the upper circle was very concerned. They couldn't afford to offend such a force. Someone once said that the forces outside the Saint Spirit world were actually playing house and weren't worth watching. Until now, the forces in the Black Domain still look down on the Saint Spirit world's top 3 forces. They're here. The White Tiger Race man led a group of White Tiger Race members over aggressively. Wherever that murderous aura passed, everyone felt a sense of oppression and suffocation. Patriarchs, they're here. The 3 patriarchs' expressions turned serious. That unruly aura rushed over. Just as the rumors said, the White Tiger Race members could innately give people a sense of oppression. That reckless thing, how dare you occupy my time-space pagoda? Get out now. The rumbling sound formed a huge shock wave that hit the time-space pagoda one after another. The array formation was activated and ripples appeared. The surrounding experts coughed up blood from the impact of this sound. Their bodies wobbled and many of them fell to the ground, their faces pale. What a terrifying White Tiger Race. Their combat power is so high. Just the sound alone is unbearable. The array formation of the time-space pagoda has been activated. It's indeed terrifying. The White Tiger Race lives up to their reputation. Even through the formation of the Tower of Time and Space, the 3 patriarchs could feel the murderous aura in the voice. What a terrifying sound. It's like I'm facing a white tiger. The sacred beast really lives up to its name. Very powerful. Lin Fei squinted his eyes as he felt the strength of the White Tiger alien race. He then took a deep breath. Such rich life energy. It's not at the ultimate god level, but at the ultimate god level. Lin Fei's eyes also lit up at the sight of the white tigers. Lin Fei knew very well what kind of life force a godly venerable rank expert possessed. However, these white tigers were equivalent to great tonics in Lin Fei's eyes. I have no choice but to do it. Get out here. The rumbling sounds did not stop. One after another, huge white tigers were formed in mid-air. They roared and pounded on the Tower of Time and Space. The weaker Empyrean gods all fled. No one could withstand this kind of attack. Venerable Kongjiu also came. They're here. Let's see what you can do. The White Tiger alien race's domineering nature was well known in the Black Domain. Almost no one dared to offend the White Tiger clan. Coward. Is this how the sacred lord of the Sacred Body Mountain behaves? The strong white tiger laughed mockingly. What a big tiger head. Interesting, really interesting. Are you really the hybrid descendants of sacred beasts? The space-time tower's formation suddenly disappeared. Lin Fei, who was dressed in black, appeared in front of everyone. The strong white tiger was furious. You're courting death. His eyes flashed coldly. One after another, ferocious white tigers roared and charged. Golden spear killing aura. Dozens of golden streamers appeared in front of Lin Fei. Each golden streamer was a first-class ultimate god. They killed whoever they saw and all of them landed on Lin Fei's body. Proud Heaven's barrier blocked them. Are you angry? Looks like you really are the hybrid descendants of sacred beasts. Ah. Lin Fei could not stop laughing. The strong tiger-headed man became ferocious. Die. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The strong white tiger turned into a ray of white light and launched dozens of domineering attacks. Each attack was more powerful than the previous one. Lin Fei remained unfazed. Activating his proud Heaven's body protection, he blocked the attacks one after another. You're quite fast, but your attack power is too weak. Not enough, really not enough. The strong tiger-headed man was not an ultimate god, but his strength was no less than a first-class ultimate god. Tiger roar. Boom, boom, boom. A terrifying sound erupted from the white light and a huge white tiger could be vaguely seen. The void collapsed. Tiger scare. A white tiger flashed by. Tiger swallow. A huge white tiger shadow appeared in the sky. Its huge body opened its mouth and inhaled. Everything was instantly sucked in. The White Tiger alien race's triple slash. The ancestor next to the massacre sect leader said faintly, it really lives up to its reputation. Even a first-class ultimate god would suffer a great loss under the 3 consecutive moves. The last move is the most terrifying as it can refine anything. That's right. The massacre sect leader was also shocked. The White Tiger alien race's triple slash was indeed different. It was one move after another and did not give one a chance to breathe. Is that bastard Lin Fei going to be refined? It's highly possible. The ancestor said, the White Tiger alien race's tiger swallow is very domineering. It's not any weaker than Lin Fei's plunder technique. The space-time temple is really good. Destroying one of Lin Fei's doppelgangers is enough to make Lin Fei vomit blood. Ha ha ha. So that's how the White Tiger's triple slash works. Amazing. Really amazing. Lin Fei is finished. He's been swallowed and will soon be refined. The heavenly gods on the spacetime pagoda were gloating. Finally, there was an expert who could suppress Lin Fei. Lin Fei couldn't withstand the White Tiger's triple slash and was directly swallowed. This was beyond everyone's expectations. The three ancestors in the spacetime pagoda were shocked. Under the White Tiger's triple slash, they felt like they were in a turbulent sea. The aura alone could drown them at any time. Saint Lord. The three ancestors turned pale with fright when they saw Saint Lord Lin Fei being swallowed. Did the White Tiger Hall's experts have to be so ferocious? The White Tiger warrior returned to his original state and proudly patted his belly. You reckless thing. Even a sacred lord with a sacred body didn't dare to be my enemy, let alone a sacred lord like you. The White Tiger warrior smiled proudly. You guys go and kill those three old things. The Sacred Body Mountain, go to hell. The Sacred Body Mountain's physique tempering school was very powerful in the past. At this point, no one would be afraid and no one would be fearful anymore. The Sacred Body Mountain had lost its deterrent power. The White Tiger warrior naturally didn't care. The moment he gave the order, the dozen or so ferocious white tigers behind him glared at him. Golden halberd chi rippled and cut the surrounding void. Chapter 31:19. What are you talking about? Kill them. The White Tiger warrior glared. Kill everyone from the Sacred Body Mountain. Don't leave a single one alive. If they dare to be my enemy, kill without mercy. In the Saint Spirit World Spacetime Temple, the White Tiger warrior did not really care about the Sacred Body Mountain. So what if they had a sacred lord? They had still been killed by him. The White Tiger's triple slash would result in the same outcome regardless of whether they were sacred lords or religious leaders. The three ancestors kept telling themselves to remain calm. Sacred Lord Lin will definitely be fine. In their eyes, Sacred Lord Lin Fei was the most monstrous existence. Just his invincible devour had transformed the entire Sacred Body Mountain. Every body cultivator was fighting to learn the first level of the invincible devour. Even if the White Tiger race was powerful, they could forget about making Lin Fei suffer. He was the future leader of the Sacred Body Mountain. Sacred Lord Lin would definitely come out. Just as the White Tiger god was about to make his move, the White Tiger warrior's expression changed. This seed is actually unable to refine this fellow. Not good, this seed's life force. Hua hua hua. The White Tiger warrior roared angrily, but he was still unable to stop the loss of his life force. As a huge amount of life force was lost, the White Tiger warrior was filled with vitality. He instantly became on the verge of death as he knelt on one knee in extreme pain. Did it feel good? Lin Fei's voice sounded out from within the White Tiger warrior's body. His voice was so loud that everyone could hear it. How can you be fine? The White Tiger warrior could not understand. Under the White Tiger's triple slash, anyone would be heavily injured and easily refined. However, the current situation was completely different. Just like that, the thick life force was completely plundered by the other party. Because this sacred lord is stronger than you. I'm asking if you felt good just now. If you don't answer, this seat will absorb the last lump of life force. Lin Fei's calm voice landed in the White Tiger warrior's ears. You dare? The White Tiger warrior raged. There's nothing to be afraid of. Under Lin Fei's control, the White Tiger warrior's life force began to drain bit by bit. Unless you're willing to give up this body. White Tiger wanted to curse out loud. Wait a moment, everything can be discussed. The White Tiger brawny man waved his hand and set up a soundproof array. It was extremely difficult for the White Tiger race to cultivate, and not a single White Tiger race member could be lost. There's nothing to discuss. Lin Fei laughed. I'm just asking if you feel good. Awesome. The White Tiger muscular man did not have the ability to refine the other party. The life and death of this body was in the hands of the other party. Do you feel aggrieved? No, I really didn't. The White Tiger man had it in his heart, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. I'm actually a very negotiable person. Seeing that you've contributed so much life energy, I can spare you from the death penalty. However, you have to help me do something. What do you think? White Tiger wanted to say, don't even think about it. Dream on. What do you want me to do? If you go too far, I'll just give up this body, but you'll become the mortal enemy of my White Tiger Hall. Blackfield Mountain won't let you off either. The White Tiger brute said unyieldingly. Then I'll just suck you dry. His life energy started to flow out again. What is it? I agree. White Tiger surrendered again. Even though he had lost 90% of his life energy, as long as he could replenish it in time, it would be fine. An obedient child is my favorite. Lin Fei said with a smile, "This sacred master doesn't really like that Supreme Exalt Kongjiao. Go and devour him." White Tiger Man laughed bitterly. "I can't." "Don't worry, you'll succeed." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The life energy flowed back. White Tiger Man immediately recovered, and his face was no longer pale. "Lord Bai, are you alright?" Venerable Kongjiao was elated when he saw Lin Fei being devoured. He wasn't surprised that Lord Bai ate Lin Fei. This was because the White Tiger race was born with this kind of magical power. Very few enemies were willing to offend them. Eating them, refining them while they were still alive, they were infamous. Venerable Kongjiao wasn't happy for long when Lord Bai's face turned pale. He couldn't help but worry, thinking that Lin Fei was going to counterattack. "It's fine. I'm just too full." The White Tiger burly man laughed. "This is a very normal thing for our White Tiger race." "Too full?" Venerable Kongjiao had a trace of suspicion. What did this have to do with being full? It was as if something had happened. "Elder Kongjiao, you're really daring." White Tiger Man suddenly roared. Tiger roar. Venerable Kongjiao vomited blood. His mind went blank. At the same time, an illusory white tiger roared in his mind. This was the essence of the tiger roar. Venerable Kongjiao was dumbfounded. "Lord Bai, is there a mistake?" Tiger roars echoed in his head as Great Venerate Kongjiao explained. White Tiger Man didn't give Venerable Kongjiao any chance. He used another tiger scare, and the third, tiger swallow. He opened his mouth and swallowed his opponent. Everything happened too fast. The disciples of the temporal temple were also dumbfounded. "Lord Bai, what is the meaning of this?" Great Paragon Kongwen stood up and tried his best to suppress his anger. "Our temporal temple doesn't seem to have offended Lord Bai." The White Tiger muscular man sneered, "I'm too full, so I'm grinding my teeth. Don't worry, I won't die." Behind him, Empyrean God White Tiger was rendered speechless. Since when did the White Tiger race need to grind their teeth by eating humans? Since these words came from Lord Bai, how could they say anything? Grinding teeth? Supreme Venerable Kongwen was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "What? Are you doubting my words?" The White Tiger burly man glared at him. "Then I don't mind swallowing another one to grind my teeth." Supreme Sovereign Kongwen was very strong, but there was still a gap between him and the other party. "Here you go." White Tiger suddenly frowned, opened his mouth, and spat out Great Venerable Kongjiao, who was on the verge of death. "It's too soft, it's not easy to grind my teeth. Why don't you do it?" Supreme Monarch Kongwen shuddered. "Elder Kongjiao, are you alright?" Supreme Venerable Kongwen stepped forward and helped Supreme Venerable Kongjiao up. Lin Fei." The White Tiger burly man's body trembled and his face turned pale. Compared to before, he wasn't as weak as before. "Elder Kongjiao, are you calling this Holy Lord?" Within the Spacetime Pagoda, Lin Fei appeared with a beaming smile. "You cheated." Supreme Venerable Kongjiao glared at Lin Fei. Lin Fei had a blank look on his face. "Elder Kongjiao, are you mistaken? This Holy Lord has been in the Spacetime Pagoda the entire time. Can someone tell this Holy Lord what exactly happened?" "Alright, you don't look too good. Being an elder of the temporal temple is really tiring." Supreme Venerable Kongjiao took a deep breath. He knew that he would definitely suffer this loss. The person who had sucked his life force clean was definitely Lin Fei. Other than him, no one else could do such a thing. Chapter 31:20. Venerable Kongjiao wanted to scheme against Lin Fei, but in the end, he had to pay the price of his life force. In the end, he had to be carried back by Venerable Kongwen. That White Tiger gritted his teeth and left. Everyone was extremely afraid of Saint Body Mountain's Saint Leader Lin Fei. Without anyone noticing, Great Venerate Kongjiao had suffered a great loss. Most importantly, he had no chance to blame Lin Fei for it. He had to suffer in silence, unable to complain. Too ruthless. He's invincible in close combat. That Lord White Tiger doesn't dare to use force anymore. We definitely can't find trouble with Lin Fei in the future. This guy is a tyrant. This time, everyone had witnessed it with their own eyes. Although they had left out a part in the middle, everyone could still fill in the blanks. This matter was done by Lin Fei. Following that, the temporal temple acted as if nothing had happened. The white race was also arranged to stay in another spacetime pagoda. Lin Fei still went out to take a stroll every day. Find trouble? At least, no one dared to do so for now. Lin Fei's brutality had reached a point where everyone knew about it. The Alliance Conference finally began. Lin Fei had originally wanted to provoke the temporal temple, but all the elders had gone into hiding. It was really boring. Fortunately, the Alliance Conference had begun. This time, in order to fight against the demon country and demon palace, the three top forces, led by the temporal temple, gathered all the forces in the Saint Spirit world and prepared to form an alliance. In the temporal temple's huge conference hall, everyone had gathered in a large circle. There were dozens of seats and everyone could see each other and speak freely. Tyrant Lin is here. Someone shouted in secret. The people who were talking stopped. After that day's incident, Lin Fei was called a tyrant. In their words, he had robbed a heavenly god's life force without saying a word. If he wasn't a tyrant, what was he? Tyrants were cruel and terrifying. Lin Fei was a tyrant in name. Who would be willing to become enemies with a tyrant like Lin Fei? Lin Fei strode in and casually glanced at everyone present. Sacred Master Lin, your position is here. A heavenly god of the temporal temple said. Lin Fei went straight to the nearest seat. Someone was already sitting there. This holy lord wants this seat. You can go somewhere else. Lin Fei wasn't interested in having the temporal temple sit at the big round table. He wanted to do as he pleased. That heavenly god was a late-stage great sovereign. I'll give. He immediately stood up, not daring to hesitate. Lin Fei swaggered over and casually glanced at the two heavenly deities beside him. With a single glance, the two great sovereigns almost suffocated. Everyone chat. Don't mind me. Lin Fei closed his eyes to rest. With a tyrant like Lin Fei present, no one dared to speak loudly. A person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. The current Lin Fei had a terrifying strength that made everyone fear him. He was not an ultimate god, but he was even more terrifying than one. The Massacre God Court's Massacre Sect Master and an ancestor entered. The first thing they saw was Lin Fei as well as the two vacant spots around him. The Massacre Sect Master snorted before sitting opposite Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Palace's Dark Shadow Palace Lord also came. He saw Lin Fei. He smiled and nodded as a greeting. This caused the great sovereign's expressions to change. The Dark Shadow Palace Lord, an ultimate god, had taken the initiative to greet him. This was enough to prove that he was on the same level as an ultimate god. Following that, the Heavenly Feather Race and the White Tiger Race arrived. The Heavenly Feather Race and the White Tiger Race sat together. This undoubtedly shocked everyone. Were they going to join forces? The last to arrive was the Temporal Temple's Temple Lord, a middle-aged ultimate god in green. Under the shroud of time, the space became illusory, making it hard for people to see their true appearance. It was as if they were separated by a layer of power. After the Temporal Temple Lord entered, his gaze stopped on Lin Fei for a moment. The Spacetime Temple Master is actually able to give me a dangerous aura. It should be one of those terrifying auras. Lin Fei thought to himself. No wonder the Spacetime Temple is ranked first. With just one look, Lin Fei knew that the Temporal Temple Lord was more terrifying than he had imagined. Be it the Time Emperor intent or the Space Emperor intent, he had cultivated them to an extremely high level. Lin Fei was sure of one thing. If he attacked the Temporal Temple Lord now, he wouldn't even be able to reach the Temporal Temple Lord's true body. The Temporal Temple Lord controlled both space and time. Once the Temporal Temple Lord appeared, everyone quietened down. I welcome everyone to the Temporal Temple to discuss how to deal with the Demon Country and the Demon Palace. We will return peace to the Saint Spirit world. The Temporal Temple Lord came to the highest seat and sat down. On his left was the Dark Shadow Palace Lord, and on his right was the Massacre Sect Master and that ancestor. Everyone applauded. They would give him face. God Lord of Space and Time exuded the aura of a leader. Every word he said made people feel something different, and they were unknowingly led to his words. After the Temporal Temple Lord gave his speech, a Temporal Temple Great Sage stood up. The current situation in the Saint Spirit world is very bad. The Temporal Temple Great Sage began to report the situation. He emphasized on the Demon Country and the Demon Palace. These few years they had been attacking the Saint Spirit world. They had paid a huge price. If they didn't suppress the Demon Country and the Demon Palace, their situation would be even worse in the future. Everyone's heart sank when they heard this. The situation was indeed bad. The Demon Country and the Demon Palace had sufficient military strength. For example, the Demon Country had the Origin Deities Pool, which could continuously produce experts. This was something that they couldn't catch up to. Lin Fei raised his head. No matter how much the Demon Country and the Demon Palace fought, it had nothing to do with him. Everyone present understood one thing. Dealing with the Demon Country and the Demon Palace was their top priority. I think we must form an alliance. Only by forming an alliance and gathering all our strength can we deal with the Demon Country and the Demon Palace. I agree. After reporting everyone's bad situation, There was no need for anyone to say anything. Some experts immediately stood up and proposed an alliance to gather all their strength to deal with the demon country and the demon palace. In fact, everyone knew the purpose of this meeting. A grand alliance was inevitable. The godly venerables of the three top forces were all present. It was obvious how important this matter was. After everyone proposed an alliance, they all looked at the three godly venerables. How the alliance would be formed and how it would be led would depend on what the three godly venerables said. An alliance is inevitable, the massacre sect master said. Only by gathering all our strength can we see hope. What do you all think? Everyone knew better than anyone else. An alliance was indeed inevitable. I wonder what benefits an alliance will bring. Just as everyone was waiting to hear the other godly venerable's words, Lin Fei, who had been resting with his eyes closed, said lightly. Chapter 31:21. If there are no benefits, the Sacred Body Mountain Body Tempering Sect will not participate. Lin Fei said lazily. Today's alliance conference was called an alliance, but in reality the three top forces had already discussed it. What was left was actually a situation. Of course, it was inevitable that some disobedient forces would be punished. For example, the Sacred Body Mountain Body Tempering Sect's Sacred Lord Lin Fei. Everyone knew that this Lin Fei had appeared like a dark horse and killed all kinds of experts. In the end, he had enemies everywhere in the Saint Spirit domain, but he was still living comfortably. Sacred Lord Lin Fei, what do you mean by that? A great venerable from a top force under the massacre court said angrily to Lin Fei. Everyone is doing this for the good of the Saint Spirit domain. Your words are not appropriate. Today the massacre court had sent a godly venerable expert. The experts who had pledged their allegiance to the god of massacre were now filled with confidence. In their subconscious, although Lin Fei was terrifying, brutal, and violent like a tyrant, in front of a godly venerable, he probably could not be arrogant. Sacred Lord Lin, what you said is wrong, another great venerable said. Dealing with the demon country and demon palace is everyone's business. For this matter, how can we talk about benefits? Lin Fei slammed his fist on the circular platform. Shut up. With a loud bang, the three great venerables' hearts shook, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Their originally ruddy faces turned pale, and their physical bodies instantly became dehydrated. If not for the fact that they were still breathing, they would have thought that they were dead. The three great venerables looked at Lin Fei in shock. In that instant, their life energy had been sucked dry. They all knew that Lin Fei was powerful. If he wanted to suck away life energy, he had to come into contact with their physical bodies. However, the current situation was completely wrong. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Impudent things. Your master hasn't even said anything and you want to step on my head? If you appear again you can all go to hell. Lin Fei said indifferently. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Fei's words. The massacre sect master's face darkened. Sacred Lord Lin, what do you mean by this? Could it be that your Sacred Body Mountain doesn't want to form an alliance anymore? Or could it be that you're working with the Devil Palace and the Devil Motherland? Are you an accomplice? As soon as the massacre sect leader opened his mouth, he threw a big hat at them. If Lin Fei's answer was not good enough, the massacre sect master would have an excuse to deal with Lin Fei. After all, there were more than one massacre sect and more than one ultimate god who wanted to deal with Lin Fei. The Dark Shadow Palace Master and the Spacetime Temple Master were both calm. The Heavenly Feather Race and the White Tiger Race were all glaring at them, ready to add insult to injury. Lin Fei stared at the massacre sect leader with surging killing intent. Do you want to die? The leader of the massacre sect was frightened by the look in Yi Futian's eyes. He had learned his lesson from the past. They were so close to each other. If Yi Futian wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. The palace master of the Dark Shadow Palace remained calm. The Spacetime Temple Master frowned slightly. This Lin Fei was indeed as rumored. His temper was extremely bad. Sacred Lord Lin, you are people of the same level. You should be careful. The Dark Shadow Palace Master said to Lin Fei, it's not good to talk about killing people all the time. After all, you are a Sacred Lord now. Everyone was impressed by how daring Lin Fei was. He threatened a sect master in front of everyone, and an ultimate god was sitting next to him. Words like that weren't something that just anyone could say. Lin Fei smiled. Who told him to accuse me? I have a bad temper. If he dares to say such slanderous words again, I will kill him immediately. Keep your word. The Dark Shadow Palace Master shook his head. Lin Fei's temper was really bad. The Massacre Sect Master seemed to be frightened by Yi Futian's words. He was really worried that Lin Fei would kill him. The most frustrating thing was that he could not stop Lin Fei. This was Lin Fei's plan from the beginning. Alliance sounded easy, but in reality it was not. If he did not fight for some benefits, he might become cannon fodder for others. His death would be in vain. This was what Lin Fei did not want to see. He had to be strong when he was strong. Sect Master? So what? He would kill him if he provoked him. We, the Sacred Body Mountain, agreed to the alliance. However, we must gain something from the alliance. Lin Fei said seriously, we can't say that we came here for nothing. As long as we have the motivation, there will be no cowards in the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei was that direct. Either you give them benefits or you don't go. They could do whatever they wanted. As for being cannon fodder, forget it. He was not that stupid. Sacred Lord Lin, who do you think you are? Haggling with me. Lin Fei looked over. It was the strong man with the white tiger. At this moment, there was a hint of provocation in his tone. Do you want to die too? Wah wah wah. The strong man had suffered a loss earlier. Naturally, he could not take this lying down. At the same time, he found out about Lin Fei's background. That invincible devourer was especially tempting. The strong man's body trembled. His life force flowed out like a flood. This was something that he had painstakingly recovered. He had spent half his fortune. You, Lin Fei glared, you are an outsider. Sit down obediently. Spacetime Palace Master, what do you think? Spacetime Palace Master was surprised. Just now, he did not even notice how Lin Fei made his move. 2/3 of the strong man's life force was sucked away. His aura was weakening very quickly. Do you think I will agree? Spacetime Palace Master laughed. Lin Fei said calmly, if you really don't agree, what can I do? I can only return. Anyway, the alliance of the 3 top forces doesn't matter if we have one more Sacred Body Mountain. Seeing how Lin Fei spoke to Spacetime Palace Master, everyone was convinced by Lin Fei. In terms of courage, they were indeed not as courageous as Tyrant Lin Fei. Who asked Tyrant Lin Fei to be so confident? That invincible devouring skill had made many people jealous, but no one dared to make a move to snatch it. There was no chance at all. If they were not careful, they might even be sucked dry by the other party. This was something they could not accept. Haha, the Sacred Body Mountain should have a sacred lord like you. Spacetime Palace Master suddenly laughed. Then tell me, what do you want? Lin Fei was already prepared. If Spacetime Palace Master wanted to use this opportunity to deal with him, he would teach Spacetime Palace a lesson. Our Sacred Body Mountain is so poor that we are afraid. Therefore, everything we kill and snatch will belong to us. Lin Fei said. Sacred Body Mountain's body training school can be the vanguard. Currently, the guards of the Sacred Body Mountain had started to cultivate the invincible devourer. Everyone's strength had skyrocketed. It was time to bring them out to see blood. Chapter 31:22. No way. The massacre sect leader was the first to disagree. He would never agree to such a thing, especially when it was Lin Fei. He would never agree to it even if he was beaten to death. Under the Great Alliance, any spoils of war had to be handed over. This was a well-known fact. Lin Fei wanted to be the sole leader. If he didn't accept orders, he wouldn't accept it either. This was equivalent to leaving the Great Alliance. The massacre sect leader was still planning to trick Lin Fei. It would be great if he could make him bleed and hurt his vitality. If he didn't listen to orders, all his plans would be for naught. Under the Great Alliance, all forces have to accept orders. The massacre sect leader was determined. He wouldn't let Lin Fei enjoy such treatment. Don't you want to join the Great Alliance? Lin Fei squinted his eyes with murderous intent. Shut your mouth. If you dare to speak again, I will kill you immediately. You can try and see if I dare to do it. The massacre sect leader wanted to say, try it if you dare. The words were on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't dare to say it. Who was Lin Fei? He was a tyrant. If he said he would kill him, he would definitely kill him. Even the hierarch great ancestor might not be able to stop him. The life energy he had just lost was a lesson for him. Actually, I think it's possible. The Dark Shadow Palace Master smiled. Everyone knows the strength of the Sacred Body Mountain. It's possible to be the vanguard. It was surprising that the Dark Shadow Palace Master would speak up for Lin Fei. Since Brother Dark Shadow has said it, then it's settled. The Spacetime Palace Master nodded slightly. Sacred Lord Lin Fei, your Sacred Body Mountain can be the vanguard. However, I have to warn you first. If you can't complete the task, I will punish you. Under the Great Alliance, everyone has to follow the rules. As long as they are not deliberately targeting our Sacred Body Mountain, this sacred leader will not shirk his duty. If anyone is trying to play tricks and this sacred leader finds out, don't blame me for not showing mercy. Lin Fei said. He fought for his own power. Lin Fei was too lazy to speak after that. The leader of the Great Alliance was temporarily the Spacetime Temple Master. After all, the hidden experts were not to be trifled with. Even the Dark Shadow Palace Master and the ultimate god from the Massacre Court did not dare to offend the Spacetime Temple Master. This Alliance leader position definitely belonged to the Spacetime Palace Master. No one had any objections. The rest was just a few small things. The entire Alliance conference lasted for an hour, and everything that needed to be discussed had been discussed. Hallmaster, I have a piece of news, but I'm not sure if I should say it or not. At this moment, a great sovereign heavenly god stood up and cupped his hands towards the Spacetime Hallmaster. It's related to the Devil Nation's Devil 33 Country King, but I'm not too sure. The Temporal Temple Master recognized this great revered heavenly deity. He was the sect master of a subsidiary force of the Temporal Temple and was a late-stage great revered. What is the Demon 33 Country Lord planning to do this time? Last time they launched a sneak attack. Could it be that they plan to launch a sneak attack again? That's too shameless. It must be that the Demon 33 Country Lord has surrendered. That's right. The current Devil Nation is not as strong as it was at its peak. More than half of its power has been taken away by the Devil King, forming a Devil Palace. If not for the Origin Deity Lake, the Devil Nation would have been destroyed long ago. Everyone present had suffered quite a bit from the Demon 33 Country Lord. The moment they heard the news about the Demon 33 Country Lord, they immediately became concerned. This fellow was not one to be trifled with. That great sovereign heavenly god stood up, and his expression suddenly sank. The Demon 33 Country Lord entrusted me to tell everyone that anyone who goes against the Devil Nation will be killed without mercy. The moment he finished speaking, a terrifying black destructive energy spread out. Boom boom boom. This destructive energy was too strong. It was too sudden. The black energy swept out, and the heads sitting near that great sovereign heavenly god were instantly wiped out by the black energy. Everyone in the entire conference hall was affected. In the next second, the hall turned into a wasteland. The black destructive energy seemed to have been controlled well, and it just happened to destroy the hall. Its might was displayed to the extreme. Cough cough cough. The Demon 33 Country Lord is too shameless. My doppelganger has been crippled. We've suffered heavy losses. Everyone was attacked by the destructive energy. As long as they were not godly venerable experts, they all suffered. Every one of them had either a broken arm or a broken leg. Of course, these were the light injuries. The more serious ones were directly annihilated. Less than 1/10 of the people present could stand up again. That detestable Demon 33 Country Lord. A white-faced middle-aged man said with a sullen expression. In the attack just now, the Massacre Sect leader was killed. He died in a single move. The Massacre Sect will not rest until you are dead. The death of the church leader of the Massacre God Hall was such a shameful matter. Lin Fei had an additional set of sacred heaven on his body, which protected him extremely well. However, he still could not stop himself from vomiting blood, and his body was also trembling slightly. The Heavenly Feather Clan, White Tiger Race and other experts, while cursing the Demon 33 Country Lord, also noticed Lin Fei's situation. The Alliance Conference, which was about to end, was turned into a mess by the Demon 33 Country Lord's people. That self-detonation was not a simple self-detonation of a great sovereign. It was done with a special treasure, which was extremely powerful and suitable for use in a small area. The Spacetime God Lord's face could not stand it anymore. This was a slap to the face. Didn't you want the Great Alliance to deal with the Demon Motherland? Then let me give you a big gift. Daoist Spacetime, how is my gift? A loud voice resounded outside the Spacetime Temple. Everyone's expression changed. This voice was none other than the Demon 33 Country Lord of the Demon Motherland. Demon 33. The Spacetime Temple Lord's voice was cold, and his figure disappeared. A moment later, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from outside. It's not that easy to kill this lord. The Demon 33 Country Lord laughed loudly. Here I will give you a few more gifts. The Great Alliance should at least have a celebration. Everyone's expression darkened even more when they heard this. Boom boom boom. At the same time, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from every corner of the Spacetime Temple and swept across. Wherever the energy ripples spread out, within a radius of 100 miles, dark clouds covered the sky, turning everything into ruins. There were more than 20 such ripples, and they overturned cities one after another. Miserable cries could be heard everywhere. The place where Lin Fei was also affected. The black energy swept over. Those experts were directly turned into ashes in front of the black energy. They did not even have the ability to struggle. This is the infinite compression of the elemental destruction energy. Chapter 31-23. The temporal temple was in chaos. More than 20 places stirred up energy fluctuations, sweeping through who knew how many celestial god powerhouses. Tao friend Spacetime, are you satisfied with this huge gift? Ah. The voice of the demon 33 country king disappeared. The outside world regained its peace. This premeditated and targeted attack had caused a huge impact and loss to the temporal temple. The leaders who came to participate in the Alliance Conference also suffered heavy losses. Those who were lucky enough to survive the first round of attacks unfortunately didn't survive the second round of attacks. Apart from a handful of people who survived, the rest had all perished in this wave of attacks. The temporal temple master returned and immediately mobilized experts to conduct a thorough search. The entire temporal temple was in a state of lockdown. Lin Fei and the others returned to the temporal pagoda. At the same time, the temporal temple sent over healing pills to help everyone recover. This time, the temporal temple suffered a huge loss. Invincible Jean and Lin Fei were sipping tea together. Devil 33 Country King, this is a huge move. The timing was so perfect that no one could defend against it. Invincible Jin's injuries weren't light. Even now he hadn't fully recovered. It said that the temporal temple caught a large number of spies during these 3 days. During these few days, Lin Fei also felt the killing intent of the temporal temple. Who asked the temporal temple to suffer a huge loss this time? This loss wasn't something that could be easily avenged. Was the clone of the demon 33 country king killed? Yes, the doppelganger has been killed. Invincible Jean said, "Oh right, Sacred Master Lin, I'm preparing to return. I believe that after this incident, the operation will be brought forward." Lin Fei nodded. It will definitely be brought forward. Looking at the time, it's indeed time for us to return. The temporal temple isn't safe anymore. Our headquarters must be guarded. After Invincible Jean left, Lin Fei was also preparing to leave the temporal temple. Facing the terrifying auras of those experts, Lin Fei didn't have the confidence to fight them. Fortunately, they wouldn't bully the weak. At least, they wouldn't do so within the temporal temple. Lin Fei had to thank Devil 33 Country King for acting in such a timely manner. This method was truly impossible to guard against. Even Lin Fei himself did not sense any danger. His opponent's killing intent did not leak out in the slightest. It was only activated at the moment of attack. Lin Fei even felt that even if the Spacetime Temple Master had sealed that great sovereign, that power would still erupt. It was impossible for the Devil 33 Country Lord to forget about this matter. Everyone was destined to be unlucky. That Devil 33 monarch, just where did he get the condensation method? Lin Fei felt that it was even more terrifying than his own condensation method. He had condensed at least 20 of them into one. He had managed to condense 10 of them into one from the Vajra sect. Lin Fei bid farewell to the Spacetime Palace Master and returned to prepare. The Spacetime Palace Master did not stop Lin Fei from leaving. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Lin Fei did not believe that the Spacetime Hall Master would be so kind. Right now he was a moving treasure trove. Whoever obtained it would obtain a great fortune. Hall Master, are you letting him leave just like that? After Lin Fei left, a black-clothed man revealed himself. He was none other than Venerable Kongjio. No matter what, we have to make him stay. Great Sovereign Kongjio had suffered a huge loss at Lin Fei's hands. He could not swallow this anger. When he heard that Lin Fei was leaving, he was not too happy. In the territory of the Spacetime Temple, he had to teach Lin Fei a lesson. Lin Fei must have gotten lucky and obtained some powerful treasures. The Spacetime Palace Master looked down on Lin Fei. Not fighting in the Spacetime Temple will have a bad reputation. Everyone in the Great Alliance is paying attention to this matter. If this matter were to spread, we would be a laughing stock. The Spacetime Temple was an organization that had been passed down for generations. Naturally, they were not willing to bully the weak, especially in their own territory. There was a reason for the previous incidents. If they were to fight now, who would dare to come to the Spacetime Temple in the future? Even if they had to do it, they had to do it secretly. The Spacetime Temple was still coveting that unparalleled devour technique. It was too tyrannical and unbelievable. It was right in front of them, but the Spacetime Palace Master did not notice it. It was truly unbelievable and impossible to defend against. Tell the Heavenly Feather race and the White Tiger race that Lin Fei is about to leave the Spacetime Temple. The Spacetime Palace Master turned around and left this message to Great Sovereign Kongjio. Saint Master, is it safe for us to leave now? The three old ancestors were trembling in fear. They did not go to the Alliance meeting. They had always been in the Spacetime Pagoda. That attack had given them quite a fright. The defense of the Spacetime Pagoda had been activated to its limit. That wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. It's even more dangerous to stay. Lin Fei actually had something in his heart that he did not say. If I don't come out, how will those people take action? Now he was giving them a chance. If these people did not take action, they would always have such thoughts. The battleship left the Spacetime Temple. Lin Fei sat in the battleship. The system was turned on, monitoring everything within a radius of billions of miles. No powerful heavenly gods had appeared yet. After leaving the Spacetime Temple for a long time and stepping into an uninhabited region, Lin Fei finally received a notification. Master, there are great sovereigns attacking. Every one of them has the strength of a peak great sovereign. A three-dimensional image appeared. In the system, Lin Fei saw a group of people traversing through the void. The Heavenly Feather Race, a bunch of birdmen. Lin Fei smiled when he saw how they were behaving. That hierarch did not come? No. It was impossible for the Heavenly Feather Race not to send a hierarch. After all, his combat power was obvious to all. Anyone who did not take it seriously would definitely regret it. Found him. After searching carefully, Lin Fei found that one of the Heavenly Feather Race's great sovereigns was not right. Under the system's surveillance, his true identity was revealed. It was that hierarch from the Heavenly Feather Race. That's more like it. Lin Fei laughed. I wonder if they will bring the Paralysis Scepter this time. Just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. The warship continued to move forward. Another group of people appeared in the range of the surveillance. It was the pale-faced middle-aged hierarch from the massacre court. He was personally leading the group. His aura was concealed and he was also traversing through the void. Compared to the Heavenly Feather Race, the massacre court was slightly weaker. Having an hierarch leading the group was still a bright spot. How stubborn. Lin Fei laughed. Now that his hierarch body had been formed, he was considered a first-class hierarch expert. With the ability to protect himself, even an hierarch could not do anything to him. Moreover, it was not like he was unprepared. They were not in a hurry. Lin Fei was not in a hurry either. Is the Spacetime Temple planning to be the fisherman? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Until now, no one from the Spacetime Temple had appeared. Lin Fei did not believe that they would be so kind as to not secretly prepare to deal with him. The No Man's Land was huge. The black warship was very conspicuous in the No Man's Land. Master, someone has attacked. Chapter 31-24. The warship smashed into the ground, creating a huge commotion and a loud rumbling sound. Lin Fei also suffered a huge impact. That power penetrated the warship, crushing everyone's bodies. The three old ancestors, as well as some of the heavenly deities who came with them, all coughed up blood, dispirited and listless, directly entering a state of serious injury. Sacred Lord, this is a godly supreme treasure. To be able to unleash such power, it must be a godly supreme expert. The Grand Elder's face darkened. This was the first time Lin Fei was attacked by a godly supreme treasure, except for the Paralysis Scepter. Don't move. I'll bring you to a safe place. The three patriarchs and the heavenly gods gave up resisting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, all the heavenly gods on the warship were stored in the system space. That wave of attack had seriously injured them. If another wave came, they would die without a doubt. They would be completely safe in the system space. No power could destroy the system space. Obliterate. An even more powerful destructive force came. The sturdy warship instantly shattered into countless pieces in the face of this destructive force. This force continued toward Lin Fei. The Aotion barrier had just been activated when the force collided with Lin Fei's body, shattering layer by layer. This force was terrifyingly strong. In an instant, the Aotion barrier on Lin Fei's body shattered over 100 times. Crushing, absolute crushing force. Lin Fei had no doubt that anyone else would have died in front of this force. Master, the Heavenly Feather Clan's godly supreme has made a move. Be careful, he's coming. Little Devil warned. Just as Lin Fei was struggling to resist, a hand appeared. This hand was filled with great power, and it landed on Lin Fei's chest. The Aotion barrier shattered over 100 times again. Sacred Lord Lin, you didn't expect this, did you? The one who made the move was the ultimate god from the Heavenly Feather Clan. The pair of wings on his back was different from usual. They were ice blue and there were runes flashing on them. They gave off a terrifying aura. This was something that had never been seen on Great Venerable Heavenly Vast. After the palm strike landed on Lin Fei's body, his figure immediately disappeared and reappeared thousands of miles away. The ultimate divinity of the Heavenly Feather clan is really shameless. Lin Fei didn't seem to be affected by the palm strike. To be able to block my palm, you are indeed qualified to be the strongest person below the ultimate god level. The pale-faced middle-aged godly venerable laughed. However, you have offended our Heavenly Feather clan. Your luck isn't too good. Restrain. The pale-faced middle-aged ultimate god's wings turned into two sabers and slashed at him. The icy blue wings slashed at Lin Fei one saber after another. Under the cover of the treasures, Lin Fei felt like he was surrounded by countless sabers. At the same time, traces of essence extermination energy entered his body and continued to turn into sabers. A divine venerable's attack is indeed powerful. An internal and external attack is not something an ordinary person can withstand. Under the effect of the treasure, Lin Fei's movements slowed down. He was practically unable to move. Every time the saber struck, his life force drained rapidly. The Heavenly Feather clan has indeed made their move. In the void, another group of black-robed men were also paying attention. Hallmaster is right. Let them play with Lin Fei for a while. We will attack from behind and reap the benefits. Venerable Kong Jiao's clone had also arrived. This time he was not the one leading the team. Instead, it was a godly venerable expert from the Temporal Temple. Lin Fei's reputation was not just for show. The strongest person below the ultimate god level was no joke. It was inevitable that a godly venerable would be dispatched. Hierarch Hong Heavenly strength cannot be underestimated. The wings of his clan have always been the most terrifying divine weapon. That Lin Fei is also very powerful. Even with his movements restricted, he can still endure for so long. Soon he won't be able to endure for much longer. The godly venerable from the Temporal Temple was called Shi Tianhuang. He specialized in the Tao of Space and was considered a top-notch existence in the Tao of Space. Hierarch Hong Heavenly is planning to end this battle quickly. In another void, the godly venerable from the Massacre Court had also arrived. His name was Venerable Shajiao. He had a disdainful smile on his face. Lin Fei probably doesn't know how powerful the Heavenly Feather clan's godly venerable is. He will regret it in a while. Venerable Shajiao was very clear about how powerful the Heavenly Feather clan's experts were, especially the godly venerable experts. They had all activated their divine wings and were much more terrifying than he had imagined. The Heavenly Feather clan was famous for their wealth. Anyone who underestimated the Heavenly Feather clan would face terrible consequences. This was something that many people had personally experienced. Lin Fei did not completely release his godly venerable physical body's defenses. How could he miss such a good opportunity? Good fella, is this the other trump card of the Heavenly Feather clan? Lin Fei did not know how many attacks he had endured. Every attack was able to break through Lin Fei's protective barrier. After every attack, a portion of energy would surge into his body and gradually condense into a terrifying force. Destroy. Under the control of Hierarch Hong Heavenly, the force within Lin Fei's body was detonated. Boom boom boom. Hierarch Hong Heavenly did not dare to engage in close combat with Lin Fei. Hence, he released his divine wings to attack Lin Fei. Everyone had witnessed the scene at the Alliance meeting. After some analysis, they felt that as long as they did not get within a certain range of Lin Fei's technique would not be effective. Even though using such a method to attack Hierarch Hong Heavenly was more or less disgraced, Lin Fei was not an ordinary person. That attack just now was a secret technique of Hierarch Hong Heavenly and the Heavenly Feather clan. No matter what kind of protective technique it was, it could not stop the force from invading his body and condensing into a terrifying killing move. This is the consequence of going against the Heavenly Feather clan. Hierarch Hong Heavenly was about to retract his divine wings. It would be much easier to deal with Lin Fei now that he was severely injured. A single attack from a godly venerable was equivalent to thousands of attacks from a peak great venerable. The treasures enveloped him. The scene that Hierarch Hong Heavenly was anticipating did not happen. Under the powerful force, Lin Fei, who was suppressed by the treasures, was completely unscathed. I've experienced the strength of an ultimate god. Now it's my turn. Lin Fei laughed loudly. His body trembled and the suppression of the treasure was shaken off. He grabbed at the divine wings with one hand, and the incomparably sharp divine wings landed firmly in his hand. You're actually unscathed. Hierarch Hong Heavenly was shocked. How can your physical body be so strong? Unless you're an ultimate god. Anyone below the level of an ultimate god would not be able to withstand that attack. The Heavenly Feather clan was so powerful because their attacks contained two types of attacks. Normally, an ultimate god would not use a second attack when killing someone. A few attacks would suffice. It was the same for Lin Fei. As long as he did not get close to him, everything would be fine. The scene before him was beyond Hierarch Hong Heavenly's imagination. It also caused the expressions of the ultimate gods hiding in the void to change. Chapter 31-25. Lin Fei grabbed the divine wings with one hand and withstood Hierarch Heaven Hong's second attack, shocking everyone in the void. He actually withstood it and even grabbed the divine wings. Could his body have reached the ultimate god realm? Doesn't he know how powerful the divine wings are? Since ancient times, no one has dared to snatch the divine wings from the Sky Feather race. Hierarch Heaven Hong's face darkened as he pondered. There are only a handful of physique cultivators who reached the ultimate god realm. Even among the previous sacred lords, none of them reached the ultimate god realm. The words ultimate god had a special meaning. Shi Tianhuang reached the ultimate god realm with the emperor intent, which was also the method of most people. It was extremely difficult to reach the ultimate god realm. In the Saint Spirit domain, there were only a handful of people who reached the ultimate god realm with their physical bodies. The most they could do was cultivate to the great venerable realm. After that, it was difficult for them to break through. This was a well-known fact in the ultimate god realm. It must be a coincidence. Let's wait and see. Hierarch Heaven Hong did not make a move. He was waiting as it was not the best time to make a move. He was not the only one who wanted to get what he wanted from Sacred Lord Lin Fei. There were a few other ultimate gods hidden in the void. Everyone was patient, including him. After the divine wings were grabbed by Lin Fei, they turned into an icy blue radiance. Come in. Previously, Lin Fei was already interested in the divine wings. However, he did not dare to make a move easily. It would be a lie to say that he was not interested in the divine wings this time. It was different from the past. His body had become an ultimate god body and had strong defensive abilities. The divine wings were no longer impossible to get. The sharp divine wings were unable to cut through Phosphorus Fertilizer's palm. They made a lot of noise as they tried to break free from Lin Fei's hand. Transform. Hierarch Heaven Hong controlled the divine wings and turned them into a stream of water. That's right, it was an icy blue stream of water. The divine wings changed at this moment. Lin Fei would not let the divine wings escape from his hand. Come in. Lin Fei roared domineeringly. He once again grabbed out with one hand, and the ice blue water fell into his palm. A wave of energy enveloped the ice blue water, and with a push, the divine wings disappeared. Hierarch Heaven Hong's expression changed drastically as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His connection with the god wings had been forcefully severed. Come out. Hierarch Heaven Hong kept calling for him, but he lost contact with the god wings. There's no need to shout. Your things belong to this sacred lord. Now it's your turn. Lin Fei turned into a spatial clone and disappeared in front of everyone. A divine venerable was not invincible or invincible. Hierarch Great Hong, who was thousands of miles away, could faintly feel a dangerous aura enveloping him, but he couldn't find any trace of the other party. He knew that Holy Lord Lin Fei was definitely nearby. He knew that the other party was there, but he couldn't find the other party. This was the most frustrating thing. Even before he was severely injured, the god wings that he was so proud of had been snatched away. Now he could not find the whereabouts of the other party. This was completely unreasonable. What was even more inconceivable was that the treasure had sealed the space, so it couldn't stop Holy Lord Lin Fei from leaving. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Hierarch Great Hong's expression changed again. A hand appeared in the air and slammed onto Hierarch Great Hong's Emperor Will protection. The thick life energy in his body flowed out uncontrollably. Scary. It was really very scary. After Lin Fei slammed his hand, he disappeared again. Although I'm not a divine venerable, don't even think about taking advantage of me. He appeared again. A palm slammed onto Hierarch Great Hong's body, causing him to lose a small portion of his life energy. Lin Fei attacked relentlessly, palm strike after palm strike. Hierarch Great Sky was unable to defend against Lin Fei's attacks. He was so frustrated that he could only retreat after a single move. He was extremely slippery. Hierarch Great Hong finally knew how powerful Holy Lord Lin Fei was. If he didn't break through Lin Fei's concealment, he could forget about capturing the other party. Hierarch Great Hong scolded Lin Fei for being shameless. He couldn't do anything to the other party. Every time the other party attacked, he wanted to attack the other party, but he couldn't stop Lin Fei. Again? Although the other party could draw out his life energy, it wasn't as terrifying as the rumors said. Hierarch Great Hong didn't care about such a small loss. Lin Fei slammed his palm. With a feint, he appeared behind Hierarch Great Hong and slammed his palm on his body. Hierarch Great Hong was used to Lin Fei's petty tricks and didn't think much of it. Such petty tricks wouldn't hurt him even if he did it 1,000 or 10,000 times. However, when Lin Fei's palm landed on Hierarch Great Hong, a domineering force surged out and pierced through the Emperor Will protection. Hierarch Great Sky didn't try to stop this level of power. His body was already injured. This wasn't the most troublesome thing. The scariest thing was that Lin Fei's plunder skill was activated. Life energy flowed out like a flood. Hierarch Great Hong was shocked and couldn't believe it. For Sacred Lord Lin Fei to be able to display such power, the other party broke through the Emperor Will protection with one palm. The moment the protection was broken, the plunder skill was activated. During this time, Lin Fei's plunder skill showed its domineering side. Hierarch, your life energy is quite thick. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei left. All he could hear was Lin Fei's words. Hierarch Great Hong was extremely weak. He had never felt so weak before. Looking at his body, the life energy had disappeared completely. It was almost empty. Too cunning and shameless. Hierarch Great Hong immediately took out a scroll and disappeared without a trace with a whoosh. He didn't dare to stay any longer. Even Hierarch Great Hong was hit. The Hierarch in the void was shocked too. Everyone had seen Lin Fei's plunder skill. They thought the Hierarch would be able to withstand it. Who knew that Holy Lord Lin Fei's plunder skill was more domineering than expected? He could even break through the Emperor Will protection with one strike. It was an Hierarch level Emperor Will protection at that. That was the most shocking thing. Everyone knew what this power represented. After Hierarch Great Hong left, the remaining Hierarch didn't dare to move. That was because Holy Lord Lin Fei was nowhere to be found. Their divine senses couldn't detect Holy Lord Lin Fei's whereabouts. However, they all knew that Lin Fei should be in this region of space. He must have a powerful spatial treasure in his hands. Hierarch Shi Tianhuang thought to himself. As long as he doesn't crack it, he will always be a danger. No one could guarantee that Lin Fei wouldn't attack them. Let's go. Hierarch Shi Tianhuang lost his confidence and disappeared into the void. Forget it, forget it. This guy isn't easy to deal with. Hierarch Kill shook his head and left. He didn't want to be the second unlucky person. Who knew if the other party had discovered them and was ready to give them a fatal blow? They didn't dare to take this risk. Even Hierarch Hong had suffered a huge loss, let alone them. Even his divine wings had been snatched away. Chapter 31-26. The ultimate gods aren't very brave. Lin Fei did not leave the area and continued to transform into space. Ultimate God Tianhong's life energy was unbelievably rich. Lin Fei had robbed it and needed time to refine it. The life energy of a great venerable and an ultimate god had a substantial change. Lin Fei did not have time to rob another ultimate god. Today in this uninhabited area, which godly venerable made the first move? That godly venerable was unlucky. Lin Fei had also predicted that they would not dare to make another move. He could not help but feel a little disappointed when that happened. The ultimate gods might not be as strong as he had imagined. They also had their own plans. Master, they're all gone. Lin Fei was quite satisfied to be able to snatch the divine wings from ultimate god Tianhong. It was a good harvest, but it was a pity that the other ultimate gods did not make a move. Divine wings, what a good thing. When Lin Fei returned to the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei had a pair of ice blue divine wings on his back. Under the violent suppression of the system, all information on the divine wings was erased. The divine wings had also become ownerless. The refinement was completed smoothly and the effects were seen when he activated it. First, it increased his speed. After putting on the divine wings, his original speed could be increased by 50%. 50% was enough to leave others behind. Second, the divine wings were an elemental energy divine weapon that was blessed with the sharp edge technique. The wings were like blades that were extremely sharp. A great venerable's body could be cut open with a single slash. The slaughter divine weapon had a strong defense, but under the divine wings, it could leave a finger-deep wound. As for the other aspects, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Third, the divine wings could be used for both offense and defense. The material of the divine wings was special and could be activated to form a protective divine wings. Lin Fei tried using the slaughter divine weapon. Under the protection of the divine wings, the slaughter divine weapon could not hurt his body at all. It could not even break through the protection of the divine wings. Lin Fei liked the blue ice divine wings very much. It was a good item that was no less than a first-class ultimate god treasure. Hierarch Great Sky was on the verge of tears. He had lost a powerful treasure for nothing. Now that it was in Lin Fei's hands, there was no way he was going to hand it over. With the god wings, his speed, defense and attack had all been enhanced. He could put down the sky-splitting staff. The might of the sacred Sky Tyrant saber wasn't bad, but compared to the blue ice divine wings, it was still somewhat inferior. After a while, the blue ice divine wings would not be a luxury anymore. Lin Fei had Little Fiend try to decipher it. It would be best if it could be assembled. After returning to the sacred mountain, there was no news about the Divine Lord ambushing him. It was as if it had never happened. The news of the big alliance had also spread throughout the Saint Spirit domain. As for the huge gift that the MO33 country lords had presented, it had all been sealed up by the temporal temple. His reputation would be tarnished if news of the Great Alliance spread. Lin Fei did not stay idle. First, he mobilized the guards and prepared to go out and take a look. Under the Great Alliance, the demon homeland of the Demon 33 Lord would not be able to escape. How could Lin Fei miss out on such a good opportunity? He definitely had to reap the rewards. Holy Lord, our men have discovered that many forces spies have encouraged some people to obtain our Sacred Body Mountain's invincible devouring technique. The third elder came to report. During the Temporal Temple's alliance meeting, Lin Fei's incredible plundering ability had undoubtedly stimulated everyone. It's all right. Lin Fei did not care. They can learn it if they want. Anyway, our Sacred Body Mountain will not suffer any losses. Every level requires a lot of contribution points. Why not take advantage of this free labor? But what if? The third elder did not know that Holy Lord Lin Fei was plotting against them. He only knew that if the invincible devouring technique fell into the hands of those people, it would be a huge loss. This Holy Lord knows what to do. Lin Fei smiled. How's the mobilization of the guards going? The first and second batches have a total of 3,000 people. The third elder replied. The third and fourth batches shouldn't take too long. Ever since his return, Lin Fei issued an order. Anyone who cultivated the first stage of the invincible devouring technique was to join the Sacred Body Mountain's guards. In a short period of time, the number of heavenly gods who had mastered the invincible devouring technique reached 3,000. As long as one was willing to cooperate, it wasn't hard to learn the first stage's contribution points. There's no need for the third and fourth batches. Lin Fei decided to bring the first and second batches of heavenly gods. There were a total of 3,000 people who had mastered the first stage of the invincible devouring technique. 10 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators dared to gang up on an 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Venerable Lord. The current Sacred Body Mountain's experts were filled with fighting spirit, no matter who they faced. Holy Lord, a hierarch from the Heavenly Feather clan has arrived. He claims to be Hierarch Hong Tian. The third elder came in to report. The day of the Grand Alliance drew closer. The three ancestral patriarchs were extremely busy. Hierarch Hong Tian's arrival was unexpected. Invite him in, Lin Fei said with a smile. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that Hierarch Hong Tian would come. In fact, it would be strange if he didn't come. Hierarch Hong Tian came uninvited. This time it was a clone, a very ordinary clone. However, it was still a hierarch's clone. Holy Lord Lin, you didn't expect this lord to come, right? Hierarch Hong Tian gritted his teeth when he saw Lin Fei again. The humiliation he suffered the last time was too great. If there was a choice, Hierarch Hong Tian wouldn't have come to the Sacred Body Mountain to meet that shameless bastard Lin Fei. It is indeed quite unexpected, Lin Fei said with a smile. Hierarch Hong Tian went straight to the point. We are all smart people. Let's not beat around the bush. You have to hand over my divine wings. I can give you anything you want. Lin Fei laughed very happily. A supreme divinity is indeed a supreme divinity. This tone, this generosity, you give me whatever you want. What if when the time comes you can't produce anything? Aren't you afraid of blowing your own trumpet? Hierarch Hong Tian felt like he had lost an arm after losing his divine wings. He wasn't used to it. Holy Lord Lin, you should understand what the Heavenly Feather clan represents. Hierarch Hong Tian said coldly. Using the divine wings to exchange for something will only bring you benefits. Lin Fei wasn't afraid of threats. Then you can leave. Lin Fei's expression changed. I still have matters to attend to. I don't have time to argue with you. Send the guest off. Hierarch Hong Tian was indeed planning to use the Heavenly Feather clan to threaten Lin Fei. Hierarch Hong Tian had purposely concealed this matter because he was worried that he would become a joke in the Heavenly Feather clan. How dare you? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Scram and I can let you off. Otherwise there is no need for your clone to return. You. Hierarch Hong Tian stared at Lin Fei. What do you want for me to hand over my divine wings? I'm sorry but I like it too. Whoosh. The divine wings unfurled from Lin Fei's back. They were icy blue and dazzling. How is it? Not bad, right? Lin Fei smiled. The divine wings behind him suddenly turned into saber lights that slashed over. Hundreds of sabers flew out and surrounded Hierarch Hong Tian. Chapter 31:27. Hierarch Hong Great Heaven left. The pair of blue ice divine wings, which he had been refining day and night, was easily refined by Lin Fei. He had vomited blood and suffered a huge blow. This was completely impossible, and it was hard for anyone to believe that this was real. Revenge? Lin Fei was not worried about Hierarch Hong Great Heaven's revenge at all. He could not wait for them to take revenge on him. Each time they took revenge on him, they might be able to obtain a treasure that could increase their strength. After Hierarch Hong Great Heaven left, he did not do anything else. Lin Fei naturally did not believe that Hierarch Hong Great Heaven would give up so easily. He might be plotting something in the dark. Lin Fei could not stop such a thing. Just as the three patriarchs were preparing for the Great Alliance, Lin Fei was not idling around either. He was busy creating pieces of anti-paralysis armor. Even though Lin Fei was not around, there were people who purified the ores and sorted them out. When he returned, they started to fuse the anti-paralysis material. In a short period of time, Lin Fei created 5 pieces of anti-paralysis armor. After testing them, the effects were top-notch and could defend against 100% paralysis attacks. Master, there's a breakthrough in the gravitational material. After the anti-paralysis material was ready, Lin Fei did not let Little Devil stay idle. He started to study other material attributes. The Sacred Heaven set had a gravitational effect. Lin Fei naturally targeted the gravitational material. The Sacred Heaven set belonged to the Sacred Sky Mountain, and he had no intention of taking it for himself. It was a good item, but in Lin Fei's opinion, as long as he had the corresponding material attributes, he could easily create a brand new Sacred Heaven set with enchantment. With such a system, Lin Fei would not waste it. The large amount of ores he had obtained from the Heavenly Feather race and the Temporal Temple could finally be put to use. Master, this is the gravitational material. Are you satisfied? Little Devil was rather proud. This gravitational material is no different from the Sacred Heaven set's level 5 strength. It can be treated as level 5 gravity. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This is good stuff. Level 5 absolute gravity could affect even godly venerables. After obtaining the gravity attribute, Lin Fei immediately took action. In just a few days he had integrated absolute gravity into the blue ice divine wings. Even though the range of release was not large, Lin Fei was very satisfied. While Lin Fei was studying matter, the Great Alliance sent a message. They would gather at the border in a month's time and prepare to set off. Under the training of the 3 patriarchs, the strength of the first and second batches of the Imperial Guard army had improved tremendously. At the same time, they were also very proficient in their coordination. It could be said that once they were surrounded by the Imperial Guards, they would definitely die. Other than cooperation and training, Lin Fei had also crafted a batch of miniature absolute gravity shields for them. That's right, a shield. Lin Fei decided to give it a name, Gravity Shield, since gravitational matter was fused into the shield. All of them had 5 layers of absolute gravity. It was not easy for Lin Fei to create the Imperial Guards. He did not want them to be plotted against in the Great Alliance's war. With the level 5 absolute gravity, the gravity shield, the combat effectiveness of the 1st and 2nd Imperial Guards would definitely increase again. After all, the experts from the Devil Nation were not to be trifled with. No one was a match for them in a one-on-one situation. The Dark Shadow Palace Master came quietly. On a dark and windy night, the Dark Shadow Palace Master came without a sound. If the people outside know that the Dark Shadow Palace Master has sneaked up to our door, I'm afraid everyone will be dumbfounded. On the highest level of the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei smiled and teased the Dark Shadow Palace Master. They won't know anyway. The Dark Shadow Palace Master glanced at Lin Fei thoughtfully. Holy Lord Lin, you're amazing. Even Ultimate God Tian Hong from the Heavenly Feather clan was defeated by you. You even scared Shi Tian Huang to the point of killing a grade 9 Ultimate God to retreat. Lin Fei smiled. Dark Shadow friend, you're really well informed. Don't tell me you're inside too. In fact, the Dark Shadow Palace Master was indeed inside. It would not be normal if he was not inside. The Dark Shadow Palace Master naturally would not admit that he was one of them. Holy Lord Lin, you must be joking. Everyone knows your strength. You're invincible below the ultimate god level. Who would dare to come looking for trouble? The Dark Shadow Palace Master laughed dryly to hide the embarrassment on his face. The Dark Shadow Palace Master could still remember the day when Lin Fei fiercely grabbed the Heavenly Feather Clan's divine wing. After chatting for a while, the Dark Shadow Palace Master brought up the main topic. Holy Lord Lin, it's almost time for the Great Alliance. What do you think the Sacred Body Mountain Guards you lead will do? The Dark Shadow Palace Master asked. Dark Shadow friend, just say what you know. We're all straightforward people, aren't we? Lin Fei smiled and looked at the Dark Shadow Palace Master. Holy Lord Lin is indeed straightforward. The Dark Shadow Palace Master really liked to discuss things with people like Lin Fei. The Temporal Temple and the Massacre Court, as well as the Heavenly Feather Clan and the White Tiger race, are all eyeing the Sacred Body Mountain covetously. If the Great Alliance besieges you, they will definitely exhaust your strength. Then they will accuse Sacred Lord Lin of being incompetent. I believe that Sacred Lord Lin will be in big trouble then. After all, the Temporal Temple's strength is beyond your imagination. Lin Fei thought to himself. They're trying to scare me with the Temporal Temple. Who doesn't know that there are 14 experts in there? Each of them is exceptionally terrifying. What do you mean? Holy Lord Lin, if it were someone else, I would definitely not say this. However, you are not someone else. The Sacred Body Mountain and the Dark Shadow Palace have many areas of cooperation, such as this time. The Dark Shadow Palace Master laughed. The Temporal Temple will definitely bring one of the 3 great treasures, the Time-Space Divine Wheel, when the Great Alliance attacks the Devil Motherland. This is an incredible item. Time-Space Divine Wheel? Lin Fei had never heard of it. It's normal that you haven't heard of it. There are only a handful of people who know about this treasure. The Dark Shadow Palace Master said, at least outside the Saint Spirit domain, not many people know about it. The Temporal Temple hasn't used it for a long time, but no one dares to ignore the power of the Time-Space Divine Wheel. If Holy Lord Lin is accused of incompetence, that person will definitely use the Time-Space Divine Wheel to deal with you. That treasure is a special spatial treasure. Once you fall into it, no one will be able to come out. You will be lost in the Time-Space Divine Wheel until you die in the infinite time. This treasure can be regarded as a third-class ultimate god treasure. The Time-Space Divine Wheel is one of the 3 great treasures. The other 2 are the Time-Space Divine Shield and the Time Sword. Among them, the Time-Space Divine Shield is known as a time defense. No attack will land on the opponent, while the Time Sword can cut off one's lifespan. Any one of these 3 great treasures can easily kill you. The Dark Shadow Palace Master said, it's also thanks to your invincible devouring ability. Now that you've become the main force, the Temporal Temple wants to use you as a sharp knife. Chapter 31:28. Lin Fei had never heard of these 3 treasures. There was only one explanation left. The Temporal Temple hadn't used the 3 treasures for a long time, and the news that was circulating outside had been purposely erased. It was normal that outsiders didn't know about it. Taoist Dark Shadow, what are you planning to do by telling me this? Could it be that we're working together to get rid of the Temporal Temple and replace it? Lin Fei smiled. The 3 great treasures of the Temporal Temple. Just from the name alone, one could tell that they were very powerful. Lin Fei would definitely be wary of them. As long as he had enough time, no matter what treasure it was, he would be able to create the corresponding material and enchant it to defend against the attacks of the treasures. Hierarch Dark Shadow almost vomited blood from anger. Get rid of the Temporal Temple? How dare you say that? It was an ancient force that had been entrenched in the Saint Spirit domain for a long time. Even if its status had declined, it was still famous. The 5 top forces in the Black region were powerful, but they still didn't dare to make a move. A skinny camel was still bigger than a horse. Sacred Lord Lin, you really know how to joke. The Temporal Temple isn't something we can get rid of. In that case, it's better not to talk about it. After all, you are the Sacred Lord of the Sacred Body Mountain, the leader of the Physique Tempering School. The Dark Shadow Palace Master reminded. Lin Fei didn't seem to care. What are you afraid of? No matter how powerful the Temporal Temple is, it can't stay that way forever. What do you think will happen to the Sacred Body Mountain in 100,000 years? If not for Lin Fei's appearance, the Dark Shadow Palace Master dared to say that the Physique Tempering School would become a small school in 100,000 years. However, things were different now. With Lin Fei holding the fort and the invincible engulfment cultivation technique, It was hard to say how far the Sacred Body Mountain School of Body Tempering would go in the future. The Dark Shadow Palace and the Sacred Body Mountain will become allies, the most loyal allies. The Dark Shadow Palace Master didn't answer Lin Fei's question. Instead, he brought up another matter. I believe that if we join forces, there will only be benefits. Sacred Lord Lin, you need an ally, a powerful ally. Lin Fei was not surprised that the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace was so direct. Ever since he spied on the experts of the Temporal Temple, he knew that this day would come sooner or later. His rise was like a dark horse that blinded everyone's eyes. Don't be fooled by the fact that the Temporal Temple didn't seem to care about him. In fact, they didn't care about him at all. In their eyes, he was just a slightly stronger ant that they could casually kill with a finger. The Massacre God Court, Dark Shadow Palace, and Temporal Temple. Among these three peak forces, the Temporal Temple was the one with the longest history, possessing an unimaginable foundation. The Massacre God Palace and Dark Shadow Palace might seem to share the same name as the Temporal Temple, but in reality their influence was far inferior. Why should this Holy Lord believe you? Lin Fei said. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace set up a soundproof array formation. I can give you a super gift. Take it as a token of the Alliance's sincerity, and a gift that Holy Lord Lin will not reject. If it's really a gift that I can't refuse, then I can consider the Alliance. Lin Fei wasn't someone who would just listen to everything. The Alliance could. You want Lin Fei to easily agree to the Alliance? That's impossible. The Dark Shadow Palace Master wasn't angry. In fact, Holy Lord Lin has seen this gift before. It's the Origin Divine Pool from the Demon Motherland. What if I can let you take this treasure? Origin Divine Pool, take it? Lin Fei was really tempted. Holy Lord Lin's cultivation technique is unique. I believe your need for life energy is greater than anyone else's. The Dark Shadow Palace Master smiled. The Origin Divine Pool isn't as simple as you think it is. Currently, only the first level of that treasure has been opened. The Origin Divine Pool has a total of 3 levels and is an 8th grade Ultimate God treasure. The Dark Shadow Palace Master didn't say anything, but once he did, he threw out a big piece of news. Lin Fei was quite shocked. No way, how is this possible? An 8th grade Ultimate God treasure. Lin Fei was completely shocked. The last time he plundered a small part of it, the rich life energy was beyond imagination. Now you're telling me that it's an 8th grade Ultimate God treasure with a total of 3 levels and can be taken? Are you kidding me? Lin Fei did have an idea about the Origin Divine Pool. Lin Fei felt like he had been hit by a big pie. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was the one who revealed the secret, so it was at least 60 to 70% true. Nothing's impossible. The Dark Shadow Palace Master said proudly. There are less than 5 people in the entire Sacred Spirit domain who know about this secret. I'm one of them. Lin Fei couldn't help but think of the Demon King's words. The Dark Shadow Palace Master must have come from the Dark Shadow continent that was destroyed by Yuan Ye's power. It's not every day that we come across an 8th grade Ultimate God treasure. The Dark Shadow Palace Master continued. The Origin Divine Pool is rumored to have come from the Primordial Era's top sect, the Gate of God of Origin. If Holy Lord Lin can take control of it, it'll be like adding wings to a tiger. Lin Fei had a huge need for life energy. Once he reached the Ultimate God level, every time he healed his injuries he would need a huge amount of life energy. If he could take the Origin Divine Pool, it would be equivalent to a huge replenishment artifact. Master, if what the Dark Shadow Palace Master said is true, then you must take it. The little devil's voice sounded. According to analysis, the Dark Shadow Palace Master's information is very reliable. You don't have to tell me that, I know that too. Right now Lin Fei could lack anything but life energy. Moreover, he needed a large amount of life energy. This was something he valued more than anyone else. Fellow Taoist Dark Shadow, just tell me your true goal. The Origin Divine Pond is such an important thing. No matter who it is, they will feel that it is too unreal. This holy master is willing to believe that there is no such thing as a free lunch falling from the sky. The Dark Shadow Palace Master did have his own purpose. Alliance, I can give you the Origin Divine Pool technique, but whether you can take it or not is another matter. Even if I were to take action, the success rate would be less than 10%. The Dark Shadow Palace Master said directly. Apart from that, I also want the first 8 levels of the Invincible Devouring Technique. Lin Fei knew that the Dark Shadow Palace Master would not give him such a big gift so easily. Although the Origin Divine Pool is good, do you think it's possible for you to take the first 8 levels of the Invincible Devouring Technique? You said that the success rate would be less than 10%, but my invincible devouring technique will greatly increase the strength of anyone who cultivates it. At the same time, it will also strengthen the strength of one's body and unknowingly break through. Lin Fei smiled. Chapter 31:29. Lin Fei and the Dark Shadow Palace Master finally came to an agreement. As for what the Dark Shadow Palace Master had sacrificed, no one knew. In any case, the Dark Shadow Palace Master had a smile on his face when he left. He was definitely satisfied with his gains. I really didn't expect that a weakened version of the invincible Devourer that I casually created would be favored by so many people. It's fine if you don't become my enemy, but if you become my enemy, I'll make you regret it. Lin Fei watched the Dark Shadow Palace Master leave. After confirming that he had left, he laughed maniacally. He had gained a lot from this trip. Master, the Dark Shadow Palace Master isn't a good person. It's extremely difficult to obtain the Origin Divine Lake, and the Temporal Temple might even be watching. Lin Fei nodded. I naturally know that. Since I know the method, I'm qualified to participate in such a good thing. Even if there was only a 10% chance, Lin Fei had to give it a try. The invincible Devourer was not worth mentioning in Lin Fei's eyes even if he handed over the mantra of the 7th level. In the face of the system's plunder, everything was useless. I have to make some preparations, such as getting some treasures that can resist the power of time. With the spatial transformation bracelet, the power of space did not affect him much. After using it several times, Lin Fei liked the bracelet more and more. Time passed quickly. It was time for the Great Alliance. Lin Fei stood on the Sacred Sky Plaza and summoned the first and second guards, a total of 3,000 people. Do you know what we're going to do? Lin Fei's voice was loud and clear. We're going to kill the enemy. The voices were scattered. Lin Fei shouted. Wrong, we're going to rob. We're going to rob everything we like. What? We don't have any wealth because we're poor. The 3 patriarchs and 10 elders who were standing at the back were also stunned as they listened to the story. But for some reason, everyone felt an inexplicable excitement when they heard this. The eyes of the 3,000 heavenly gods lit up. It's because we're poor that this sacred lord will bring you to get rich. Lin Fei laughed loudly. In the devil country, anyone who obstructs us will be killed. Anyone who likes them will be snatched away. Anyone who obstructs our path will be killed. Or we are the strongest experts of our sacred body mountain. Kill him, kill him. Grab it all, grab it all. When the 3,000 heavenly deities heard this, their blood surged as if they were injected with chicken blood, extremely excited. Lin Fei's words were very vulgar, but to a group of body transformation-style powerhouses, they were very tasteful, and not just tasteful. Someone is blocking our way. What should we do? Kill him. There's a great sovereign blocking our way. Kill him. Lin Fei roared again. Wrong. If we run into a grandmaster, we'll just kill him as a group. Use your invincible Devourer to kill as many as you can. You're a whole. Don't you understand unity? We don't need to care about face. Face is not given but earned. Again? The first guard army and second guard army's emotions were roused. It was as if they could see a large number of treasures flying towards them. Even though they were heavenly deities, they were not very rich. Lin Fei's words had undoubtedly struck a chord in their hearts. Lin Fei was very satisfied with his rally. Lin Fei believed that after taking them on this trip, everyone's mindset would change. This was the result that Lin Fei wanted. If the Sacred Body Mountain's body tempering style wanted to return to its glorious peak, they would need to change their methods. Plunder. This was what Lin Fei was thinking. Even though the Saint Spirit domain looked very peaceful, according to Little Devil's analysis, the Saint Spirit domain was not as peaceful as they had imagined. On the contrary, undercurrents were surging. The chaos in the Devil Country was just the beginning. The 5 top forces of the Black Domain were also restless. These were all deduced from a few clues. As the sacred leader of the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei had a certain responsibility. He had to transform the Sacred Body Mountain. Little Devil's invincible engulfment was the first step, and it gave everyone hope. The effect of this was very good. Now all the body tempering experts in the Sacred Body Mountain, no matter who they were working hard to accumulate entry points. Everyone saw hope. The second step was to lead the experts of the Sacred Body Mountain and strengthen their confidence. Now the opportunity was here. Surrounding the Devil Country was a very good move. Lin Fei brought his people and set off. The 3 patriarchs stayed in the Sacred Body Mountain with their clones. After cultivating the invincible engulfment, their clone's strength had also greatly increased. The Sacred Body Mountain's 5 layers of absolute gravity had also begun. Lin Fei did not want his base to be destroyed when he went out. That would really make him cry. Who asked him to have enemies all over the world? He had to be careful. When the 3,000 guards set off, they caused quite a big commotion. It was grand and majestic. Those heavenly gods who were not qualified to go to the sacred body mountain were all looking forward to it. If it was really as the sacred leader said, their future would be unimaginable. This time, the Great Alliance gathered at the border of the three top forces. Lin Fei and the Dark Shadow Palace Master had formed a secret alliance. He knew some of the Temporal Temple's plans, such as using his sacred body mountain as a sharp blade. One Lin Fei's strength was equivalent to thousands of troops and horses. He was the most suitable to be a sharp blade. The experts of the Devil Country were famous for their thick skin and flesh. They were very difficult to deal with. With Lin Fei as the vanguard, it would be the best. According to the words of the Dark Shadow Palace Master, the Temporal Temple would definitely weaken the strength of the Sacred Body Mountain during this operation to annihilate the Demon Empire. They would definitely not allow the Sacred Body Mountain to grow. In the sky leading to the border, Lin Fei met more than 10 groups of people along the way. All of them were members of the Great Alliance. They avoided Lin Fei's battleship as if they were afraid of the plague. Sacred Leader, our Sacred Body Mountain is now famous. The third old ancestor laughed proudly. That's right. Our first and second guards have all cultivated the invincible Devourer, who isn't afraid of us. The second old ancestor also said proudly, they all say that our Sacred Body Mountain is now a body-tempering school of lunatics. Lin Fei laughed as well. If the body-tempering school isn't a lunatic, then who is? After walking for half a month, Lin Fei finally arrived at the border with the guards behind him. As soon as he stepped into the border, he stood on the battleship and looked at the huge cities on the other side. They were built by the Devil Country. They had constructed huge arrays and added all sorts of attributes. The subordinate forces of the three top forces had suffered greatly. Chapter 31:30. We're going to be alone. Lin Fei brought the Sacred Body Mountain Guard army to the border and was quickly arranged to set up camp there. Apart from the Sacred Body Mountain, there was no other power to be found in the surroundings. It seemed empty and lonely. The three ancestors mocked themselves. This was the first time they had encountered such treatment. That person from the Temporal Temple must have arranged this on purpose. The third ancestor was very unhappy. They should have arranged for us to be near the headquarters. Speak less. No one will think that you're mute, the first ancestor shouted. The three ancestors were very dissatisfied with this place. Lin Fei did not care about this matter. Alright, there's no need to say any more. The first and second guard army will take action. Since they arranged for us to stay here, everyone needs to be on high alert. Actually, Lin Fei had expected this when he came. The Dark Shadow Palace Master, the spy, had given Lin Fei a lot of information. For example, the headquarters of the Alliance would definitely be suppressed. After all, Lin Fei's Sacred Body Mountain training style had been showing off his abilities recently. Everyone was afraid of the Sacred Body Mountain. After arranging for the Sacred Body Mountain Guard army to stay, Lin Fei went to report. They wanted to find an excuse, but Lin Fei did not give them what they wanted. In the headquarters of the Alliance, Lin Fei met Supreme Sovereign Invincible Metal. The moment he came over, he winked at Lin Fei. Sacred Lord Lin, you're really amazing. They suffered at your hands again. Invincible Metal said in a low voice, his face full of smiles. Lin Fei glanced at Invincible Metal. You're really well informed. Invincible Metal chuckled. If you're not well informed, you'll suffer sooner or later. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed but did not say anything. You made them suffer. You have to be careful. It's not easy to encircle the Devil Motherland. They will definitely plot against you. I don't want Sacred Lord Lin to die so quickly. That's not something meaningful to the Saint Spirit world. I feel that the Saint Spirit world is very interesting now. Invincible Metal laughed evilly. Alright, another fellow who wanted to see the world in chaos. Alliance main camp. Those who saw Lin Fei and Jean Booby all stood to the side. They didn't even greet them and just looked at them with a look of schadenfreude. Neither Lin Fei nor Jean Bubao cared about it. Sacred Lord Lin, we were just talking about you. I didn't expect you to be here so soon. In the base camp. After reporting to Jean Bubang, Lin Fei arrived at the base camp. The base camp was very empty. Other than the Temporal Temple, there was also the Dark Shadow Palace Master and the Massacre Sect Master. The Spacetime Palace Master said with a smile. The Dark Shadow Palace Master and the Massacre Sect Master were also smiling. The former's smile was friendly, while the latter's smile was fake. He was gloating. For the Alliance Master to mention me, I've gained a lot of face. Lin Fei said with a smile, just because of these words, our sacred body mountain will perform well and be determined to conquer the demon motherland. Talking about himself? In the end he was still scheming. How could Lin Fei not know that? He might as well go along with him. The Space-Time Palace Master said passionately, if all the forces in the Saint Spirit world had the same awareness as Sacred Lord Lin, the demon motherland wouldn't be so arrogant. We would have destroyed it long ago. The Dark Shadow Palace Master and the Massacre Sect Master agreed. Sacred Lord Lin, since your people are here, the first order to besiege the demon motherland will be completed by your sacred body mountain. Military orders must be obeyed. You have to live up to expectations. The Space-Time Palace Master's tone changed as he said solemnly. Yes. Lin Fei didn't want to stay here any longer. This is the mission of your sacred body mountain. A scroll flew over and stopped in front of Lin Fei. There was a seal on it. Lin Fei grabbed the scroll and opened it. His expression changed slightly. I swear to complete the mission with my life. The Space-Time Palace Master was well aware of the harsh requirements of the mission. He believed that Lin Fei would fly into a rage out of humiliation, and he didn't mind teaching him a lesson. However, Lin Fei endured it. This was quite a surprise. Good, the entire alliance will be waiting for you. The Space-Time Palace Master smiled. Daoist Jin, this is your mission. I hope you can complete it and contribute greatly to the demon motherland. Jin Bubei laughed as he took the scroll. We also swear to complete the mission with our lives. Want to sit together? Jin Bubei took the initiative to invite Lin Fei. Sure. Lin Fei said with a smile. Lin Fei arrived at Jin Bubei's headquarters. There weren't many Jingguang tribe experts, only about 5,000, and all of them were elites. In this kind of war, those with weak strength would be sending themselves to their deaths. They had to be at least 7th or 8th order heavenly god realm, especially when they were facing the demon motherland's devil soldiers and generals. The temporal temple is really trying to weaken us. Jin Bubei passed the scroll to Lin Fei. Lin Fei chuckled. We're about the same. The mission on the scroll was simple. They had to break through the demon motherland's left and right defensive lines in half a year's time. This mission wasn't simple at all. Those formations were linked together, forming a huge formation. It wasn't that easy to break through. We're sharing most of the pressure while they're attacking the middle. What a good plan. Jin Bubei smiled bitterly. I wonder if Holy Lord Lin has any good ideas? Kill the leader and ambush them. Lin Fei ordered. The demon motherland's defensive lines were the first line of defense. If they didn't break through this line, they wouldn't be able to kill their way in. We're in deep trouble this time. I just found out that the Massacre God Court and Dark Shadow Palace are in charge of the defensive lines, but the pressure on us is the greatest. If things go wrong, we'll suffer heavy losses. Jin Bubei didn't look worried, but he was cursing inwardly. Easier said than done. Holy Lord, this mission is too difficult. When the three old ancestors saw the scroll, their faces turned serious. This wasn't a simple mission. Those big cities were blessed with all kinds of attributes, and they would suffer heavy losses if they charged head-on. The devil soldiers and generals inside were not to be trifled with. In a head-on confrontation, not many people could withstand them. Even though the strength of the 1st and 2nd Guard armies of the Sacred Body Mountain had greatly increased, the odds of victory were not very high. The casualty rate was very high. I think they're doing this on purpose. Why do we have to be in charge of the left defensive line, and it's only our Sacred Body Mountain? Holy Lord, why don't we protest? Lin Fei smiled. Forget it. They're targeting us on purpose. What we need to do now is to attack our way through. Inform the others to rest for a night and we'll act tomorrow. Wasn't it just sweeping through these cities? It might be difficult for others, but was it difficult for him? It wasn't difficult at all. After all, he had the system space. If he were to charge in single-handedly and let him out, the outcome of the battle would be decided by him. Chapter 31-31. In the Great Alliance's base camp, the Space-Time Temple Master was conversing with a hierarch. Daoist Hong Sky, your schemes are impressive. Unknowingly, you managed to scam that brat Lin Fei. The Space-Time Temple Master laughed. It's all thanks to Daoist Hong Sky's help. I didn't expect that Lin Fei would be so cunning as to accept the mission directly. I thought he would cause a ruckus. Hierarch Hong Sky gritted his teeth at the mention of Lin Fei. A troublemaker like him indeed needs to be dealt with. The Space-Time Temple Master naturally knew that Hierarch Hong Sky had suffered a huge loss at the hands of Lin Fei. He wouldn't be foolish enough to mention it. He definitely wouldn't expect that the left path is where most of the experts from the Devil Motherland are gathered. I won't be able to take this lying down if I don't give him a huge present. Hierarch Hong Sky said sinisterly. As long as we severely injure Lin Fei, we can proceed with the rest of the plan. It's a pleasure working with you. The Spacetime Temple Master smiled. Devil Motherland Ancestral Grounds. The Saint Spirit World formed an alliance and prepared to attack the Devil Motherland. The Devil Motherland received the news immediately. In the following period of time they made some arrangements. Ruler, we just received news that the Spacetime Temple Master, that old fox, arranged for St. Body Mountain's Lin Fei to attack our left path, the Jingguang tribe to attack our right path, and the rest to attack the middle path. A demon general hurried in to report. The Devil 33 ruler sat high up in his seat, emitting an aura that looked down on the world. What an old fox. The Devil 33 ruler laughed. St. Body Mountain's Lin Fei is famous now, especially with that invincible devour. It's a good idea to use them as the vanguard. When the higher-ups of the Devil Motherland heard that Lin Fei was going to attack the left path, they all revealed murderous intent. They couldn't forget the humiliation that Lin Fei had brought them in the Devil Motherland. Ruler, Lin Fei must die. It's best to capture him alive and suppress him. If our Devil Motherland can master his invincible devour, we will be able to conquer the Saint Spirit world. That's right. We must capture Lin Fei. The Demon 33 Country Lord said calmly, this country lord already has a plan for this matter. You don't need to say anything more. They want to surround and attack our Demon Motherland. This time we will make them pay the price in blood. After they left, the Demon 33 Country King summoned his trusted aide. Tell the generals on the left that if they encounter Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain, they can retreat if they can't stop him, but they must pretend to resist. Understood. MO33's trusted aide received the order and left. You were lucky enough to escape last time, but this time no matter how many of you come, you'll all die. There's no need to leave. At this moment, the Demon 33 Country Lord's face was filled with confidence, as if everything was within his grasp. Without notifying anyone, Lin Fei set off with the first and second guards. They were all stored in the system space. As soon as the space transformation bracelet unfolded, Lin Fei turned into space and quietly left. Before leaving, Lin Fei took a stroll around the area. Speaking of which, there really were spies hiding in the void watching him. Keep an eye on them. Lin Fei clapped his hands and left. Outside the border, ruins could be seen everywhere. These were all traces left behind when the Demon Nation expanded outwards. Billions of miles away, the first huge city appeared. Unlike the usual cities, these cities were shaped like pyramids, and at the top of the pyramids, there was a unique treasure placed there. This is the Earth's slow attribute. Lin Fei walked around and found out what the attribute was. The Demon 33 Country King is more powerful than I thought, to be able to create such a thing. Lin Fei's gaze moved back and forth on the bead. The harvest this time should be more bountiful than I thought. Break the formation. These formations seem to be very high level. In Lin Fei's eyes it was just a matter of time. If 1 hour wasn't enough, then he would give it another 2 hours. 1 hour later, Lin Fei entered the pyramid city through an opening and hovered above the pyramid. He threw a surveillance camera over and his heart couldn't help but tremble. Wow, this city is actually heavily guarded. There are 30,000 demon soldiers, 50 demon venerables and 10 great demon venerables. The Demon Nation is really rich. Lin Fei realized that if they attacked head-on they would all die. No wonder they asked me to attack the left side. This is the most dangerous side. Thinking about the Demon Nation's origin deity's lake, it was not surprising that there were so many experts guarding it. They occupied half of the Saint Spirit domain and captured a large number of slaves. How many experts could they nurture? Spacetime Palace Master, you think too lightly. Lin Fei turned into a ghost and pounced towards the top of the pyramid. He reached out and grabbed. With a loud rumble, the bead at the top released tens of thousands of rays of light. It turned out that this was also a big trap. Lin Fei's palm released a faint golden light. It was the godly venerable level body. The golden light landed on the godly venerable level body and bounced off. The bead also fell into his hand. Luckily I have the godly venerable level body. If it was an ordinary godly venerable, this kind of penetrating power would definitely penetrate through his palm and even affect his body. After using all kinds of methods, Lin Fei was also convinced by the Demon Nation. As soon as the bead landed in his hand, the slowing power swept over. Lin Fei flipped his hand and the bead fell into the system space. The slowing attribute that shrouded the pyramid disappeared completely. Who is it? Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The great venerables rushed out. The 10 demon venerables wore black armor and only revealed a pair of eyes. Die. Lin Fei could not be bothered with them. The blue ice divine wings flew out and turned into a blue stream of water, crushing over the great venerables. The 10 great venerables of the demon nation fell from the sky, lifeless. Lin Fei could easily kill the great venerables of the demon nation without any pressure. Only Lin Fei could kill them so easily. Kill them all and rob them all. The things are all yours. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, the first and second defense guards were released. After a short moment of confusion, they knew what they were going to do. Kill? The demon nation's demon army, everyone attack. Although the 3,000 guards were nothing, they were still very terrifying when they joined forces. They were like a sharp knife that pierced into the demon army. The 3 great ancestors also came out. The demon nation is really a terrifying race. The 3 great ancestors looked at the tragic battle below and did not help them. They only used their divine senses to lock onto the demon venerable level experts. Chapter 31-32. The 3,000 guards bared their sharp fangs for the first time. There's a demon sovereign here. Everyone attack together and suck him dry. Hundreds of experts surrounded and attacked. The demon sovereign was very strong. He easily sent the heavenly gods flying. In the next moment they surrounded again and didn't give up. They fought head-on. You suck, I suck, everyone suck. The demon sovereigns couldn't take it anymore. They lost a portion to one heavenly god and another heavenly god. Most importantly, they couldn't stop it. What kind of terrifying technique is this? I don't want to give up. The demon sovereign screamed in despair. He was sucked dry in a few moves. After the first demon sovereign was sucked dry, everyone was pumped up. They stared at the other demon sovereigns and surrounded them. The guards' injuries recovered in the blink of an eye with the help of life energy. After witnessing the domineering power of this technique, they attacked the demon sovereign soldiers and generals even more crazily. A few besieged one, a dozen, or even 100 besieged one. Shameless? It didn't matter anymore. If the demon sovereigns could use numbers, why couldn't they? The experts from the demon sovereigns didn't care at first. So what if there were 3,000 heavenly gods? They were like vegetables being chopped up. In the end, they encountered the terrifying Saint Body Mountain guards who had secret techniques. First, they were separated by the Imperial guards, and then they were annihilated one by one. Later on, the experts from the demon sovereigns were afraid. The 3,000 heavenly gods were more terrifying than they had imagined. They were almost unkillable. Fight head-on? Their advantage was gone. As soon as they came into contact with each other, their life force was sucked away. They had to defend with all their might in order to suppress it. It was still fine if there was only one of them, but the heavenly deities of the Saint Body Mountain didn't care about the rules. They attacked one after the other, causing their life force to be unable to be suppressed any longer. After a fierce battle, the Saint Body Mountain guards suffered light losses. However, everyone was injured. Saint Lord, they gained a lot. This is the domineering aura that body cultivators should have. The 3 old ancestors' faces were flushed. They couldn't miss such a good opportunity. The demon sovereigns were sucked dry by the 3 of them, except for a few left for the heavenly god guards. The first battle went very smoothly. It was better than expected. Pack up, we're going to raid the second city. Lin Fei squinted. We'll take down as many as we can while they're unprepared. Since there weren't many casualties, Lin Fei was relieved. After learning the invincible devour, the Empyrean Guard Army's greatest shortcoming was that they were unable to fight one-on-one against the experts of the Devil Empire. But now things were different. After all, the demon nation's demon soldiers were very powerful, especially their bodies. They could easily defeat those of the same level in a one-on-one fight. But now it was completely different. Even if he was injured, his injuries wouldn't worsen after he plundered the life energy. He would unknowingly recover. This became a nightmare for the experts of the Devil Empire. The advantage was gone. The first and second guards' armies had tasted the sweetness of victory. Every time he absorbed it, his physical body would be strengthened to a certain extent. This was something that all heavenly deities of the body tempering school dreamed of. When they fought against the experts of the Devil Motherland, they were full of motivation. Even when they were injured, they still attacked crazily. If one wasn't enough, they would attack 2 or even 3. I can embed this slow pearl and release the slow attribute within a certain range. This is a good thing. This thing was useless to Lin Fei, but it was useful to the guard army. Although the slow pearl's range wasn't large, it was most suitable for the guard army. With the slow pearl, it could further suppress the experts of the Devil Motherland. It wasn't easy for him to bring out a batch of guard army. Lin Fei didn't want too many of them to die. That would be too much of a pity. Lin Fei was also preparing to properly nurture the 1st and 2nd Guards armies. In the future, this batch of guard army would be the upper echelon of the Sacred Body Mountain's body tempering school. When I go back this time, I must get a body tempering technique. This way their strength will increase the fastest. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Earth binding. The 2nd city. As soon as Lin Fei entered, vines shot out from the ground and wrapped around him. It's down there. Just like the previous time, Lin Fei easily broke through the earth binding and obtained an earth-colored pearl. He released the guard army and fought for 2 hours, killing all of them, leaving behind an empty city. Metal Age Chi, what a domineering pearl. The 3rd city was set up with Metal Age Chi, which had an extremely strong penetrative power. When Lin Fei appeared, the dense and boundless Metal Age Chi penetrated him, shaking his divine supreme body and leaving behind white marks. The most terrifying thing was that even the body armor couldn't stop this penetration. By the time one reacted, the Metal Age Chi would land on them, and they wouldn't even know how they died. If the Great Alliance attacked them one by one, they would have to pay a huge price. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and kept the Metal Age Chi pearl. It was a golden pearl, and with a little refining, it would be a terrifying treasure. The Great Alliance. Report, the Sacred Body Mountain has broken through the 1st city. Report, the Sacred Body Mountain has broken through the 2nd city and broken through the earth binding. Report, the Sacred Body Mountain has broken through the 3rd city and broken through the Metal Age Chi. Report. The scouts kept reporting the situation. Every city was broken through, and the city gates were opened, leaving behind dried corpses on the ground. To the Great Alliance, this was a very exciting event. We've underestimated Lin Fei. Those fellows from the demonic motherland are really useless. Hierarch Great Sky had planned to use the experts of the demonic empire to deal with Lin Fei. However, Lin Fei was unstoppable. He destroyed 12 cities in a row and obtained treasures one after another. It was very difficult to break through the cities of the demonic motherland head-on. This was also why Hierarch Hong Heaven had used such a method to scheme against Lin Fei. They would never have guessed that Lin Fei had the system. No matter what formation it was, there would always be a flaw, and Lin Fei would be able to sneak in. They didn't have the ability to do so. If they fought head-on, they might not be able to break through even with 10 times the casualties. Previously, the 3 top forces had experienced this firsthand. Now that they looked at Lin Fei's Sacred Body Mountain, they didn't feel good no matter how they looked at it. When the people behind them entered, everything was plundered and only corpses were left behind. It was really killing and robbing everything. Those who went in came out with their eyes wide open. They had never seen such a shameless heavenly god. Everything was taken away, and all that was left were those horrifying shriveled corpses. Chapter 31-33. Lin Fei didn't care about what the Spacetime Palace Master was thinking. He was currently leading the Imperial Guard army to raid the various cities. Saint Lord, they ran away. The 3rd Old Ancestor's voice was heard. They used the teleportation formation. The opposing formation was also destroyed. We can't chase them. 2nd Old Ancestor returned helplessly. Only these demon soldiers are left. Great Old Ancestor returned. This was half a month after Lin Fei led the guards to attack the cities. Ever since the previous city, every time Lin Fei broke through, the people in the city would run away. It was much simpler this time. The high-ranking officers were gone. Only 20 to 30,000 demon soldiers were left. They don't want to play with us anymore. They can't afford to lose. Lin Fei was startled. He couldn't help but shake his head. Demon Country's 33 king was more cowardly than he thought. After raiding 17 or 18 cities in a row, the wild nature of the 3,000 guards had been nurtured. They were all bloodthirsty. Now all of them were filled with killing intent. Whoever was stared at by them would feel a chill in their bones. Lin Fei was prepared to continue training the Close Guard army. In a short period of time, hundreds of Close Guard army soldiers had broken through. It was best to use the demon motherland to train them, but in the end they had all run away. Saint Lord, what should we do now? The 3 Old Ancestors also had an appetite. They didn't care about anything below the demon venerables. Even the demon venerables weren't interested. Those pitiful great demon venerables were unlucky. They ate them all. Let's see. Lin Fei really couldn't find anything good about this move of the demon country's 33 king. When he came, he was prepared to kill his way through. When he reached the demon country's ancestral land, his guards would become a wolf-like elite army. This was also the reason why Lin Fei had brought 3,000 personal guards with him. Soldiers weren't about numbers but quality. They broke through a few more cities. The thing that Lin Fei didn't want to happen the most happened. Demon Country's 33 king is such a coward. In every city the pearls were gone, the demon venerables were gone, the great demon venerables were gone, and the rest were just small fries. Unhappy Lin Fei was quite unhappy. The 3 ancestral patriarchs were also extremely displeased. Holy Lord, why don't we switch to another path? For example, the middle path or the right path. They won't be prepared for that. The 3rd ancestor suggested. The eyes of the other 2 ancestral patriarchs lit up. That was one way. Lin Fei waved his hand. Forget it, there's no need for that. Who knows, the Spacetime Hall Master might even want us to change places and give us another big hat. The 3 ancestral patriarchs were disappointed. You don't have to worry. We, the Imperial Guards, will have plenty of opportunities. Lin Fei said with a smile. The left side has collapsed by itself. Tell the people below to consolidate their strength. We're slowing down. The Spacetime Palace Master was currently leading his men to attack the middle lane. Some people were quite unhappy that they failed to scheme against Lin Fei. However, when they attacked the middle path they suffered great losses. The demon country was already prepared and couldn't think of any other way apart from a forceful attack. The Spacetime Hall Master and the other allied forces suffered heavy losses. In a month's time they barely managed to break through 5 cities. If this was a normal time this result would be very good. However, compared to Lin Fei's left side, the difference was too big. They had broken through more than 20 cities and almost swept through everything. Spacetime Hall Master, your people aren't good enough. They aren't even as good as Sacred Lord Lin Fei on the left. Ah! In the sky above a city that radiated a scorching aura, the muscular figure of the Demon Country's 33 king appeared in front of the Spacetime Hall Master. He was in a good mood and his words were filled with mockery and provocation. The Spacetime Hall Master originally wanted to suppress Lin Fei. If he could give him a big hat, that would be the best. However, the Demon Country's blockade on the left side seemed to be non-existent. He didn't like hearing the name Lin Fei the most right now. Demon Country's 33, don't be too happy. Sacred Lord Lin Fei is a member of the Great Alliance. Let's see how you'll deal with him once he gets close to the Demon Country's ancestral grounds. The Spacetime Hall Master wouldn't fall for the trap and purposely mention Lin Fei. The Demon Country's 33 king had an expression of nonchalance. Who's afraid of who? You should think about how to attack first. The Demon Country's 33 king said. This king feels that you should use the palace treasure. It's faster and more satisfying. You'll see soon enough. The Spacetime Hall Master retreated with his people. Attacking the Demon Country wasn't something that could be done in a day or two. King, Sacred Lord Lin Fei has purposely slowed down on the left side. What should we do? The Demon Country's 33 king had a headache dealing with Lin Fei. The city's array could stop the Spacetime Hall Master and the others, but it couldn't stop Sacred Lord Lin Fei. Even now, no one knew how he managed to sneak in. The array wasn't damaged at all, but he was still able to sneak in. It was indeed unimaginable and impossible to guard against. Your Majesty, I'm going to meet that guy personally. The MO33 country ruler had seen Lin Fei's destructive power before. Now he had brought in even more destructive personal guards with him. The MO Empire's demon soldiers and demon generals would not be able to withstand their siege. This made the MO33 country ruler want to vomit blood. It was just one monster and there were so many of them. How could that be? Lin Fei had created the invincible devour technique, and it had become in existence that the Devil 33 country lords were gnashing their teeth in anger. They truly loved and hated Lin Fei at the same time. Why wasn't Lin Fei a member of their devil country? This thought appeared in the mind of the Demon 33 rulers more than once. With the help of such a cultivation technique, it was not impossible for them to dominate the Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei was constantly paying attention to the progress of the Great Alliance. There was not much progress in the middle. On the right, the experts led by Invincible Jean were efficient, but compared to Lin Fei's side, they were far behind. Now, the speed at which Lin Fei attacked the cities had slowed down. Each city did not need to be attacked much. As long as he went and opened the array, the rest would be simple. Now only that array could affect them. The demon soldiers inside were no longer invincible in the eyes of the personal guards. Lin Fei was not idle either. He used materials to refine treasures. Slowing scepter, gold age scepter, and so on. A series of scepters. The core treasures all came from the contributions of the devil country. In the hands of the personal guards the effects were very good. In a small area, the personal guards would be affected by 30 to 40%. Among them, the more overbearing was the Gold Age scepter. It could penetrate the defenses of the personal guards. The scariest thing was that it could penetrate the defenses of the personal guards in an instant. There was no way to block it. Only great paragons with stronger defenses could withstand it. As for the other precious pearls, they were also quite powerful. Lin Fei divided the personal guards into 10 small teams, and each team had 300 heaven gods. He gave them the scepters to use, and the teams started to learn to cooperate with each other. At night, the demon 33 country lords have come to my place in the middle of the night. Are you trying to sneak an attack on me? Chapter 31-34. Demon Country Lord 33 had come at night, not intending to avoid Lin Fei. This young holy Lord Lin Fei was not as simple as he thought. If one thought that he could hide from Lin Fei, then one was underestimating Lin Fei, who had made so many enemies in the Saint Spirit domain. Holy Lord Lin, you really know how to joke. Mo33 Country Lord revealed himself. You are the famous Saint Body Mountain Saint Master of the Saint Body Mountain. Who would ambush you? Both the Temporal Temple and the Heavenly Feather Race have suffered greatly because of you. In the palace, Lin Fei smiled at Demon Country Lord 33. But I feel that you are here to sneak up on me. Demon Country Lord 33 had only sent an avatar, so he was not that worried. Holy Lord Lin, I am only an avatar. If I sneak up on you, wouldn't that be suicide? Actually, Lin Fei was not surprised that this Demon Country Lord had come to find him. Lin Fei knew that the Demon 33 Kingdoms ruler was planning something. At the very least, he didn't want to waste too much energy on the Demon 33 Kingdoms royal guards. Even if these cities were guarded by godly venerables, they might not be able to stop Holy Lord Lin Fei. Haha, Country Lord, we are old friends. Your demon country gave me so many benefits back then. Why would you sneak up on me? I was just joking with you. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Devil 33's ruler actually wanted to say that he didn't like this kind of joke. When he thought about how Lin Fei had plundered the life energy from the Genesis Divine Lake, how he had killed the experts, and how he had brought his personal guards to feed on the devil soldiers and generals, he felt extremely displeased. He knew that even the two patriarchs wouldn't be able to capture Lin Fei, much less him. Holy Lord Lin is right. We are old friends. Demon Country Lord 33 tried his best to remain calm. Actually, I came this time to give Holy Lord Lin a gift. Big gift. Lin Fei was still smiling. Give me a present? Are you that kind? Don't tell me you're plotting against this sacred lord. No, absolutely not. The Demon 33 Country Lord said with a dry smile. As long as Sacred Lord Lin doesn't continue to attack the cities, our demon empire is willing to give Sacred Lord Lin 10% of the life energy in the Origin God Lake. Lin Fei was very surprised. Since when did the Demon 33 Country Lord become so generous? 10% of the Origin Divine Pool's life energy was a huge amount of life energy. More importantly, this life energy had been condensed. 10% of the life energy was equivalent to 50 to 60% of normal life energy. 10%? Too little. Lin Fei shook his head. You should know that this holy lord has brought 3,000 guards with him. 10% of the life energy isn't enough. We need at least 50%. The Demon 33 Country Lord was startled. This was different from what he had imagined. Weren't you going to tactfully reject him? Why did you raise your request like this? Things had gone too smoothly, somewhat out of the expectations of the Demon 33 Kings. 50%? No. The Demon 33 Country Lord shook his head. At most 15%. You should know that the Origin Divine Lake consumes a lot of energy. 50%. Lin Fei had never thought of attacking the ancestors' land. He wouldn't do something that was strenuous and unrewarding. He still remembered the Shadow Palace Master's words. Who knew if there was someone behind them trying to be the fisherman? Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. An 8th grade Ultimate God treasure wasn't that easy to get. Lin Fei could afford to wait. He didn't want to put himself in danger. Who knew if the Origin Divine Lake had any killing moves left? The Shadow Palace Master's words couldn't be completely new. Who could guarantee that no one else knew about this news? For example, the Demon Monarch had clearly come to the same place as him. Who knew if he had heard anything? Lin Fei continued to bargain with the Demon 33 Country Lord. 50%. 17%. Still 50%. Lin Fei refused to budge. The number of Demon 33 Country Lords continued to increase, all the way until it reached 20%. 20% it is. Your demon nation is too stingy. You control the Origin Divine Lake and yet you're still so stingy. Lin Fei snorted. The Demon 33 Country Lord showed an expression of relief and pretended to be in pain. Sacred Lord Lin, 20% of the life energy. You really can take it? Your demon nation is rich and overbearing. What's there to worry about? Lin Fei smiled. Let's use life crystals as the source of life energy. I believe that you will have a way. Also, every city cannot be lacking in demonic soldiers. At the very least we have to put on a show. After all, this holy lord is also a member of the League of Mercenaries. The Demon 33 Country Lord nodded. Life crystals are not a problem. 30,000 demon soldiers are also not a problem. As long as Sacred Lord Lin maintains this pace. After the negotiation, the Demon 33 Country Lord left. Master, this guy doesn't mean what he says. After the Demon 33 Country Lord left, the little fiend spoke. Lin Fei nodded. Indeed, he doesn't mean what he says. If he's unaccountably solicitous, he's hiding evil intentions. This is exactly what the Demon 33 Country Lord is talking about. My relationship with him isn't as good as he took the initiative to give me a gift. Moreover, it's such a big gift. If there's no problem here, I won't believe it even if you beat me to death. This Demon 33 Country Lord is trying to confuse Master. This time, the Grand Alliance's attack on the Demon Nation won't be that easy. The little fiend analyzed. Master also needs to be careful. I just analyzed it. If there's really a problem, it's most likely related to the Origin Divine Lake. Lin Fei nodded. If the little fiend could analyze it, then he had also thought about it. Back in the Demon Nation's last ancestral land, he had seen the power of the Origin Divine Lake. It had an endless plundering ability and the origin beasts that lived in the Origin Divine Lake. Even now he still had lingering fears. Even though his strength had increased, and with the secret mentioned by the Dark Shadow Palace Master, Lin Fei didn't dare to take it lightly. Who knew how many secrets the Demon Nation's two great ancestors knew about the Origin Divine Lake? They can do whatever they want. Now that I've formed the Divine Venerable body, those Divine Venerables who have become Divine Venerables through Emperor will can't compare to me. If I have to die, it'll be them who die first. I'll take this batch of benefits first. 20% of the life crystals. Lin Fei didn't care much about it. However, for the Sacred Body Mountain, this was a good thing to take out as a reward. He was a sacred lord and his wallet was also very loose. If he didn't take advantage of this, then he would be a bastard. It wouldn't be easy for the Demon Nation to scheme against him. His system wasn't a vegetarian. If there was real danger, he would know once he got close to the Demon Nation's ancestral land. The Demon 33 Country Lord did as he promised. Soon, 20% of the life crystals were delivered. The quality was very good. The life crystals of your Demon Nation are still the best. Lin Fei smiled and accepted it all. He patted his chest. This sacred lord has accepted the things. Next, we'll definitely slow down the pace. I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. The Demon 33 Country Lord expressed his trust in Lin Fei. Demon Nation Lord, your Demon Nation can't be resigned to fate, right? This sacred lord can slow down, but they can't. We'll have to fight sooner or later. Chapter 31-35. In the blink of an eye. 500 years had passed. It had been 500 years since the Great Alliance attacked the Demon Motherland. In everyone's eyes, 500 years was just a blink of an eye. They didn't feel much of a difference. The Demon Motherland city barriers were connected one after another. It was very difficult to take them down. Therefore, the progress in the past 500 years wasn't very fast. So far, the strongest combatants were only great venerables. None of the godly venerables took action. Compared to the previous time, the Demon Motherland's barriers were much more powerful. It was also very difficult to break through the barriers. In the past 500 years, the Great Alliance suffered heavy casualties. They had to pay a huge price to capture every city. In the past 500 years, more than half of the progress had been made. Every city had also begun to be heavily guarded. How's the progress on Sacred Lord Lin's side? Temporary camp. The Spacetime Temple Master asked his subordinate. Still the same. Not much progress. It seems like he's slacking on purpose. The subordinate reported. It wasn't the first time the Spacetime Temple Master asked such a question. Ever since they started attacking the Demon Motherland, the guards led by Lin Fei were very agile at the beginning. Later on they started to slow down. This made the Spacetime Temple Master uncomfortable. After his plan failed, he hoped that Lin Fei would be the first to attack the 5 ancestral lands of the Demon Motherland so that he could attract the firepower from the middle and right. Only then would they be able to chase after him. In the end, Lin Fei seemed to be mute. His speed gradually slowed down. He wasn't as unstoppable as before. Especially in the past 300 years, although the left side's progress was faster than the middle and right, it wasn't by much. Because of this, the Spacetime Temple Master specially called for Lin Fei to ask him what was going on. He wanted to give him a warning. Lin Fei's reason was good. The secret treasures were used up. It could only mean that they were attacking. Naturally, the difficulty was higher. Facing Lin Fei's reply, the Spacetime Temple Master really didn't know what to say. Lin Fei did put in effort. Those cities were indeed hard to break through with the help of attributes. Lin Fei did not slack off either. The spies he arranged were not to be trifled with. Go and tell Sacred Lord Lin Fei that the progress is too slow after 500 years. We need to speed things up. It would be best if he personally takes action. We need to go straight to the root of the problem. Regardless of the progress, the Spacetime Palace Master was not very satisfied. Lin Fei was very relaxed at the moment. Ever since they received benefits from the Demon 33 Country King, the speed at which they attacked the city slowed down. Every time they attacked a city they would put on a good show. He would not attack personally and would let the guards attack directly. They would attack a few times today and a few more the next day. Every city would take up a lot of time. Lin Fei's reason was also very good. Those secret treasures had been used up. Naturally, he wouldn't be able to move at that speed. He could only take one step at a time. The Spacetime Temple Master really couldn't find anything to say about this explanation. As for Lin Fei not making a move, that was also very normal. If he did everything himself, how could he be a holy lord? Unless the other party mobilized an expert of the same level. This holy lord understands this matter. Hearing the words of the Spacetime Palace Master's trusted subordinate, Lin Fei replied in a very formal manner. Help me pass the message. It's not that this holy lord isn't doing his best. It's just that the cities are not easy to attack. Furthermore, my guards have lost many people. I can't afford to lose them. His trusted subordinate had been here countless times. He was already used to this kind of reply. Holy Lord, it doesn't seem to be a solution for us to drag things out like this. After the trusted subordinate left, the three old ancestors came in. The great ancestor said worriedly. Lin Fei purposely did not increase the speed of conquering the demon nation. He did not tell the three old ancestors. It was better for fewer people to know about this. As for the Demon 33 Country King, if he did not say anything, the Demon 33 Country King would definitely not say anything. This was something that Lin Fei trusted. It's fine. Anyway, we are faster than the other two routes. Unless the Spacetime Palace Master personally takes action, they probably won't. At least for the next 500 years, they will still be besieging each other. Lin Fei said with a smile. The three old ancestors laughed bitterly. Holy Lord, the guards are filled with anger. I'm afraid that if this continues, we won't be able to suppress them. The great ancestor said helplessly. After cultivating the invincible devour, the life energy in their bodies had increased. After the bloody battle, coupled with the fact that they had not fought for a long time, they were all filled with anger. Fortunately, Lin Fei was there to suppress them. Tell them to wait a little longer. Lin Fei said. Remind them again. If anyone can't hold it in, they won't have the chance to learn the physique cultivation technique first. The eyes of the three old ancestors lit up. They knew that the Holy Lord was deducing a physique cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was the physique cultivation technique that Holy Lord Lin Fei cultivated. The strength of the Holy Lord's physical body was terrifying. The entire Sage Body Mountain was clear about this. Master, the physique cultivation technique is done. Another 50 years passed. Little Devil sent good news. The physique cultivation technique that had been researched and deduced by the system was finally done. Lin Fei was not very good at creating a cultivation technique. However, Little Devil's system was good at it. This time it took a long time. Fortunately, there was a result. Life Divine Body? After seeing the name, Lin Fei couldn't help but want to vomit blood. This name is not domineering at all. Change it, I must change it. Let's call it Nine Heaven Defying Heavenly Body. Lin Fei didn't like this name. Alright. The name was changed to Nine Heaven Defying Heavenly Body. After carefully reading it, Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Good stuff. Just really good stuff. After cultivating to Nine Heaven Defying Heavenly Body, how many levels will it be like? Lin Fei couldn't help but ask. Nine Heaven Defying Heavenly Body Perfection. It definitely won't be as domineering as Heavenly Body, but it can also become a peak Great Venerable. Little Devil said, this is easier than any physique cultivation technique. I just need to absorb life energy continuously. The greatest advantage of this cultivation technique was to absorb life energy and use a special method to strengthen one's physical body. Let's take out the first level for them to learn first so that they won't have any problems. The 9 heaven-defying heavenly body appeared. The Imperial Guards cheered. The physique cultivation techniques they cultivated were very messy. After Lin Fei took out the heaven-defying heavenly body, they did not hesitate to give up on their previous physique cultivation techniques and started cultivating from scratch. Once they started cultivating, they experienced the power of the 9 heaven-defying heavenly body. 600 years later, a hierarch expert made a move. The first to make a move was the Spacetime Temple Master. That day he split the city with a sword. All the arrays stopped in front of this sword, and all the demon soldiers and demon generals in the city grew old. The whole process took only one sword. Spacetime Temple's treasure, the Sword of Time. Chapter 31-36. The Spacetime Temple Master, the Alliance Master of the Great Alliance, personally took action. The result was obvious. Those cities could not withstand the power of the Sword of Time. Every city was destroyed and it showed everyone how powerful the Spacetime Temple was. Nothing could withstand the power of the divine weapon in front of the Sword of Time. A demon lord was killed in one strike. A great demon lord was killed in one strike. A peak demon lord was also killed in one strike. In front of the Sword of Time, any expert would pale in comparison. The speed of the siege began to pick up. The cities of the demon nation began to give up resisting. After more than a dozen cities were destroyed, no one thought they could withstand the power of the Sword of Time. They would be fools not to retreat. The Spacetime Temple Master can't wait anymore. A second-grade ultimate god treasure is indeed a second-grade ultimate god treasure. No one can stop it. Lin Fei had observed the Spacetime Temple Master's attack. The Sword of Time indeed had an irresistible time power. When the sword slashed out, it mobilized the power of time. The entire area was enveloped by the power of time, and its might was magnified infinitely. Within that area only ultimate gods could withstand it. Experts below the ultimate god level could not withstand it. I'm going to speed up too. Lin Fei naturally would not give the Spacetime Temple Master a chance to take action since he had already used such a divine weapon. He was very afraid of the Spacetime Temple as it was a hidden behemoth. After the Spacetime Temple Master showed his power, the speed of conquering cities from the 3 main routes increased and they were almost on par with each other. The demon nation began to give up resisting and kept shrinking its forces. It only took them 53 years to conquer the 5 ancestral lands. If it was not for the Spacetime Temple Master, it would have taken at least 100 years. The real show had just begun when they reached the ancestral lands. Among the 5 ancestral lands of the demon nation, the first 4 were of average importance while the last one was the most difficult to conquer. The first 4 ancestral lands could be said to be another barrier. When the Alliance army reached the ancestral lands, the first ancestral land was covered by a large array. Everyone looked over and could vaguely see the appearance of the ancestral lands. At the same time there was a sharp and dangerous sound. The Great Alliance's camp. The Spacetime Palace Master gathered everyone for a meeting. Over the past few hundred years, the Great Alliance had suffered great losses. Countless heavenly gods had perished. It was the same for forces like the Dark Shadow Palace and the Massacre Court. When Lin Fei arrived, everyone was envious. Everyone knew that Lin Fei's left path was the easiest path to attack. It was said that the loss of 3,000 personal guards was negligible. Just based on this point, no one was willing to accept it. While everyone was envious and jealous, no one went up to greet Sacred Lord Lin Fei. Offending the 3 major powers of the Temporal Temple definitely wouldn't end well. Everyone was well aware of this. After dealing with Mo Guizhou, the next target would be the Sacred Body Mountain's Body Tempering School. Over the past few hundred years, everyone's impression of the Sacred Body Mountain's invincible technique couldn't be described in a few words. There were almost no casualties among the 3,000 guards. It was all because they had cultivated the invincible Devourer. The Alliance had arranged for people to secretly check on them. At most, those guards were covered in wounds and looked terrible. But in the blink of an eye, they became lively again. From the moment they attacked to the ancestral land, Mo Guizhou had lost at least 1 million soldiers to his personal guards. This result was too shocking. When they encircled 1 million soldiers, their casualties were abnormally high. Usually, a few or even a dozen of them encircled a few soldiers. Their chances of winning weren't high. Once they were heavily injured, there was basically no hope left. Everyone looked at Sacred Lord Lin Fei with envy, jealousy, and hatred. If they had the invincible Devourer, the situation wouldn't be like this. Sacred Lord Lin, your personal guards have become famous. Just like before, Jean Buhua came up to greet him with a smile. He didn't care what others thought of him. It's just a bad reputation. It's not worth mentioning. Lin Fei laughed. Your Jingguang race isn't bad either. You've also killed your way to fame. The experts led by Jean Buhua had suffered heavy losses. Only after a few factions joined in did they barely manage to not lose. They were filled with envy when they saw Lin Fei. A bad reputation is good. Who would dare to look down on your sacred body mountain now? As long as Sacred Lord Lin takes the personal guards out for a stroll, who wouldn't behave? Jean Buhua laughed evilly. Just look at them. Lin Fei glanced at them. They probably want this Sacred Lord to be unlucky. You've done a great job, Jean Buhua said. The Spacetime Palace Master was in a good mood. After using the Sword of Time, their progress was much faster. However, he knew that the Amo Guizhou hadn't lost a lot of soldiers. The first 5 ancestral lands were the hardest to conquer. The Alliance definitely wouldn't be able to withstand such losses. The Amo Guizhou had the origin deity's lake, which could continuously nurture large numbers of soldiers. This was also why the Amo Guizhou country was able to stand tall. An endless number of enemies was the scariest. This was the capital of the Amo Guizhou country. When he saw Holy Lord Lin Fei and Invincible Jean walk in together, a trace of displeasure flashed through his heart. Invincible Jean was fine, but Holy Lord Lin Fei was just dawdling and not putting in any effort. Originally, he hoped that Lin Fei's personal guards would be the vanguard to share some of the pressure. However, it seemed like they were playing house. Lin Fei and Jean Buhua found a place to sit down. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care about the Spacetime Palace Master's expression. This wasn't the main camp of the Spacetime Palace. There was nothing to be afraid of. The system was monitoring them at all times. Since everyone is here, let's begin, the Spacetime Palace Master said calmly. At the beginning, the Spacetime Palace Master first talked about the achievements of the Alliance, such as certain forces, certain experts, and so on. As for Lin Fei and Jean Buhua, they were completely ignored. These aren't enough. The next battle will be our real battle. The Spacetime Palace Master's voice suddenly sank. I have a plan on how to attack the Ancestors' Land. For example, the first Ancestors' Land can be attacked by the Sacred Body Mountain. What do you think, Sacred Lord Lin? Lin Fei's expression was calm. Such a meeting definitely wouldn't bring him anything good. Since the Alliance leader thinks so highly of the Sacred Body Mountain, I will definitely do my best to attack the first city. Lin Fei stood up and said seriously. I definitely won't disappoint the Alliance leader. At this moment, Lin Fei was very obedient. The Spacetime Palace Master was indeed unhappy with Lin Fei. The Great Alliance's encirclement would definitely benefit the Sacred Body Mountain. After a few hundred years, they had nurtured a ferocious personal guard army. Fortunately, there were only 3,000 of them. This wasn't considered much. Chapter 31-37. The Spacetime Temple Master gave Lin Fei a mission. To be fair, he gathered a few other forces to conquer the second Ancestor's Land and divided the remaining 2 Ancestors' Land. At the same time, he promoted the Sacred Body Mountain Imperial Guards. In the words of the Spacetime Palace Master, the strongest group in the Great Alliance was the Sacred Body Mountain Guard Army. Sacred Lord Lin naturally wanted the more capable people to do the most work. In other words, the Sacred Body Mountain Guard Army was the strongest. Inadvertently, the Sacred Body Mountain School of Physique Tempering had become the main force in the Great Alliance. The Spacetime Temple Master even said that once the demonic country was conquered, he must give the Sacred Body Mountain School of Physique Tempering a great reward. A great hero. To Lin Fei, these words had no meaning at all. Was it overpraising? Lin Fei heard it clearly. As long as they failed to conquer the first Ancestor's Land, he would punish them in a thunderous manner. At the same time, he also heard that the Spacetime Temple Master praised the Imperial Guards as if he had taken a liking to them. Lin Fei was not surprised at all. The current Imperial Guards were an existence that everyone was afraid of. 30,000 demonic soldiers could not do anything in front of the 3,000 Imperial Guards. Instead, they would be defeated. Even the demon venerables would be the same. Those Imperial Guards were all lunatics. They were not afraid of death and would go crazy when it came to killing. After the meeting, the Spacetime Temple Master invited Lin Fei to stay for a meal. This made the leaders of the affiliated forces extremely envious. Sacred Lord Lin, you are our hope this time. Don't disappoint us. The Spacetime Temple Master was looking forward to it. You are the main force this time. Lin Fei did not believe the Spacetime Temple Master's words. If he really treated him as the main force, he would have given him helpers. He would not let his 3,000 Imperial Guards fight alone. He was trying to exhaust them. Let's drink. The Space-Time Temple Master raised his glass with enthusiasm. Lin Fei had already asked Little Devil to scan it. He only dared to drink after making sure there was no danger. He had to be wary of this old fox. After drinking a few glasses of wine. Sacred Lord Lin, I heard that you're only one step away from the hierarch realm. It's not easy to become a hierarch. Just as well. Our temporal temple obtained a first-class ultimate god elixir some time ago. It's most suitable for body-tempering cultivators to break through to the ultimate god realm. The temporal temple master took the initiative to say. Lin Fei had heard of the divine pill before. It was a pill that was almost extinct. Once consumed, the success rate of advancing to the ultimate god realm was very high. There was at least a 70 to 80% chance. There was also a downside to the elixir. It was almost impossible to break through the ultimate god realm after a breakthrough, as it would consume one's potential. Even so, everyone was still willing to take the divine supreme elixir. Side effects were side effects. At the very least, he could break through to the ultimate god realm. Lin Fei thought to himself, sure enough, there's nothing good about keeping me here. Giving me elixir pills? Haha, I'm already an ultimate god expert and my body has become an ultimate god. Thank you for your kind intentions, Alliance Leader, but I'll pass on the divine supreme pill. A holy lord of the body tempering school would never consume any pills unless they broke through on their own. Lin Fei said seriously. That's right, you guys are body cultivators. The Space-Time Temple Master laughed. Lin Fei left. The Space-Time Temple Master put down his wine cup. This guy is really cunning. He shook his head and rejected the divine supreme elixir. Do you really think it's that easy to break through to the ultimate god realm? The last time he tried to ambush Lin Fei, he did not succeed. Among the information he brought back, there were suspicions about Lin Fei becoming an ultimate god. The Space-Time Temple Master did not believe it was true. It was not that easy to become an ultimate god. There were no shortcuts. This was also the reason why the Sacred Body Mountain had always been unpopular. It was a well-known fact that it was easy to become an ultimate god with emperor intent. Temple Master, they're here. There was a fluctuation in the void as an ultimate god descended. It was ultimate god Shi Tianhuang who ambushed Lin Fei. That's great. The Space-Time Temple Master stood up. Follow me to welcome them. After Lin Fei came out, he left the base camp and returned to his own camp. Master, the surveillance showed that the Space-Time Temple Master has left. Within 3 billion miles there were a few powerful auras. According to the analysis, they are ultimate gods. There are a total of 5 of them. Little Devil's voice was heard. With a large amount of energy accumulated, the system's coverage was getting bigger and bigger. Under such surveillance, Lin Fei was not worried that someone would sneak up on him. As long as the other party moved, he would know. Wow, is this a secret killer move? Lin Fei was quite curious. If the Space-Time Temple Master went to welcome them, they must have a powerful background. I wonder who is coming. Turn on the surveillance for me. I want to take a good look. Now, the system had the ability to easily monitor everything. As long as the energy consumption could keep up, there was nothing that Little Devil could not monitor. Space-Time Temple Master, let's see what tricks you are playing. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The imp projected a screen followed by an image. It was a mountain range with towering trees. On a lone peak, 7 people appeared. 2 of them were people that Lin Fei recognized. They were the Space-Time Temple Master and Shi Tianhuang. Space-Time friend, we are not late, right? Other than the 2 of them, there were 5 other ultimate gods in black armor. They were all expressionless. Even the leader spoke with a voice as cold as ice. We are not late. We are just in time. Ah. Space-Time Temple Master laughed. Since you are here, the war can begin. Encircling the demon motherland, I am looking forward to it. The leader of the black-armored ultimate god said, Space-Time friend, are you sure about that matter? Is it really on the demon motherland side? It is highly possible. Space-Time Temple Master's face turned solemn. Lin Fei frowned. After listening for a while, he could not figure out who the 5 ultimate gods were. The leader of the group didn't speak much either. Lin Fei could only make out what they were plotting. Damn, 5 ultimate gods. Where did they come from? I don't believe that I can't find out who you are. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. I wonder what will happen if I tell this news to the Demon 33 Countries King. From his point of view, be it Space-Time Temple Master or the Demon Motherland of the Demon 33 Countries King, they were not good people. The former was plotting against him. Now that they needed him, once they dealt with the Demon Motherland, they would definitely target him. Especially in the past few hundred years, they had easily created a ferocious guard army. It was a threat to anyone. To deal with such a danger they had to eliminate the source. For example, they had to suppress Lin Fei. For example, they had to obtain the invincible devourer. Lin Fei naturally would not sit around and wait for orders. He had to find trouble for Space-Time Temple Master. For example, they could reveal some information at an appropriate time. Chapter 31-38. Monitor, continue monitoring. Lin Fei was very curious about the background of these 5 ultimate gods. The Space-Time Temple Master was very polite to them and treated them as equals. They did not seem to be ultimate gods from the Space-Time Temple because they did not have the time and space aura of the Emperor's will. All they had was an unfamiliar aura. Could they be ultimate gods from the Black Domain Mountain? The number of ultimate gods in the Saint Spirit world could be counted on one hand. That was under the condition that they were unaware of it. However, there were still quite a number of ultimate gods who were aware of it. For example, the Space-Time Temple had a total of 14 ultimate gods. Even if some of them used divine venerable elixirs, they were still one of the ultimate gods. Lin Fei believed that these people were definitely from the Black Domain Mountain. The Space-Time Temple Master did not talk for long with the 5 ultimate gods before he left. He did not reveal any secrets from the beginning to the end. After the Space-Time Temple Master left, the leading ultimate god's eyes narrowed as he looked around. "Big brother, what are you looking at? Is there something wrong with our surroundings?" asked a slightly younger ultimate god. "It seems like something is spying on us." The ultimate god frowned as he could not find any traces within his search range. "Big brother, are you mistaken? We are all ultimate gods. Who can spy on us from the side?" "Yeah, with the 5 of us working together, even a second-class ultimate god has to step aside. Who would dare to find trouble with us? Big brother must be overthinking. No one would dare to spy on us when we travel outside. Moreover, the strongest people outside are the Space-Time Temple and the Heavenly Feather Clan." The leading ultimate god retracted his divine senses. "Maybe we are overthinking." The Glory Sect. Lin Fei was shocked when he finally heard the news he wanted to hear. The Space-Time Temple had invited the White Tiger tribe from the Black Domain Mountain and now they were colluding with the Glory Sect. It was very shocking. What is the Space-Time Temple Master trying to do? The Black Domain Mountain was already amazing enough, and now they were related to the Glory Sect. Was he trying to have a foot in 2 boats? Lin Fei wanted to know more, but the 5 ultimate gods from Glory Sect left the scene and hid in the Yuanya world. The system's power was amazing, but in the elemental destruction world, it consumed a lot of energy. Lin Fei just removed it and didn't pay attention to it unless they came out. They are hiding inside. They are most likely going to launch a sneak attack. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. If they're here for the Origin Divine Pool. Lin Fei frowned slightly. This was a rather worrisome matter. After Glory Sect's godly venerables could no longer monitor the situation, Lin Fei turned to monitor the Space-Time Hall Master. Previously, Lin Fei had not planned to do so. Now that another top-tier power had intervened, Lin Fei had no choice but to start making preparations. He could not allow himself to fall into the other party's trap. The Space-Time Palace Master didn't have any good news for the time being. That fellow seemed to be a tight-lipped person. Other than closing his eyes to rest, he didn't seem to have anything to say. After monitoring for a while, he didn't find anything. This was not a small disappointment for Lin Fei. Lin Fei was very interested in the Origin Divine Pool of the Demon Country. It was a Tier 8 ultimate god treasure with 3 layers of space. Just thinking about it made him excited. If someone really went to snatch it, Lin Fei's chances would be reduced. "Master, the surveillance just showed the Demon King entering the Demon Country's ancestral land. Little Devil sent a message. The Demon King is here too." Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Why is this fellow here too? Weren't they fighting fiercely? Did they form an alliance for a short period of time? This is getting more and more interesting. The Demon King was the #1 tonic that Lin Fei had cultivated. The Demon King had also cultivated the invincible devouring technique. Turn on the screen. Let me take a look first. Lin Fei was also preparing to go to the Demon Country's ancestral land. With this space transformation bracelet, Lin Fei could really come and go as he pleased. As soon as the screen unfolded, the Demon King and the Demon Country ruler were sitting together. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He actually broke through. This fellow is really fast. Could it be that he used the power of the Origin Divine Pool? Since their last meeting, Lin Fei had not seen the Demon 33 Heavenly Country Lord again. Now, the Demon 33 Heavenly Country Lord had actually become a hierarch with his body rippling with demonic flames. Congratulations, Demon Country Ruler. You've stepped into the ultimate god realm. You're now a first-class ultimate god. The Demon King sipped his tea and smiled at the Demon Country ruler. The Demon Country ruler said faintly, "It's no surprise that I've become an ultimate god. But I'm afraid it won't take long for you to become a second-class ultimate god." "I still can't hide it from the Demon Country ruler." The Demon King laughed. "It's not that easy to become a second-class ultimate god. There aren't many second-class ultimate gods in the entire Saint Spirit domain. Only the Black Domain has a third-class ultimate god. However, compared to the Umbra continent back then, the difference in strength is too great." Lin Fei was secretly shocked when he heard this. The Demon King still had a trick up his sleeve. Becoming a second-class ultimate god? "By the way, how's the preparation going?" The Demon King asked. "They're all here and ready to attack the ancestors' land. Some forces from the Black Domain should be here too. I wonder how many big fishes will come. I'm really looking forward to it." The Demon King said gloomily, "I'm afraid they won't believe that the fight between us is actually a conspiracy." The Demon King was slightly proud. "We've spent a lot of effort to trick them. The Space-Time Temple Master must not have thought of this trick. The Sword of Time is a top-grade treasure." "Did Lin Fei fall for it?" The Demon Country ruler said, "This guy is too good at causing trouble. This time we'll teach him a lesson. The Demon Country is not a place he can come and go as he pleases." Lin Fei listened quietly. He finally heard what he was most concerned about. What the hell, the Demon Country ruler and the Demon King did it on purpose. What a big game of chess. The Glory Sect and the Black Domain Mountain are going to suffer a big loss this time. Lin Fei's whole body trembled. From their tone, he could tell that they were very confident about this plan. Even if the 5 ultimate gods from the Glory Sect were involved, they would lose a layer of skin even if they didn't die. Too ruthless. The Demon King and the Demon Country ruler stopped there. After sitting for a while, the Demon King took his leave. Before he left, the two discussed the countermeasures again. It was nothing more than to exhaust the Demon Country's strength and lure them into the trap. The demon soldiers and demon generals were all exhausted. Lin Fei could tell what was going on. Should I trick the Demon King? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It was not easy to find such a big secret. It would be a pity if he did not plan it. Chapter 31-39. The Demon Monarch's Shadow Stealth had reached the annihilation level. He could use it as he pleased and truly come and go without a trace. Hee Spacetime Temple Master, Shadow Palace Master, you will soon regret this alliance attack. Sister Saint Spirit's middle and upper echelons were wasted in one go. The Demon Monarch was very proud of his idea. If the Spacetime Temple Master died in the Demon Nation and lost the Sword of Time, it would be a huge blow. Even the Demon Monarch had to be careful when facing a treasure like the Sword of Time. It would not be comfortable to take a hit. And that Lin Fei. He was the person that the Demon Monarch wanted to deal with the most. At the same time, he was also a person that he hated the most. Demon Monarch, where are you going? Just as the Demon Lord was fantasizing about what would happen after the success of his scheme, a strange voice suddenly rang out in his ear. Who is it? The Demon Monarch's expression changed. He traversed through the void like a black shadow. He was so blurry that very few people noticed him. But now there was a voice ringing in his ears. What if he attacked him? The Demon Monarch did not dare to think about it. He released his powerful consciousness and searched inside and out. There was no trace of anyone. No, how can there be no one? The Demon Monarch continued traveling. As long as the other party moved, he would definitely discover it. The Demon Monarch was very confident in his own strength. You are so timid. Do you think you can escape if I want to deal with you? The voice came again. The Demon Monarch was shocked. He still could not find the source of the voice. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. Motherf asterisk her, which family's old thing did I bump into? The Demon Monarch thought. To be able to use the word, old, it was definitely stronger than him. He might even be laughing at him. Junior Demon Monarch greets Senior. The Demon Monarch was a smart person. Just like what he said, to be able to easily discover his whereabouts and send a voice transmission, it must be a very powerful expert. He pretended to be calm. At the very least, he could not panic. Not bad, not bad. Lin Fei manipulated the system. I thought you were going to run away. I don't mind killing you. Anyway, there are so many ultimate gods. One less won't make a difference. I believe that little guy from the Demon 33 Kingdoms will be more than happy to tell the truth. The Demon Monarch's heart skipped a beat. Since the Demon Monarch knew about the 33 Kings, could it be that he had heard their conversation just now? If he really did hear it, the Demon Lord did not dare to imagine. This senior's strength was simply too terrifying. Senior, how could this lowly one dare to leave in front of you? What instructions do you have for me? The demon monarch didn't dare to take the risk and sighed in his heart. Lin Fei looked at the demon lord's expression, a smug look on his face. This feeling of pretending to be a peerless expert is too good. You're quite cunning, little fellow. Lin Fei smiled. I was just passing by and accidentally overheard your conversation. I think it's quite interesting. 2 little ultimate gods plotting against more than 10 ultimate gods. This has piqued my interest. 10 ultimate gods? The demon monarch's eyes lit up as he heard the key point. Up until now, the number of ultimate gods he knew could be counted on one hand. There were no more than 10 ultimate gods. However, this mysterious senior just had to say it. He couldn't help but suspect that a big fish had come. Senior, could you be mistaken? There don't seem to be 10 ultimate gods here. If I say there are 10, then there are 10. For example, when I woke up a few days ago, I saw 5 ultimate gods coming. They're called Sage Sect or something. They came sneakily. What do you think? The demon monarch sucked in a breath of cold air, followed by ecstasy. 5 ultimate gods. This was a big fish. He didn't have to guess to know that it was the help of the Spacetime Temple Master. Thank you for the reminder, Senior. The demon monarch really believed the other party's words. You're so boring. Why don't you tell me how you plotted against those people? If I'm not happy, you'll be in trouble. Lin Fei's voice continued to be heard. The demon monarch didn't know how many secret techniques he had used, but he still couldn't find the other party's location. The other party's voice could be heard from all directions. There was no trace of the other party. He had no choice but to accept it. Unless the other party showed up, the demon monarch couldn't do anything. The Demon 33 Monarch has opened the 2nd level of the Divine Pool of Origin and can summon a 3rd-class Ultimate God Beast of Origin. The Demon Monarch was honest and told him everything. On the other side, Lin Fei was no longer calm. The 2nd level of the Divine Pool of Origin. No wonder. From the Shadow Palace Master, Lin Fei knew the general situation of the Divine Pool of Origin. It was said that it was sealed and was currently in the 1st level. Its power was extraordinary, but compared to the 2nd level, the difference in power was huge. It was really terrifying to summon a 3rd-class Ultimate God Beast of Origin. Big trouble. Lin Fei thought he was very strong, but compared to a 3rd-class Divine Beast, he was still too small. He would probably be injured in one move. As long as they enter the Ancestors' Land, no one can escape. The 2nd level of the Divine Pool of Origin not only has a summoning, but it also has a sealed space. No one can escape. The demon monarch continued. Lin Fei frowned unconsciously. An 8th-class Ultimate God Divine Pool of Origin was already so terrifying. It was only at the 2nd level. Was it going to be a sweep? Lin Fei did not think anyone present could withstand the attack of the Divine Beast of Origin. No matter how many there were, they would die. Not only will they die, but they will also help the Demon Nation create a 2nd-class Ultimate God Expert. Another secret was revealed. A 1st-class Ultimate God was very strong, but compared to a 2nd-class Ultimate God, there was a huge gap. It was like a ladder. Old Senior, Old Senior. While the demon monarch was feeling uneasy, the old senior's voice seemed to have disappeared. He called out several times in a row, but the result was the same. Did he leave? The demon monarch looked left and right and finally decided to leave. Master, if you really go to the Ancestors' Land this time, it will be very dangerous. The little devil said. The strength of a 3rd-class Ultimate God is beyond what you can handle. Lin Fei had a headache. It was not easy to deal with such a roadblock. I know before they do, which means I have time to prepare. They are different. They will be finished if they go. The 1st level of the Divine Pool of Origin was already scary enough, let alone the 2nd level. The Demon Nation's 33 Monarch is really scheming. Lin Fei could imagine that if he succeeded, the Demon Nation would be able to stand firm. How do I solve this problem? Lin Fei did not expect that he would be able to get something like this out of a random question. Furthermore, it was a really big matter. It also gave him a headache. If he handled it well, he might be able to benefit greatly from it. Chapter 3140. This inadvertent secret made Lin Fei start to become serious. The Demon 33 Monarchs had a big conspiracy with the Demon King. Lin Fei was thinking about how to get out. From the 2nd level of the Origin Deity Pool onwards, 3rd-class Ultimate God with a powerful life-stealing ability was a top-notch killer move. It was not a joke. Whoever underestimated it would be finished. It was a very simple sentence. Stealing the Origin Deity Pool had temporarily become an impossible task. The Glory Sect and Heiyu Mountain's forces all revealed themselves. If Lin Fei dared to go up at this time, it would definitely not end well. There was a long way to go. After thinking about it for a few days, Lin Fei decided not to expose the other party's conspiracy and let it develop. It was more interesting with the demon nation at the front. He would take as much as he could while he could. The 3,000 guards couldn't stay here any longer. In less than half a month, Lin Fei led the guards to attack the ancestors' land. As a holy lord, Lin Fei personally participated in this attack. As expected, the ancestors' land erupted with a strong will to resist. It forced Lin Fei to release the 3 divine massacre weapons and he himself to resist the ancestors' land's counterattack. The ancestors' land was full of experts. There were all kinds of treasures. Anyone could tell that this was a desperate attempt to resist and destroy indiscriminately. Lin Fei was also going all out. Only he knew that the demon nation's experts were actually cannon fodder. Without reinforcements, it was nothing more than a war of attrition. A war of attrition? Who was afraid of who? The guards were divided into several batches by Lin Fei. Some batches attacked while others rested. There was almost no break in between. As a holy lord, Lin Fei also exploded with super strong combat power. He crushed the ancestors' land along the way. The small-scale war turned into a desperate battle. The 3,000 guards also began to decrease. In fact, Lin Fei secretly put them into the system space. The 3,000 personal guards went from 3,000 to 2,800, and then to 2,700. Their numbers were decreasing by the day, and now there were only 2,000. They had paid 1,000 casualties in attacking the ancestral land. Even so, in the eyes of the Alliance's factions, Lin Fei's personal guards were still very powerful. Their casualty rate couldn't be compared to theirs at all. There were only 1,000 people in total. It was unimaginable. Master, the Spacetime Temple Master has really put in a lot of effort this time. 7 more ultimate gods have come, and all of them are from the Spacetime Temple Master's side. Little Devil gave Lin Fei a new piece of news. 7? Lin Fei laughed. He's really planning to wipe out the Demon Empire. Including the previous ones, he has 13 or 14 ultimate gods on his side. That's a big move. 14 godly venerables. In the Saint Spirit domain they could wipe out any faction. Lin Fei had no choice but to accept it. It's good that so many hierarchs have come. If we kill them all at once, the Devil Empire and the Temporal Temple will not rest until one of us is dead. Lin Fei was happy to see that happen. What about the Dark Shadow Palace, the Massacre Court, and the Heavenly Feather Tribe? Since the Spacetime Temple Master had invited reinforcements, the other 2 top-notch factions could not possibly remain indifferent. 2 from the Dark Shadow Palace have come. Including the Dark Shadow Palace Master, there's a total of 3. 1 from the Massacre Court has come. That's 2. The Heavenly Feather Tribe has sent 5 ultimate gods. Lin Fei was shocked. They're really strong. It was no wonder the Temporal Temple was the big brother. Just their strength was enough to make people feel hopeless. I've still underestimated the heroes of the world. The first ancestors' ground was still destroyed by Lin Fei. Without the support of the Devil Empire's experts, Lin Fei and his 2,000 guards had defeated all the resistance and occupied the first ancestors' ground. Everyone was dumbfounded. That Lin Fei is really lucky. He can even destroy it. That's an impossible task. He's taking advantage of the situation. The Spacetime Temple Master was the most dissatisfied with Lin Fei's ability to destroy the first ancestors' ground. The Spacetime Temple Master was the most dissatisfied. However, he could not say anything and had to put on a show for the Sage Body Mountain. Left with no choice, the Spacetime Temple Master went to visit Holy Lord Lin Fei. After learning that he had lost more than 1,000 guards, his expression finally changed. More than 1,000 Imperial guards were a very powerful force. It was good that they had lost them. Lin Fei also suggested that the guards were not suitable for battle and would not participate in the siege. However, he could send out 3 Massacre Divine Soldiers. The Spacetime Temple Master did not dare to force the other party. After dealing with the Devil Empire, he would have time to deal with Lin Fei. There was no need to rush. At this moment he agreed to Lin Fei's suggestion. Lin Fei led the more than 1,000 guards to rest. The attack on the second ancestors' ground had begun. Compared to the first ancestors' ground, the resistance was even more intense. The Great Alliance had suffered heavy losses. The Devil Empire's experts were even more determined to resist. On the human race's side, experts kept falling. After half a month, the godly venerable experts joined in the battle. The second ancestors' ground was breached. Once the godly venerable experts joined in the battle, it was completely one-sided. The Devil Empire began to retreat. At the fourth ancestor's ground, the two godly venerables of the Devil Empire mobilized the Devil Empire's power and fought against the godly venerable experts for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, the two godly venerables of the Devil Empire retreated with injuries and hid in the last ancestor's ground. The fourth ancestor's ground was subsequently breached. The Devil Empire's situation was not looking good. After the Great Alliance conquered the fourth ancestor's ground, their morale was greatly boosted. Their morale had been greatly boosted. All the factions, big and small, were rubbing their palms together. They were prepared to go all out and attack the root of the problem. They wanted to completely destroy the demonic motherland and remove its name from the Saint Spirit domain. If the demonic lord hadn't taken a group of experts with him and formed his own demonic palace, they wouldn't have had such a chance. While the Great Alliance was celebrating, Lin Fei found indestructible gold. He had a good impression of indestructible gold. He was also unhappy with the Spacetime Temple Master and the Spacetime Temple. In this siege they had suffered great losses. Lin Fei wanted to remind Indestructible Gold. "It's not easy for you to find me." Indestructible Gold looked worried. In the siege, their clansmen had suffered heavy casualties. "We're almost at the last ancestor's ground. Do you have any thoughts?" Lin Fei sat down, took out a bottle of immortal brew and poured a cup for the two of them. "What else can we do?" "Hold on." Indestructible Gold smiled bitterly. "In the face of righteousness, if we have any thoughts, we will definitely not have a good ending. Now that the Great Alliance is filled with godly venerables, who would dare to act recklessly?" The Spacetime Temple was now baring its sharp fangs. Whoever was dissatisfied would be finished. It was that simple. Just the Spacetime Temple alone had sent 8 godly venerable experts. It was beyond everyone's imagination and it shocked everyone. "If I were you, I'd rather hide in the rear during the final attack than be the vanguard and never come back alive." Chapter 3141. After Lin Fei left, Jin Buhua immediately summoned the higher-ups of the clan and briefly explained Lin Fei's intentions when he left. "What do you guys think Holy Lord Lin's words meant? Could it be that he knows something?" Jin Buhua was quite meticulous. Lin Fei took the initiative to look for him and left after saying a few words. There was no meaning in that. That was definitely impossible. "Patriarch, is something big going to happen? He wants us to hide as far away as possible." "It can't be. Can the Devil Motherland make a comeback? Who knows until the very last moment. Don't you think that the Temporal Temple sent 7 hierarchs, 8 including the Temple Master, just to intimidate us? Something big is about to happen." The Jingguang clan's people started to have wild thoughts. Holy Lord Lin Fei was the most dazzling existence in the Alliance in the past few hundred years. His 3,000 guards could sweep through cities, and even the Devil Motherland soldiers were no match for him. Everyone still believed that Holy Lord Lin Fei had obtained some secret information. Lin Fei did not explain everything thoroughly. As for what Jin Buhua would do, it was not his concern. Once the Origin Deities pool was activated, everyone knew what the outcome would be. They might have a chance of survival if they hid at the back. At the very least they could run fast. If they had spatial treasures, it would be a different story. After Lin Fei's reminder, they would have to deal with it themselves. After conquering the fourth ancestral ground, all the Devil Motherland's forces were gathered in this last ancestral ground. The Temporal Temple Master struck while the iron was hot. Not long after conquering the fourth ancestral ground, he launched the final battle. He planned to finish off the other party in one go and completely defeat the Devil Motherland. At that time, the Temporal Temple would be the big brother. Whoever disobeyed would end up like the Devil Motherland. This was also the strategic significance of the Temporal Temple. If the Temporal Temple wanted to be the big brother, they would have to ask the Dark Shadow Palace and the Massacre Court if they were willing to submit. After a short rest, the offensive began. The Great Alliance began to attack the last ancestral ground. Everyone became extremely excited because their chance had come. The Devil Motherland had countless treasures. Once they conquered the last ancestral ground, they would be able to obtain countless treasures. Devil 33 country lords, surrender. The Spacetime Palace Master shouted. Everyone in the area heard it. Your Devil country will not be able to stop us. The Spacetime Hall Master had a look as though he was certain that he could defeat the 33 Devil country lords. 4 of them are gone and the formation is no longer complete. How are you going to fight against the Great Alliance? The strongest of the Devil Motherland were the 5 Devil ancestral lands. 4 of them had been destroyed. The remaining one wouldn't have much of a deterrent force anymore. As for the 2 ultimate gods, they were probably still recovering from their injuries. Right now, the last ancestral land of the Devil Empire wasn't much of a threat. The only thing left was the Origin Divine Pond. As long as they destroyed it, the Devil Empire wouldn't have a chance to make a comeback. Spacetime, who gave you such an arrogant tone? If you have the ability, then come and attack. Demon Country Lord 33 roared. Let's attack then. The Devil Motherland is nothing more than this. The Alliance's attack had begun. The last ancestral land gathered all the elite forces of the Devil Motherland. The scene was extremely spectacular. For example, the endless number of devil soldiers, numbering in the hundreds of millions. That didn't include the Demon Venerables and Great Demon Venerables. It could be said that the strength of the Devil Motherland wasn't without reason. The Great Alliance's attack soon suffered a setback. First was the formation. It was an ancient formation and its defense was extremely strong. The experts of the Devil Motherland were led by Demon Country Lord 33. They charged into the Great Alliance and started a massacre. Without an ultimate god, it was basically impossible to stop the Devil soldiers. In the first battle, the Great Alliance lost. The second battle was about to begin. It took a total of 10 years to attack the ancestral land in such a manner. In those 10 years, both sides had expended a lot of energy and many experts had fallen. If it wasn't a sneak attack, then it was a sneak attack. It was almost non-stop. After 10 years, the Devil Motherland still had the advantage. They had a lot of middle-level forces, and 3 to 5 of them could defeat 10 to 20 experts or even more. The Great Alliance couldn't do the same. Spacetime, is that all your Great Alliance has? Demon Country Lord 33 laughed. Our Devil Motherland doesn't have many experts, but we have a lot of small soldiers. We won't be able to kill them all even if we kill them for 10 years. Ah, mockery. It was a direct mockery. The Spacetime Temple Master really couldn't refute that. The races of the Devil Motherland were best at reproduction. With the addition of life energy, it wasn't difficult to cultivate experts. Everyone was very clear on this point. The Spacetime Temple Master decided to launch an all-out attack. Such a slow pace wouldn't do as it would affect the Great Alliance's morale. They had to send out ultimate gods to directly destroy the Devil Motherland. Demon Country Lord 33, you asked for it. A big move was made. On a day of sneak attacks, the Spacetime Temple Master also used a sneak attack. Compared to the Devil Motherland, his sneak attack was much more impressive. The ultimate gods directly attacked, and in addition to those he invited, a total of 10 ultimate gods attacked. A ray of light slashed open the Devil Motherland's formation. The Sword of Time, a second-class ultimate god treasure, had finally made its appearance. The moment it appeared, it broke open the formation. More than 10 ultimate gods attacked together, and a loud rumble shook the formation. The Devil Motherland's formation was also impressive as it didn't collapse under the attacks of more than 10 ultimate gods. The Sword of Time's influence didn't last long. The Spacetime Temple Master had no choice but to make a second move, which affected the ancient formation once again. The Devil Motherland's formation isn't that easy to break. Demon Country Lord 33 charged out with the ultimate gods. Explode. Boom boom boom. Behind him, a large number of demon soldiers self-destructed, and a thick and terrifying energy was condensed. Demon Country Lord 33 waved his hand, and that energy descended. That energy instantly reached the power of an ultimate god. The earth-shattering energy came crashing over wave after wave. The Spacetime Temple Master was also impressive. With another slash, that ultimate god energy was split into 2, and its power seemed to have weakened. More than a dozen ultimate god experts seized the opportunity and blasted the terrifying energy away. Monarch Mo Sanson once again mobilized his strength. Wave after wave, he attacked the group of ultimate gods outside again and again as if there was no end to it. However, the Spacetime Temple Master's Sword of Time was too domineering. It cut through the obstructions again and again, giving the ultimate gods enough time to counterattack. The formation's power was weakening bit by bit, and ripples appeared. Wah! After 5 days of fierce attacks, the formation was finally broken. The moment the entire formation collapsed, the Spacetime Temple Master revealed a proud expression. Demon Country Lord 33, take this. Chapter 3142. The Spacetime Temple Master gathered a dozen ultimate gods. With the help of the Sword of Time, they successfully broke the last barrier of the demon nation. A divine wheel appeared behind the Spacetime Temple Master. As soon as the huge divine wheel appeared, the whole world seemed to be covered. It was one of the 3 top treasures of the Spacetime Temple, the Divine Wheel of Time. Everyone on the Demon Nation 33's side changed their expressions. Retreat. The experts in the ancestors' land panicked. The Sword of Time was extremely powerful. Compared to the space-time divine wheel, its lethality and power were not on the same level. Demon Nation 33. Today the Demon Nation will be wiped out. The space-time divine wheel began to spin. Everyone saw the space-time divine wheel shoot out rays of light that covered the entire sky above the ancestors' land. Swoosh, swoosh. A demon soldier was pierced and instantly died of old age. Normally, the demonic weapon could withstand a sword strike head-on. Now it could not withstand a sword strike. With a whoosh, it disappeared. This was the power of the divine wheel of time and space. A wide-range attack. In the sky above the ancestors' land, the densely packed demon soldiers and demon venerables were attacked indiscriminately. One sword killed them. In the blink of an eye, the black mass of demon soldiers fell one after another. The situation continued to spread. The space-time temple's treasures are really powerful. They were killed in one move. They couldn't block it at all. The demon soldiers and demon venerables are famous for their strong defense. Now they couldn't even block a single sword attack from the space-time divine wheel. The Demon Nation is finished. The Great Alliance's people were immersed in this shocking scene. Everyone knew that the space-time temple was powerful. Now that they saw it, they were even more shocked. This was the true power of their big brother. The space-time divine wheel displayed its terrifying power. Everyone was terrified. It was an indiscriminate kill. One sword for one. It was terrifying to even think about it. Especially this kind of concentrated attack, it was almost a destructive blow. Lin Fei squinted. Is this the power of the space-time divine wheel? It's really terrifying. It can't be defended at all. The demon soldiers and demon venerables can't be defeated by experts of the same level. They couldn't even block a single attack from the space-time divine wheel. Little Devil was also analyzing the power of the space-time divine wheel. Space-time Palace Master is trying to kill the final strength of the demonic motherland. Lin Fei thought to himself. Unfortunately, the space-time Hall Master didn't take into account another matter. I'm afraid he can't wait for the space-time Hall Master to start a massacre. Only then will he be able to lure them into his trap. The Demon Empire's strength lay in its ability to reproduce. With the origin deity's pool, it wouldn't take more than 100 years for the Demon Empire to recover its strength. With the origin deity's pool, who would dare to send themselves to death? This is really an interesting show. The attacks of the divine wheel of time and space were extremely domineering. They crushed everything in their path. Apart from corpses, there were only corpses. More than 80% of the experts in the ancestral land had been killed. The remaining ones were all devil venerables and above, but they were all heavily injured. As the ruler of the devil motherland, the devil 33 country ruler was the same. It was a crushing defeat, a truly crushing defeat. Retreat, everyone retreat. The demon 33 monarchs gave up on resisting and retreated to the divine lake of origin with their remaining upper echelons. The devil motherland will be destroyed today. Everyone kill. The hierarch experts of the temporal temple shouted and chased after him. All the forces in the Great Alliance were excited. Kill. Destroy the devil motherland. The devil motherland will be destroyed today. Brothers charge. Kill them all. Everyone seemed to have been injected with chicken blood. This was their chance to perform. At the same time, they would have the chance to seize all sorts of benefits. If they didn't seize it now, when would they have the chance? Thus, the scene of a full-scale harvest began. The few surviving demon soldiers became the targets of the encirclement. The same went for the devil venerables. One by one they died under the encirclement. Lin Fei also led over 1,000 guards and began to encircle the remaining demon soldiers and devil venerables. His actions were very slow. The majority of the devil motherland had been destroyed. The temporal temple master wanted to kill the demon 33 country ruler and completely destroy the devil motherland. That way he would be able to settle a huge matter in his heart. At this time, the temporal temple master wouldn't care about a small fry like Lin Fei. With the two great treasures of the temporal temple in his hands, the temporal temple master could kill anyone he saw. He wasn't afraid that something would come out to cause trouble. He might even be eager for more to come so that he could start a massacre. Lin Fei happened to be taking a break. He was now ready to retreat as soon as something happened. The Alliance forces didn't think so. All of them rushed toward the devil venerables. They all had treasures on them. As long as they killed them, the treasures would belong to them. Everyone rushed forward like a swarm of bees, and they kept killing the devil venerables. The temporal temple master had gone to hunt down the demon 33 country ruler and the divine venerables. It would be even better if he could capture them alive. Otherwise he wouldn't have noticed anything. Sacred Lord Lin really knows something. Jin Bubi suppressed his clansman's desire to plunder and kept staring at Yi Xian. Finally, he realized that what Yi Xian had said previously had a hidden meaning. Everyone is frantically encircling him. Only the Sacred Body Mountain is the slowest. It looks like they are encircling him, but their efficiency is very low. That must be it. Maybe something big is going to happen. Did you guys notice that Lin Fei hasn't moved forward at all? He's completely stopped at the edge of the ancestral land. If something really happens, he can leave as soon as possible. Jin Bubi secretly rejoiced that he believed Lin Fei's words. Although everyone was rushing forward, the Jingguang clansmen's gazes were all sluggish. They basically didn't do anything. After a discussion among the higher-ups, they decided not to distance themselves from Lin Fei. They would run as soon as there was any sign of trouble. They would try to avoid losses as much as possible. Yi Xian led the guards to hunt down the remnants of the demon nation. It looked impressive, but it was all within the scope of the system, so he could capture them immediately. He's so fast. He's already at the Origin Divine Lake. Lin Fei had been paying attention to the situation. The Spacetime Hall Master displayed his godly might, beating the Demon 33 Country King until he pissed his pants in terror. The Demon 33 Country King was forced to retreat, and the upper echelons suffered heavy losses. Wielding the Sword of Time, he moved back and forth unstoppably, killing one person with each strike. At this moment, the Temporal Temple Master truly looked like an overlord. Demon 33 Country Ruler, so what if you're hiding in the Origin Divine Lake? The Temporal Temple Master chased him until he was near the Origin Divine Lake. He waved his long sword. If you don't want to die, surrender immediately and I'll leave your corpse intact. Your demon nation doesn't have the strength to resist anymore. Even the Origin Divine Lake can't help you. Give up resisting and admit defeat. More than 10 godly venerables surrounded the Origin Divine Lake. The Space-Time Divine Wheel appeared behind the Temporal Temple Master. This is your last chance. Demon 33 Country Ruler, you must cherish it. The Temporal Temple Master had a victorious smile on his face. Chapter 3143. Above the Origin Divine Pool. A green barrier rose up and covered the remaining demon venerables and great demon venerables of the demon nation. There's no way you can surrender. If you have the ability, then come in and attack. MO33 Country Lord's face turned sinister. Aren't you a group of hierarchs? That's for the best. Let's see if you have the strength to break through the defense of the Origin Divine Lake. It was all thanks to the Divine Pool of Origin that the Demon Empire had been able to stand strong for so long. It had been attacked countless times, but it had been able to hold on every time. This Origin Divine Pool contained an endless amount of life energy. Its defense could be said to be top-notch in the Saint Spirit domain. Up until now, no one had been able to break through the defenses of the Divine Lake of Origins. Demon 33 Country Lord, you stubborn bastard. Then this Hall Master will destroy your Origin Deity Lake. The Spacetime Hall Master was no longer polite. He brandished the Time Sword and slashed out hundreds of times. The Divine Wheel of Time and Space appeared as well. Countless attacks bombarded the defensive barrier of the Origin Divine Pool. The power of the Sword of Time erupted. When the sword landed on the barrier, the Genesis Divine Lake actually showed signs of slowing down. Even though it wasn't very obvious and it only lasted for a moment, it was obvious in the eyes of experts. Do it. When the Divine Pool of Origin was temporarily unable to connect the previous Divine Pool to the next Divine Pool of Origin, the mysterious Divine Lord who had been hiding in the void made his move. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In an instant, all the power slammed into the barrier of the Origin Divine Lake. Once the Divine Venerable showed his prowess, the scene was shocking. Even the Origin Divine Lake was shaken by it. The Spacetime Temple Master kept attacking with his sword. More than 10 to nearly 20 godly venerables gathered together and launched a frenzied attack. Each attack was aimed at the same spot. Go! The Origin Divine Lake's defenses couldn't keep up again. The Time and Space Temple Master showed his might. The Time and Space Wheel behind him disappeared. When it reappeared, it was actually at the critical point of the defense. His flaws were instantly exposed. Haha, you've lost. The Divine Wheel of Time and Space became a huge opening. The experts of the MO Kingdom inside the Origin Divine Pool were instantly attacked by the Divine Wheel of Time and Space. The sky was filled with sword shadows, leaving behind a large number of corpses. Boom! The Origin Divine Lake is about to break. Those two treasures of the Temporal Temple are truly mighty and domineering. With the combined power of the Divine Venerables and the help of the treasures, the defense of the Divine Pool of Origin will be broken. No matter how much Mo33 Country Lord calculated, he didn't calculate this point. We'll definitely win this time, haha. The spectators from the League of Mercenaries were excited. The Origin Divine Lake's defenses were famous for being tough. Time and time again, it had never been breached. Now, an opportunity had presented itself. No one had expected that the Temporal Temple Master would invite other hierarchs. Their overall strength had increased, and the two hierarchs' treasures were not to be trifled with either. They displayed their full potential. No, the Devil Empire will not lose. The Devil 33 Country Lord was heavily injured. Once the divine wheel of time and space unleashed its power, everyone was greatly affected. It was almost impossible for them to move. Soul Beast attack. The Origin Beast emerged from the bottom of the divine pool of origin. Its huge body continuously attacked the divine wheel of time and space. Lin Fei, who had been quietly watching, couldn't help but want to give the Demon 33 Country Lord 100 thumbs up. That's amazing. He's really good at acting. If Lin Fei didn't know the secret, he would probably believe that this was the Demon 33 Country Lord's desperation, or even his final madness. It was too realistic. No one believed that the Devil Empire could turn the tables. Good plan, good plan. In order to deal a heavy blow to the League of Mercenaries, he's willing to pay such a huge price. He's really bold. Lin Fei believed that a blinding scene was about to happen. This process wouldn't take long. When the Demon 33 Country Lord decided to put on an act, he would definitely put on a good show. This was something that Lin Fei believed. First you'll feel good, then you'll fall from the clouds. The hierarchs surrounded the Origin Divine Pool and attacked the weak spot. This lasted for 10 days. The divine wheel of time and space opened that spot. As the sea of attacks rained down, an opening gradually appeared. The Origin Divine Pool couldn't recover. The Devil Empire's final barrier seemed to be about to be destroyed. The experts on the Origin Divine Pool attacked the divine wheel of time and space like crazy. After 10 days, the Soul Beast was also riddled with wounds. Almost everyone who could attack it had attacked. But they still couldn't shake the divine wheel of time and space. No one could get close to this treasure. They would be shot to death before they even got close. Even the hierarchs were pierced through. On the 12th day, the opening was getting bigger. The Spacetime Temple Master led the charge into the Origin Divine Pool. With one strike, countless experts of the Devil Empire were turned into ashes. Demon 33 Country Lord, you didn't expect this, did you? The Spacetime Temple Master sent the Demon 33 Country Lord flying with one strike. In 12 days, the Demon 33 Country Lord was seriously injured. The Demon 33 Country Lord was still unwilling. I didn't expect you to invite the hierarchs of the Glory Sect. You're really generous. You gathered so many hierarchs. This Country Lord is really unwilling. The Demon 33 Country Lord didn't attack again. His body was on the verge of collapsing. If not for the Demon King's betrayal, you wouldn't have had the chance to succeed. The Spacetime Temple Master's grudge with the Devil Empire had lasted for a long time. Now, he had finally accomplished something that no one in history could accomplish. Just as he said, the Devil Empire was very powerful at its peak. If not for the Demon King, the Spacetime Temple wouldn't have had the chance. There's no point in saying all this. Your Devil Empire has lost. This is something that cannot be changed. The Spacetime Divine Wheel opened a door. All the hierarchs rushed in. The two hierarchs of the Devil Empire were at the end of their tether. They were only a matter of time before they were killed. The Demon Supremacies and Great Demon Supremacies all gave up resisting. In front of the hierarchs, their resistance was useless. That meta beast was also suppressed. Everything seemed to have been decided at this moment. The Devil Empire's last barrier was gone. The battle had ended smoothly. The Great Alliance was excited. Ha, we won. We killed the Devil Empire, ha. Victory, we won. The Devil Empire, a power that had existed for a long time, had finally been destroyed. This was definitely a grand event in the Saint Spirit world. Many powers had been destroyed by the Devil Empire. Now it was the Devil Empire's turn. Everyone was overjoyed. They didn't notice. The guards led by Lin Fei began to move closer. They looked like they were celebrating the defeat of the Devil Empire. Laugh, laugh. Lin Fei snorted. When the third-class ultimate gods make their move, the ultimate gods inside will become nourishment for the Origin Divine Pool. The Spacetime Temple Master and the others were dizzy with victory. Chapter 3144. In the Divine Pool of Origin. The defense was still maintained. But the experts of the Great Alliance had entered. It was said that there was an independent space within the Origin Divine Pool, and all the treasures of the Devil Empire were stored there. Apart from that, there were also those extremely high-quality life crystals. In the eyes of everyone, this place was a priceless treasure. Furthermore, it was rumored that the Origin Divine Pool had a great origin, and that whoever obtained it would obtain unimaginable benefits. As for whether or not there was a divine lake of origin, no one knew. However, there was one thing that everyone was very clear on. Whoever controlled the divine lake of origin, that power's strength would soar by leaps and bounds. Are you bringing us to the inner part of the divine pool of origin? The Spacetime Palace Master wasn't afraid that the Devil 33 Kings would do anything to him. All the living forces had been killed. Even if his main body was inside the origin divine pool, he wouldn't be able to do anything. The demon country had already suffered a crushing defeat, and there was no chance for him to make a comeback. The Temporal Temple had paid a huge price in order to encircle and annihilate the demon motherland. Fortunately, everything was under control and no unforeseen events occurred. Aha, Spacetime old fox, do you really think you've won? Suddenly, the Demon 33 Heavenly Country ruler laughed. His deathly aura was swept away, replaced with a smug smile. The situation had changed. Boom boom. Two violent rumbles swept across the area. The two suppressed hierarch old ancestors of the demonic motherland chose to self-detonate, catching them off guard. The Great Alliance's experts suffered heavy losses on the spot. The divine venerable ones self-destructed, and the weaker ones died on the spot. This scene was too sudden. This was completely out of everyone's expectations. The Supreme Divinity actually chose to self-destruct. Could it be that he could turn things around by self-destructing? The demon country was destined to be destroyed. This was something that did not need to be doubted. For a moment he could not figure it out. Welcome to the divine pool of origins. The Demon 33 Heavenly Country Lord roared. Beneath the calm surface of the lake, without any warning, massive waves rose up and a massive creature rushed out from the bottom of the lake. Brr. The shrill voice spread over the ancestral land. Bang bang bang. Wherever the voice passed, the powerhouses of the Great Alliance turned into clouds of blood mist one after another. The entire sky looked like it was blooming with beautiful fireworks. Lin Fei immediately recalled his guards. Even though Lin Fei had been prepared for this, he still staggered and nearly fell from the sky when the terrifying sound wave landed on his body. Madan, is this the strength of a third-class ultimate god? Too scary. His power seeped into his body and killed 20% of his cells in an instant. Lin Fei was glad that he was prepared. If he hadn't recalled the Imperial Guards in time, that attack just now would have killed almost all of them. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were completely wiped out. After one round, there were almost no one left standing in the sky. They were either killed instantly or dropped to the ground. All of them were dumbfounded. The creature in the divine pond of origin finally revealed its true form. It was something that looked like a big ball. It was huge and the sharp voice came from its mouth. The ultimate god's facial expressions changed drastically. Eat them, these are your gifts. Eat to your heart's content. The Demon 33 Country Lord said condescendingly. The huge ball-shaped creature once again let out a sharp voice, wave after wave. Clouds of blood mist appeared in the sky once again. Temple Master, we've been tricked. This creature is at least a peak second-class ultimate god. Run. The Spacetime Temple ultimate gods' faces turned pale. Just the sound wave attack alone had injured them. How could they fight against it? It had to be at least a second-class ultimate god to be able to injure them so easily. There was a huge gap between a first-class ultimate god and a second-class ultimate god. The Spacetime Temple Master was surrounded by time power, but he was still injured. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The creature's strength was far beyond a second-class ultimate god. It was at least a third-class ultimate god. Third-class ultimate god. A trace of bitterness and helplessness appeared on his originally high-spirited face. They had been tricked. What a big trap. Everyone enter the time-space divine wheel. That treasure opened a door which turned out to be a space of its own. The spherical creature opened its bloody mouth, and the world suddenly darkened. The entire origin divine lake was plunged into darkness. It was not darkness that covered the sky but real darkness. It's too cruel. Run. Run. We'll die if we don't run. Those who were lucky enough to not enter the pond were completely dumbfounded. Fear and uneasiness replaced their smiles as they fled in all directions. Boom. Boom. At that moment, a dark army appeared in the void outside the ancestors' land. Everyone is here, why leave? I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Demon King's cloak fluttered. Kill. The army behind him moved and rushed into the battlefield. It's a trap. It's a trap. I understand now. The Demon King and the 33 lords were just acting. What a shameless bastard. Everyone break out of the encirclement. Facing the Demon King's army, even the stupidest person knew what was going on. It was a trap, but they did not understand it. Instead, they proudly thought that it was necessary to annihilate the demon ancestors' kingdom. The situation before them had turned upside down in the blink of an eye. It was completely dark inside the divine pond of origin. Not a single ultimate god came out. The space-time divine wheel treasure was also shrouded in darkness. No one could see what was going on inside. They had lost their confidence. Without the ultimate gods, how could they resist the experts brought by the Demon King? The situation was completely one-sided. The forces of the Great Alliance outside were already in chaos. They could not fight back effectively and could only struggle before death. That brat actually ran away. The Demon King had been keeping an eye on Lin Fei, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even his guards were gone. That treasure on him is powerful. Although the Demon King wanted to kill Lin Fei and obtain the invincible devour technique, there was no need to waste time since he had disappeared. Destroying the Great Alliance's strength was the most important. They had to deal a heavy blow. Activate the array formation. Don't let them escape. Kill them all. Lin Fei, who had turned into the void, did not dare to stay. This place was too dangerous. They were working together from the inside and outside. The ultimate gods inside would be handed over to the divine pond of origin, while the Demon King outside would be handed over to the Demon King. The Great Alliance would have no choice but to lose. The tables have turned too quickly. The Great Alliance had been attacking for hundreds of years. In the eyes of others, it was a huge joke that they could make a comeback in less than half a day. Chapter 31:45. From the appearance of the ball in the divine pool of origin. Lin Fei knew that the Great Alliance's encirclement against the demon motherland had finally come to an end. As for the godly supremes who went in, they probably wouldn't have a good ending. They might even become food for the ball. After confirming that it was safe, Lin Fei began to check on the situation in the Ancestors' Land. The Ancestors' Land looked completely different now. How could the Great Alliance resist the attack of the Demon King's army? They would either die or surrender. A large number of captives appeared. The Great Alliance had suffered a crushing defeat. Invulnerable Gold ran pretty fast. Lin Fei looked around and didn't see Invulnerable Gold, which meant that he had probably escaped. His warning was not in vain. The losses should not be that great. The divine pool of origin was still dark. Lin Fei tried to check but didn't see anything. The darkness seemed to be a special substance that could block everything except darkness. This was a big blow to Lin Fei. He could only give up for now. The Demon King was in a good mood. After working so hard for such a long time, they had finally wiped out the League of Mercenaries. They would not forget what happened today for a long time. Kit, you're in a good mood. At this moment, a voice drilled into his mind. The Demon King's expression stiffened. Why is it this guy again? Why is he targeting me? That old senior had appeared again. The Demon King mourned for himself for 3 breaths. He couldn't find him last time and he couldn't find him this time either. The Demon King gave up on the idea of finding him. If he found him, he would probably be doomed. Hello, senior. The Demon King replied. We're really fated to meet again. Lin Fei smiled. I'm not fated with you. The Demon King wanted to tell the other party not to bother him, but he didn't dare to do so. This kind of old senior was the most unpredictable. The Demon King decided not to offend him. Senior, there's something. The Demon King probed. It's all because of you guys. I was sleeping soundly but I was woken up. I want to slap you guys to death. The Demon King broke out in a cold sweat. He was completely frightened. Senior, it's a misunderstanding. The Demon Monarch did not want to be blamed by the old senior. If you want to look for this matter, then go look for the Demon 33 Country King. That guy was the one who caused the trouble. Alright, there's also that third great essence beast, the Darkness Devourer. Lin Fei was overjoyed. It seemed that this demon lord had a psychological shadow over him. Otherwise he wouldn't have leaked the news so quickly. Devouring Beast of Darkness, what a domineering name. Dark Devourer, what a lousy name. Lin Fei snorted. Its voice is so loud, yet it's only a third-grade meta beast. It can't even withstand a single blow. The demon lord nodded repeatedly. Senior is right. Of course, the darkness-swallowing beast is nothing much, especially in Senior's eyes. You can kill it with one finger. The Dark Devourer is very powerful. It's also the strongest ultimate god soul beast that the Origin Divine Lake has ever released. Lin Fei was amused again. He seemed to have heard some news again. Looks like this Origin Divine Lake is really something else. It seems like there are other divine venerable soul beasts imprisoned here? That's too scary. Lin Fei secretly guessed. Senior, don't worry. The Dark Devourer is just to scare people. Don't be fooled by the commotion it causes. It's not very powerful and consumes a lot of energy. After eating those ultimate gods, it'll sleep for at least 100 years. It won't disturb Senior again. Lin Fei scolded angrily and then chose to disappear. In the Demon Lord's eyes, it seemed that it was because of the Dark Devourer that he had come out to vent his anger. I finally dealt with it. The Demon Lord heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this Senior isn't interested in the Origin Divine Lake. Otherwise we'll be in big trouble. The Origin Divine Lake is an 8th grade ultimate god treasure. It's the strongest treasure left behind by the Origin Patriarch. Lin Fei continued to monitor the Demon Lord. An 8th grade ultimate god treasure, the strongest treasure, the Origin Patriarch. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The darkness in the Origin Divine Lake lasted for a day and a night. It wasn't very long. Lin Fei thought that it would take at least 10 days to half a month. The Origin Divine Lake was quite efficient. The time-space wheel disappeared. Those ultimate gods also disappeared. The lake returned to its calm state. The Dark Devourer had also disappeared. Everything had calmed down. Demon Lord, it was a pleasure working with us. The Demon Lord entered the Origin Divine Lake. The Demon Lord said proudly, we finally dealt a heavy blow to them. Unfortunately, we couldn't stop the time-space wheel. That's normal. The Demon Lord and the Demon Lord were in a good mood. Lin Fei was also excited when he heard that. The Demon Lord had used his trump card to deal a heavy blow to the Great Alliance. From what he said, other than a few, the rest of the ultimate gods had been killed. The Dark Devourer had become a great hero. We should pursue them while we're winning. The Demon Lord said, the Massacre God Court isn't bad. He's the weakest. If not for his good luck, he wouldn't even be ranked. Who doesn't know that they're the lackeys of the Temporal Temple? You're right. The Great Alliance needs to deal with another power. The Massacre God Court is good. Once we get rid of them, we can take the next step and create a demon warrior that belongs to the Great Alliance. The Demon Lord said, even if the people from the Sage Sect come looking for an explanation, they will have to think twice. Demon warrior. The Demon Lord's expression changed slightly. Ambushing the Massacre God Court? Lin Fei really admired their courage. Thinking about it, it made sense. With the Dark Devourer's display of might, the top powers of the Great Alliance were licking their wounds and devouring other powers. Revenge? They definitely wouldn't dare to do so in the short term. Who could guarantee that the Dark Devourer wasn't around? They didn't dare to step into the Origin Divine Lake. Should I enter the Origin Divine Lake? Lin Fei thought. He wasn't afraid of anything. The Origin Divine Lake was under surveillance. Lin Fei was more confident than anyone else that he could avoid danger. The news of the Great Alliance's defeat spread throughout the Saint Spirit world. Similarly, it spread to the Black region. Everyone's gaze towards the Great Alliance changed. It was truly a good show. The Demon Lord and the Demon Lord had joined forces and done something big. The mysterious essence beast that killed the ultimate gods caused everyone to be extremely fearful. What the hell was that thing? Even the ultimate gods couldn't resist it. When the news spread, there was an uproar. The Temporal Temple and the other powers remained silent. At the same time, they opened their mountain gates and became heavily guarded. It made people think that something bad was about to happen. They've set off. Lin Fei had been paying attention. Chapter 3146. Lin Fei finally decided to sneak into the Origin Divine Pool. Perhaps there would be a good harvest. With the precedent set by the Great Alliance, who would dare to invade the demon's motherland at this time? That would be an act of having nothing better to do and would definitely be courting death. Lin Fei was one of those suicidal people. Compared to others, Lin Fei knew more about the Devil's motherland. When the Demon King and the Devil 33 monarchs left with their experts, Lin Fei quietly entered an independent space. The space was called the Origin Space. The Origin Space was huge beyond Lin Fei's imagination. It was boundless as far as the eye could see. Unlike other spaces, the Origin Space was filled with giant bubbles of varying sizes, floating in the air. These must be life energy. Lin Fei could feel the rich life energy within the bubbles and was tempted. Good stuff, this is really good stuff. The huge bubbles were constantly moving. That's... Lin Fei looked into the distance and finally saw something interesting. In the Origin Divine Pool, There was almost nothing else apart from the bubbles. However, within those bubbles, Lin Fei saw experts sealed within. 5 ultimate gods from the Glory sect. Lin Fei had a deep impression of those 5. At that moment, they seemed to have lost consciousness and were trapped within the bubbles. Heavenly Feather Clan, Massacre Palace, Dark Shadow Palace, almost all the famous experts were there. There were a total of 15 ultimate gods. They were all captured in one fell swoop. The Spacetime Temple Master isn't here, it should be. Just as Lin Fei thought of that, he saw someone familiar, the Spacetime Temple Master. Lin Fei saw the captives. There were great venerables and ultimate gods among the Great Alliance's captives. Lin Fei initially thought the ultimate gods and great venerables were digested after being eaten by the dark swallowing beast. He did not expect such a situation to happen. Master, they have all been suppressed and lost the ability to resist. They will slowly be converted into life energy, the purest existence. Little Devil said. Lin Fei also needed a lot of life energy. Looks like there must be something amazing in the divine pool of origin. If the Demon Monarch and the Demon 33 Country Lord knew that Lin Fei had snuck in alone, they would probably want to cry, especially the Demon 33 Country Lord. Lin Fei looked left and right, but he really didn't find anything else. Dark Shadow Palace Master. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace was also captured. Compared to other ultimate gods, the Dark Shadow Palace Master's treatment seemed to be much better. Shadow, you traitor. You never thought that this day would come, did you? A voice came from afar. Black round tables appeared in front of the origin space. Each round table was covered in ancient runes, giving off an ancient aura. The area of the round platform was not small, it was about 2 acres. At the center of the round platform was a stone tablet. The stone tablet was completely black and seemed to be made of special materials. It was accompanied by ancient words. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was imprisoned on the stone tablet. In front of him stood a person. This person turned out to be the Demon 33 Country Lord. This was a doppelganger holding a sharp whip in his hand. He was constantly whipping the Dark Shadow Palace Master. His body was covered in blood and his wounds did not heal. He kept looking injured. You have finally fallen into my hands. The Demon 33 Country Lord's face was ferocious. The Dark Shadow Palace Master's face was pale as if he was seriously injured. He was on the verge of death, but he did not die. Demon 33 Country Lord, kill me. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was expressionless. You want to know the technique from me? Don't even think about it. Back then, if the Patriarch had not brought you here, you would not have been able to take root in the Saint Spirit domain. Dream on. The Demon 33 Country Lord was furious. You don't want to tell me, do you? Anyway, I have time to deal with you. Don't even think about leaving this origin space. Lin Fei was listening. It was rumored that the Dark Shadow Palace Master was in contact with the Demon 33 Country Lord. It seemed to be true. Lin Fei listened for a while and understood that the Demon 33 Country Lord was planning to torture the Dark Shadow Palace Master to find out the whereabouts of a technique. From beginning to end, he basically talked about this technique. Haha, Demon 33 Country Lord, hit me all you want. You won't be able to know the technique in this lifetime. Moreover, I am not the only one who knows this technique now. I have also told others. How is it? Does it feel good? The Demon 33 Country Lord's face darkened. You dare to tell others the technique? Tell me, who is it? Kill me. The Demon 33 Country Lord's fist landed on the Dark Shadow Palace Master's body. His entire body exploded. A moment later, the blood mist wriggled, and the Dark Shadow Palace Master reappeared. He still looked like he was on the verge of death. Death is uncomfortable, right? The Demon 33 Country Lord said, This is the steel of death I got from the scattered star sea. It is something that can never die. It is truly a life worse than death. Cut the crap. Now that I have fallen into your hands, you can do whatever you want to me. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was very unyielding. The Demon 33 Country Lord said gloomily, Don't worry, I will slowly torture you. You should also know about the steel of death. Every time you die, you will form a connection with the steel of death. When you die 100 times, you will never be able to leave the steel of death. At that time, you will become a death god soldier. How about it? Are you looking forward to it? Technique? It can't be the technique to completely refine the origin divine pool, right? Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. When the Dark Shadow Palace Master took out this technique to exchange for the first few layers of the Invincible Devour technique, Lin Fei only felt that the Dark Shadow Palace Master cared about his technique. Lin Fei did not dare to guarantee that the Demon 33 Country Lord was asking about this technique. If it was true, then it would be a little bad. The Demon 33 Country Lord tortured the Dark Shadow Palace Master for a long time before he left unwillingly. Before he left, he said that someone would come to take care of him every day. He really left. Lin Fei did not kill the Demon 33 Country Lord's clone. If he killed a clone, it would alert the enemy and he would not have a chance to understand the origin divine pool. When the Demon 33 Country Lord really left, Lin Fei hesitated whether he should talk to the Dark Shadow Palace Master, such as bringing him out. Fellow Taoist Dark Shadow, can this sacred lord understand that you tricked me? A faint voice entered the Dark Shadow Palace Master's mind. You actually came in. The Dark Shadow Palace Master, who was on his last breath, heard this and his expression changed slightly. This is all thanks to fellow Taoist's technique, Lin Fei said with a smile. Chapter 3147. Lin Fei was quite surprised. The Dark Shadow Palace Master had actually taken the initiative to seek death. Was the Monument of Death really that terrifying? Are you surprised and shocked because you don't know how terrifying the Monument of Death is? The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace said, everyone who has experienced it has become a divine weapon. They have lost all consciousness and their bodies are empty. If you still think that this is not scary enough, let me tell you, once the Monument of Death is bound to you, it will kill the original body or the doppelganger, leaving only one existence, and it will be an unavoidable attack. Lin Fei secretly took a deep breath. This sounds a little scary. It can affect the original body and clone. No wonder the Dark Shadow Palace Master took the initiative to seek death. Just thinking about it is scary. The clone can kill the original body, and the original body can kill the clone. No one can stop it. Lin Fei had to admit that the Monument of Death was very powerful. It was ridiculously powerful. I don't have the ability to destroy such a treasure. Lin Fei said, so I can't help you. Wait, you can do it? The Dark Shadow Palace Master was anxious. If Lin Fei really left, he would really have no way to turn things around. The Monument of Death is very powerful and very terrifying. I'm currently imprisoned by the monument, but Holy Lord Lin can. This is because my relationship with the Monument of Death has only just been established, and it's not very solid. Holy Lord Lin's unique secret technique can kill me. As long as you absorb all the life energy within the Monument of Death, I'll truly die. Could it be done like this? Lin Fei agreed to the Dark Shadow Palace Master's request. It couldn't be better for someone to take the initiative to seek death. Lin Fei also received a piece of information which was very useful to him. It was about the divine pool of origin. Fellow Taoist Dark Shadow, wait for me to come back and send you on your way. I'll be counting on you. Lin Fei left. A smile flashed across the Dark Shadow Palace Master's face. Demon 33 Country Lords, you've calculated everything but you've left out Lin Fei. Haha, I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Fei had indeed been tricked by the Palace Master. Lin Fei really wanted to say that the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace was very shameless. Fortunately, he had encountered him when he came in. Otherwise, it would not be a good thing to be targeted by the Demon 33 monarchs. Who asked the Devil Empire to have such a terrifying treasure? The Saint Spirit domain was filled with danger. Over here. After leaving the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace, Lin Fei saw more than a dozen monuments of death, each with a person on it. The Divine Lord. There were also some steles that looked empty, but the steles were constantly changing. One moment there were heavenly gods and the next moment there were stone steles. All sorts of miserable screams could be heard. There were even a few death monuments that had completely changed. They had turned into divine weapons with empty eyes. Whether it was their bodies or their insides, they seemed to be undergoing great changes. What a cruel method. Lin Fei ignored it. Finally, in the depths of the origin space, he saw a miniature version of the giant lake. Compared to the one outside, it was actually about half the size. The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace said that the second level is below. Lin Fei tried to penetrate it. The resistance was very strong. This was the first time that Lin Fei had encountered such assistance. It could actually block the space. The deeper he penetrated, the more life energy formed a barrier. Little devil, can you absorb the life energy now? Remember to keep your movements low. No problem. Lin Fei began to let the system absorb the life energy. As he did not dare to make a big movement, the speed was not very fast. Every time he absorbed a portion, Lin Fei would advance a little. The effect was not very good. At this point, Lin Fei had no other choice. This place is really not a place that any expert can penetrate. It was the first time that Lin Fei had seen such a strange place. Even a Divine Lord expert would be stopped. Master, the life energy here is too rich. After countless times of condensation, it's really a top-notch item. Little Devil's voice was filled with excitement. It can't be. It's true. It's very rich. It's the richest we've seen so far. Every trace of life energy has been condensed thousands of times. It's the best of the best. It was the first time that Lin Fei had heard such an evaluation. Master, you're in luck this time. What was supposed to be a simple matter ended up taking more time than he had imagined. The system did not take much time to absorb the life energy. In order to reach the bottom, it took a full 10 years. That's right. 10 years. Lin Fei himself was very surprised. The life energy in this lake was actually so rich. It was simply outrageous. Lin Fei was even more glad that he did not absorb the life energy wantonly. That was because Lin Fei had encountered something below. It was a big round ball, black and swarthy. It was the dark devouring beast. This fellow was sleeping soundly and did not have the domineering aura it once had. It was surrounded by darkness, true darkness. As the dark devouring beast slept, it absorbed life energy. A vortex of life energy formed in front of it, and a large amount of life energy was absorbed into its body. Thankfully, I didn't make much noise. This fellow is actually here. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He had almost encountered a huge problem. There's really a door. After 10 years, Lin Fei finally controlled the void and reached the bottom. Thinking back on the past 10 years, Lin Fei really admired himself. If an ultimate god came, he would probably not be able to reach this place even after 100 years. The deeper he went, the richer the life energy became. Lin Fei did not know how many years it took to condense it. After breaking through the distance, he finally saw a door at the bottom. This door was very special. Ancient runes floated in the air. Each was different, but each gave off a terrifying aura of danger. Lin Fei did not dare to be careless. This should be the defense runes. The Dark Shadow Palace Master said that each of these defense runes has the power of an ultimate god. They are of different levels and whoever touches them will die. Lin Fei's scalp went numb. The entire door steel was sealed by the dense defense runes. That area seemed to have become a terrifying zone. With such a level of defense, whoever dares to rush in will die. Lin Fei felt that several of the runes had the terrifying power to kill him instantly. Lin Fei even used the system to do a search. The red dots in front of him were all threatening. It's understandable that they can't enter. Lin Fei thought. There's something wrong with what the demonic lord said. They did not really crack the second level. The dark devouring beast should have been created by luck and saved the lives of the demonic nation. In fact, the demonic lord had indeed exaggerated. Chapter 31:48. At the bottom of the lake. It wasn't easy for Lin Fei to come down, but he ended up encountering quite a bit of trouble. According to the Dark Shadow Palace Master, only one of these rune defense runes is able to enter, but how do I find it? It doesn't seem to be an easy task. Tens of thousands of mysterious runes with the same aura formed a special rune defense. This was the most dangerous existence Lin Fei had seen so far. If one made the wrong choice, any of the runes could kill one. That was how overbearing they were. Either don't go or go in, there were only these two choices and there would never be a third choice. Little Devil, is there a way to filter them out? Lin Fei had no way to do it himself. Those runes were all the same and there was no difference in their aura. It was quite troublesome. If he couldn't enter after reaching the entrance, then wouldn't his 10 years have been in vain? It's difficult and it will take time. Little Devil said, these runes were refined by an almighty expert, and they are exactly the same without any flaws. You can either master the method or use the stupidest method to test them one by one. Lin Fei smiled bitterly. If he had a way, then he wouldn't be like this, looking at them helplessly. How long will it take? I'm not sure at the moment, but if I want to crack it, it will probably take tens of thousands of years. Lin Fei's heart sank. This trip was in vain and he didn't dare to take the risk. If something happened, he would really be finished. That kind of loss would be too great. Can you copy these runes? Yes. Lin Fei was also relieved. It shouldn't be a problem to sneak in after cracking it. Lin Fei was under the lake, not in a hurry to come out. Not being able to enter the second level made Lin Fei very unhappy. Since he was unhappy, he had to take some revenge. For example, plundering life energy. This was the only way Lin Fei could vent his anger. Anyway, the life energy here was unbelievably rich, so it didn't matter if there was a small amount. He couldn't detect it anyway. Suck, 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 suck. Lin Fei stayed at the bottom of the lake for another 20 years. Under Little Demon's precise control, a large amount of life energy was absorbed. During this time, the Darkness Devourer woke up, but it didn't notice anything strange and went back to sleep. This feels great. In the past 20 years, I've unknowingly absorbed 20% of the life energy, and all of it is the richest. This trip was not in vain. Lin Fei was quite proud of his method of absorbing life energy. Unless the demon 33 country lords personally came down, it would be impossible to discover it. Lin Fei himself had to expend so much effort to come down, and it was likely that the demon 33 country lords had to do the same, and it wouldn't be any easier than him. This matter wouldn't be discovered for a long time. Come out from under the lake. Lin Fei first went to the Shadow Palace Master's location. This guy was still on the verge of death. Over the past 30 years, the Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace had been tortured. Black divine markings appeared on his body. They weren't very obvious, but to Lin Fei they looked very evil. Brother Dark Shadow, I'm here to send you on your way. Lin Fei didn't show himself. He controlled the incarnation space and enveloped the Shadow Palace Master. Thank you. The plunder skill was activated. The Shadow Palace Master's life energy was completely plundered. The life energy in the Monument of Death was also plundered in an instant. The entire Monument of Death also returned to normal. It was dark and colorless as if it had lost something. After helping the Dark Shadow Palace Master, Lin Fei left the origin space. As for those godly experts, they weren't too interested. Their life energy was completely incomparable to the life energy in the lake. Lin Fei naturally didn't care about the life energy. He came out of the origin divine pool. The demon motherland had changed a lot in just 30 years. The buildings that were destroyed back then were rebuilt, and they were even more magnificent than before. The demon soldiers multiplied extremely quickly, and it seemed that it wouldn't take long for them to return to their original numbers. He left the demon motherland. Lin Fei returned to the Sacred Body Mountain as soon as he could. Although 30 years had passed, the Sacred Body Mountain didn't change much. The demon motherland didn't launch a surprise attack on the Sacred Body Mountain. After returning to the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei first released the people. Of the 3,000 guards, other than some who died, there were now more than 2,800 guards left. A total of more than 100 heavenly gods were lost. Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw this result. After the guards were released, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about the rest. The clones of the 3 old ancestors also came to report the situation. In the past 30 years, many major things had happened. At the mention of this, the 3 old ancestors looked at each other. They were really on tenterhooks. When Lin Fei heard the words of the 3 old masters, he was extremely taken aback as well. So many things had happened in the past 30 years, far surpassing his expectations. For example, the Demon 33 Country Lord and the Demon King launched a surprise attack on the Massacre God Palace. In the end, the Massacre God Palace was destroyed. Those experts were all killed by the Demon 33 Country Lord and the Demon King, and the entire Massacre God Palace collapsed. That wasn't the end. After that, they attacked the Dark Shadow Palace. Although they didn't destroy it, they suffered great losses. This was actually very normal. However, there was another thing that undoubtedly made everyone dumbfounded. The 5 top powers of the Black region actually brought a large group of subordinates, and when the Demon 33 Country Lord and the Demon King attacked the Dark Shadow Palace, they swept away a large group of powers at lightning speed, and completely took root outside. The action of these 5 top powers was indeed beyond everyone's expectations. No one expected them to act at this time. Compared to the Black region, there seemed to be nothing outside the Saint Spirit domain other than the disarray Star Sea. But in such a situation, the 5 top powers had joined forces to act, blinding everyone's eyes. Among them, Glory Sect and Black Region Mountain had relations with the Temporal Temple, and they seemed to have good relations. Now they had also acted brazenly, and it was really beyond everyone's expectations. This was just the beginning. After the 5 top powers of the Black region joined forces, they once again joined forces with the Demon Motherland and the Demon Palace, and launched a fierce attack on the Temporal Temple. This Big Brother was finally attacked by a group of Big Brother-level experts. The war lasted for 5 years. The Temporal Temple was indeed the Big Brother. They had a strong foundation and endless experts. Godly venerable experts appeared one after another, and the 3 great treasures were used. The war lasted for a full 5 years. During this period, both sides suffered countless casualties. The Temporal Temple still suffered the most losses. Countless spatial and time disciples died, and the middle-level disciples were reduced by at least 10 to 40%. As for the 5 top powers, their losses were all cannon fodder. This war ended with the compromise of the Temporal Temple. Chapter 3149. The 5 top powers of the Black Domain had come out. This news had a huge impact on Lin Fei. This doesn't make sense. Why would they come out? Lin Fei had been to the Black Domain before. It seemed like that place was better than the outside world and there were more treasures there. Holy Master, this doesn't count, Grand Elder said. In the past 10 years, something has happened in the Black Domain. Many meta beasts have come out from there. Some are strong, some are weak. Once they come out, they occupy the mountains and declare themselves as kings. Some meta beasts even dominate a region. Several or even more than 10 of them are active together. It can't be. Even meta beasts have come out from there. Lin Fei was even more shocked. Did something happen in the Black Domain? We don't know for now. Our people didn't manage to find out. Grand Elder said shamefully. I'm afraid that only the 5 top powers know. What else happened? Lin Fei continued to ask. The 5 top powers had come out. It was a very surprising matter. Lin Fei had never thought that they would come out. The situation had changed greatly with the appearance of the powers in the Black Domain. There's one more thing. Our Saint Spirit world discovered a new continent. It is currently in a sealed state. There's news that it will be opened in at most 1,000 years. A continent. Lin Fei furrowed his brows. It seems like something bad is about to happen. After the battle with the Temporal Temple, the 5 top powers in the Black Domain had completely established themselves. Following that, meta beasts dominated the mountains, swamps, lakes, and even some mystic realms. This caused the situation in the Saint Spirit world to change greatly. Places that had previously felt very safe were now filled with a large group of ferocious half-meta beast bloodline existences. For a moment, everyone was on tenterhooks. If this was still acceptable to everyone, the appearance of a sealed continent at the border was undoubtedly exciting and crazy news. Currently, in the Saint Spirit world, the Devil Motherland and the Devil Palace occupied the desolate continent, the Temporal Temple occupied a portion of it, the Black Region's 5 top powers took a portion, the Essence Beasts took a portion, and the remaining hidden powers also took a portion. The entire Saint Spirit world's territory seemed to have been almost completely divided up. Now that a sealed continent had suddenly appeared, how could everyone not be shocked and excited? After Lin Fei learned about what had happened in the past 30 years, Lin Fei was shocked. An invisible pressure enveloped him. After settling down the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei personally went to the sealed continent to admire it from afar. What a powerful seal. The border was the end of the Saint Spirit domain. But at that moment, there was a blurry continent at the end of the Saint Spirit domain. Although it was only a thin layer of seal, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel a sense of powerlessness when he first saw it. The secrets of the Saint Spirit domain are deeper than I thought. For such a huge continent to appear at this time, Lin Fei couldn't help but be surprised. It seems like I'm not the only one who came here to visit this continent. Lin Fei discovered a familiar person. It was Invincible Jean from the Jingguang race. But this time, Invincible Jean wasn't alone. Instead, there was a young and beautiful fairy standing beside him. Brother Invincible, long time no see. While Invincible Jean and the fairy were talking, Lin Fei revealed himself and greeted Invincible Jean. Oh, it's Sacred Lord Lin. It's been 30 years. Where have you been? Invincible Jean was rather happy to see Lin Fei. It was all thanks to Lin Fei's reminder previously. I went into seclusion. I didn't come out, so I came here to take a look. Lin Fei said half-truthfully. This is? The palace-robed girl asked curiously. Invincible Jean introduced. This is Sacred Master Lin Fei from the Sacred Body Mountain. Didn't you say you wanted to take a look? Today I fulfilled your wish. Are you happy? The palace-robed girl was startled. You are that Sacred Master Lin Fei? Known to be unparalleled beneath the hierarch realm? Aha, if there isn't a second Lin Fei, then it should be this Sacred Master. Lin Fei laughed. Unparalleled beneath the hierarch realm? This Sacred Master doesn't have that capability. Invincible Jean introduced the palace-robed girl. She came from the Black Domain. She is a first-rate superpower under the 5 great superpowers. You can call her Great Paragon Flying Snow. So it's Great Paragon Flying Snow. Lin Fei cupped his hands. What a heroine. Great Paragon Flying Snow was quite curious about this Sacred Master Lin Fei. In the following period of time, he asked many questions, most of which were about gossip. Why did your superpowers from the Black Domain come out? Have you received any news? Lin Fei asked. Invincible Jean and Great Paragon Flying Snow shook their heads. I'm not sure. It seems this decision came too suddenly. After that, the 5 great superpowers of the Black Domain came out. Great Paragon Flying Snow said. Then what about the situation here? Invincible Jean had heard of some things. I should know about this. It said that the sacred spirit world was huge in the past. But later on, for some unknown reason, the sacred spirit world shrunk immeasurably, becoming what we are now. It seems that the great continent has been sealed. For instance, the one in front of us isn't any good place. Lin Fei looked at that great continent. He could vaguely see pieces of black fog floating about. No matter how he looked at it, it did not seem like anything good. Then do you all want to enter? We'll see how the situation goes. Invincible Jean did not dare to take the risk. I'm afraid now. Previously, if not for your reminder, our Jingguang clan would have suffered greatly. Our clan's old ancestor wishes to invite you as a guest. Lin Fei did not reject Invincible Jin's invitation. We are friends. Please don't laugh at us. When I'm free, this sacred master will personally pay a visit. Invincible, your relationship with that sacred master Lin isn't bad. Great Paragon Flying Snow asked. It's all right. He isn't as violent as the rumors say. He's relatively easy to talk to. Invincible Jean chuckled. Why? I've heard that the Black Domain Mountain wants to find trouble with that person. Great Paragon Flying Snow said, it seems they have suffered some losses. Black Domain Mountain? That is not a small problem. It must be related to the White Tiger Hall. That group of madmen would never be willing to suffer losses. Invincible Jean recalled, it isn't that easy for them to find trouble with Sacred Master Lin. His personal guards aren't just for show. Others might think that there are only 1,000 or so of them left, but in reality Sacred Master Lin has at least 3,000 of them. That first and second personal guards who have grasped the unparalleled Devour technique and could fight against the Devil Army of the Devil Nation? Chapter 3150. The situation in the Saint Spirit Domain had started to change. In 30 years, the Saint Spirit Domain had become what it was now. It was beyond many people's expectations. The position of the Temporal Temple's big brother had also been taken down by others. Some were injured and some were dead. They had completely lost the confidence they had before. At least for the time being, they did not have the courage to deal with the 5 top forces of the Black Domain one by one. They could only watch helplessly as they divided up the territory until it was completely consolidated. The Saint Spirit Domain was peaceful for a short period of time. You and I are good, everyone is good. Sacred Body Mountain. Ever since Lin Fei had returned that day, he had not stopped for even a moment. He had started to get busy again. Even the Temporal Temple had been taken down, let alone the others. Lin Fei felt that he had to prepare for a rainy day. Who knew if they would pay him a visit one day? The Saint Spirit Domain was no longer a world where supremacies ruled. Supremacies were the mainstream. The Temporal Temple was mighty and domineering, but they had still been beaten up by the 5 top forces of the Black Domain. In the end, they had no choice but to admit their strength. In the secret chamber, large amounts of ores and materials were being refined and extracted. The 3 massacred divine soldiers had become the best laborers. They did all the hard work. They were very efficient and they saved Lin Fei a lot of trouble. Gravity Bracelet. This was a treasure that Lin Fei had personally created. It had been infused with gravity, and it had a terrifying gravitational suppression. Even a supremacy would not be able to withstand it. Lin Fei was prepared to turn the 1st Defense Army and the 2nd Defense Army into a unique elite force. He wanted them to be feared by everyone. The Gravity Bracelet was the first treasure. With the help of the powerful system, Lin Fei had not stopped buying ores in large amounts all these years. Now, the Sacred Body Mountain was specialized in buying ores. Everyone in the Saint Spirit Domain knew about it. Whether it was the opposing forces or the neutral forces, there was no one who didn't know. Up until now, no one knew what this Holy Lord Lin Fei wanted to do. There were ores that were cheap and expensive, and it was a mess. Some people tried to analyze them, but in the end it was all for naught. There was no connection between these ores and materials, and as time passed, no one cared about them. Adding on the fact that Lin Fei asked for a high price, everyone was more than happy to search for ores and sell them to Saint Body Mountain. Master, I've researched what you wanted. In order to create the true elites of the Sage Body Mountain. 50 years had passed since his return, and the Sacred Body Mountain had become a major source of ores. Lin Fei finally heard the good news of his little devil. Is it a paralyzing substance or something else? All these years, Lin Fei had been letting the little demon study the composition of matter. From the Battle of the League of Mercenaries, Lin Fei realized the frightening power of a material enchantment. A divine weapon without enchantment would only be sharp, but it would be different after enchantment. The Gravity Bracelet innately suppressed the opponent. This was the first support. Lin Fei felt that it wasn't enough, and he needed other support attributes. It's a paralyzing substance, a sharp metal substance and a speed substance. A total of 3 substances. The little demon said. Master can refine a paralyzing divine weapon and enchant it with the sharp metal substance, which can easily cut through flesh. Then he can refine the speed of a great paragon. That's great. This piece of news came at the right time. Even though the Saint Spirit world seemed to be quiet, undercurrents were surging in the dark. For example, the Spacetime Temple was definitely not satisfied, and they might be thinking of ways to take revenge. The other peak powers were the same. If they didn't bare their fangs, how could they stand firm? As one of the 10 great sects, the Saint Body Mountain had been in the limelight for a few hundred years. Coupled with the invincible devouring technique, it was impossible for them not to spy on the Saint Body Mountain. Right now, they couldn't spare any hands to deal with the Saint Body Mountain. Lin Fei knew his own limits. Wasn't it just that his foundation wasn't good enough? Once his guards were completed, he would be able to chop them down like watermelons. Every time he thought of this, Lin Fei couldn't help but feel excited. Let's do as you say. Divine weapon? With the paralyzing material enchantment, divine weapons could also turn the tables. Coupled with the sharp metal substance, which specialized in cutting through flesh, one could paralyze and the other could cut through flesh. What worried Lin Fei the most was the problem of speed. With the help of the Gale material, the Saint Body Mountain's shortcoming, speed, would be perfect. No matter how one looked at it, it would be perfect. Saint Body Mountain, the first and second Saint Body Mountain. They were now at the Saint Body Mountain and they were all heroes. All the guards who had joined the Great Alliance returned rich. When they were besieged, they had plundered a large number of treasures. The guards at the back were all extremely envious and they rubbed their palms and palms together. Fortunately, Lin Fei took out a body tempering technique, which suppressed their thoughts. All of them started to focus on cultivating their physical bodies. Especially when they heard that this was a technique created based on the invincible devouring technique, everyone dispersed their cultivation and switched to this body tempering technique. The effects of 50 years were obvious. Saint Body Mountain in an independent space. This was a miniature spatial treasure that Lin Fei had bought at an auction. The Saint Body Mountain was a divine venerable treasure. Unfortunately, there was no space inside, so he had to buy another one. The price was painful. The current Saint Body Mountain had a total of 3,000 guards. Lin Fei selected a few to replenish the number, making up another 3,000. This would be the Saint Body Mountain's signature elite force. The heavenly gods of the Saint Body Mountain looked at the sacred leader with admiration. Not long ago they had changed their guns for cannons and they were extremely excited. Who are you? Lin Fei shouted. We are the Saint Body Mountain Guards, the sacred leader's Saint Body Mountain Guards. Their voices were loud and clear, soaring into the sky. Lin Fei was very satisfied. This was the kind of spirit that he wanted. You've traded for treasures. Happy? Yes. Now, all the Saint Body Mountain Guards had a damage immunity armor. Lin Fei named it the damage immunity armor. It could resist more than 80% of attacks. For this, Lin Fei's wealth had shrunk a lot. Some ores were too expensive. This damage immunity armor was quite necessary. The damage immunity armor was one of the reasons. The storm combat boots on his feet added terrifying speed. Even if he wasn't a great venerable, he could still have the speed of a great venerable. In his hands was a sacred divine weapon. The cliched name was given by Lin Fei. It sounded more domineering. With 2 different attributes, the sacred heaven divine weapon was extremely powerful, and its effects were also extremely terrifying. Only 5 squads of supremacies were needed to kill them, and 2 squads of supremacies were needed. There were a total of 4 pieces of equipment on him. It took Lin Fei a lot of effort to get them. Now they were all equipped. It could be said that they were fully armed. As long as one wasn't a divine venerable, they were truly invincible below the divine venerable level. The scary thing was that they were a large team. I wonder which unlucky guy will give the Saint Body Mountain Guards a chance to become famous again. Chapter 3151. After Lin Fei replaced the 1st and 2nd Guards' army shotguns with cannons, he finally had some free time to rest. Lin Fei had to do it himself when it came to material enchantment. Needless to say, he had worked hard during that period. He could finally take a break during his free time. That break lasted for more than 3 years. The Sacred Body Mountain was still purchasing ores from the outside. Lin Fei still needed a large amount of materials. It was not easy to purify and required a large amount of ores to accumulate and extract. The Sacred Body Mountain had long become a big seller of ores. Everyone who wanted to sell ores would immediately think of the Sacred Body Mountain. The Sacred Body Mountain offered a high price and purchased a wide variety of ores. They were very popular. Lin Fei was ready to make money. It was not a good thing to do too much of this. For example, his own wallet would be empty. If he continued, he would be completely dumbfounded. I'll make some things to sell. Lin Fei had been thinking about this problem. Before he could make up his mind, the Dark Shadow Palace Master came to visit on a dark and windy night. What kind of wind is this? The Dark Shadow Palace Master is finally willing to come to my place. Lin Fei teased, even if the other party was an ultimate god expert. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was seriously injured after being ambushed by the Demon King and Demon 33 country lords. He could not recover in a short period of time and had started to keep a low profile. Only you would have the guts to tease an ultimate god. The Dark Shadow Palace Master smiled bitterly. Drink. Lin Fei took the initiative to take out a bottle of celestial wine. Help me have a taste. All right. The Dark Shadow Palace Master downed 3 cups in one go. Lin Fei only drank 1 cup. He liked to slowly savor it when he had nothing to do. Where did you get it from? I snatched it. Ah. The Dark Shadow Palace Master seemed to be in a better mood after teasing him. Actually, I came to chat with you. Do you think I'm too boring? I'm an ultimate god. Lin Fei could hear the helplessness in the Dark Shadow Palace Master's voice. I can't be happier to have a godly venerable expert come and chat with me. Ah. This time, Lin Fei had miscalculated the Palace Lord's intentions. This guy was really here to chat. He was complaining about the current Saint Spirit domain. Lin Fei listened quietly. Now that the Sacred Body Mountain was developing well, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. The Umbra Palace Lord was different. That old thing, Spacetime, wants to take in our Dark Shadow Palace. Why doesn't he look at the situation now? The Palace Master of the Dark Shadow Palace drank several cups in a row. Who was the one who was beaten up by those outsiders from the Black Domain and had no choice but to pay the price? Lin Fei heard a lot of gossip. It turned out that the Divine Lord also knew how to gossip. Sacred Lord Lin, you have to be careful. Spacetime is very cunning. He didn't take care of you the last time. Now that the Temporal Temple has been damaged, your personal guards and cultivation techniques will probably be taken by him. Don't say I didn't warn you. The Dark Shadow Palace Master was drunk. Lin Fei drank a glass of wine. What's there to be afraid of? At most we'll go all out. Without the Sacred Body Mountain, I'll fight them alone and teach them a lesson. Aha, that's right. Everyone is afraid of a loner like you. The Dark Shadow Palace Master got drunk on the Sacred Body Mountain. Lin Fei was speechless. A dignified ultimate god actually got drunk. Did he give up resisting? Did he want to numb himself with alcohol? It was unimaginable. Since he couldn't figure it out, Lin Fei temporarily settled the Dark Shadow Palace Master down. When he went to visit the next day, the Dark Shadow Palace Master had disappeared. Lin Fei cursed the shameless ultimate god for being so shameless. The Dark Shadow Palace isn't having a good time. Even Hierarch Dark Shadow would come to my place to get drunk. Yes, he would get drunk. Lin Fei cursed. His Sacred Body Mountain wasn't a place to drink alcohol. Temporal Temple. The upper echelons were discussing a matter. Ever since they were defeated by those aboriginals, the Temporal Temple's vitality had been damaged. However, they didn't have the ability to retaliate. When those 5 fellows joined forces, their strength was unbelievably tyrannical. The Temporal Temple had to use their 3 top-grade treasures to barely withstand the attack. No one had expected that they would have planned this for a long time and come up with many defensive measures against the Temporal Temple. This was also the reason why the Temporal Temple was caught unprepared. Their hatred for those 5 powers was like a raging river. Our Temporal Temple needs to recover our vitality. Everyone knows that the cultivation of space and time requires a long period of time and cannot be achieved in a short period of time. However, we now have an opportunity. If we seize this opportunity, we can recover our vitality in a very short period of time. The Temporal Temple Master personally spoke with great emotion. That is to force the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei to hand over the invincible Devourer, along with his personal guards. This was an existence that everyone was envious of. What opinion would the upper echelons have? Moreover, in the current situation, if they didn't do anything, everyone would think that they had been frightened by those fellows. Lin Fei's Sacred Body Mountain was a very good target. Who asked that fellow to be a thorn in their side? Yes, an absolute thorn in their side. While the Temporal Temple was planning, Lin Fei wasn't idling around either. It wasn't easy for him to get some rest. After hearing the Dark Shadow Palace Master's words, he decided to do something. After all, the Sacred Body Mountain's foundation was still quite weak. What should he do? Lin Fei decided to go out and capture some elemental beasts. The elemental beasts that came from the Black Domain were exceptionally strong. Moreover, they were real elemental beasts. It wouldn't be a bad idea to capture a dozen or 20 of them to guard the door. For example, they could be stationed in a nearby area to form a certain deterrent force. With Lin Fei's current strength, capturing elemental beasts wouldn't be a problem. He had an ultimate god's physical body. He could fight them head-on until they submitted. Subduing elemental beasts wasn't something that Lin Fei could do alone. Ever since the elemental beasts came out and occupied the mountain, they brought along a large number of half-elemental beasts. Those beasts were tamed and became their lackeys. The heavenly gods of the Saint Spirit world also started to capture half-elemental beasts, even those with bloodlines. It was normal for Lin Fei to target elemental beasts. With the guards at the Sacred Body Mountain, Lin Fei could leave with peace of mind. He was going to take the 3 massacre god soldiers away personally. He would need some hard labor. Just like that, Lin Fei left the Sacred Body Mountain without making a sound. After they left, in a mansion within the Sacred Body Mountain, a foreign merchant lived here. Ever since the Sacred Body Mountain started to purchase large amounts of ores, the number of merchants here had increased. As long as one behaved himself, the Sacred Body Mountain wouldn't do anything to him. This merchant was actually sent by the Temporal Temple. It was to get closer to the Sacred Body Mountain. Are we going to move? After receiving the message, this merchant walked into his secret room. It was a secret room that was filled with arrays. Chapter 3152. A teleportation platform. Only the Temporal Temple had their own teleportation platform. It was also one of their specialties. After a flash, the teleportation platform began to work. A group of experts from the Temporal Temple began to appear in the mansion. As the Sacred Body Mountain was separated from the Sacred City, no one noticed the commotion. In terms of space and time, no one dared to say that they were number one. The Temporal Temple did a good job in this aspect. Half a day later, a group of elites from the Temporal Temple appeared. They were all supremacies who exuded a strong aura. It was either time aura or space aura. They were covered from head to toe in battle armor. There were a total of 2,000 people in this group, and they were all equipped with treasured battle armor. Elders. 3 clones of the elders arrived. Each of them was an ultimate god. The 3 divine avatars of the elders, in addition to the 2,000 space-time elites, would be able to wipe out any force they faced. This time we are facing Lin Fei. He is extremely strong in close combat and has mastered the invincible devour technique. Your mission is to capture the Sacred Body Mountain's guards. The 3 Temporal Temple elders were Shi Qianwu, Shi Qianni, and Shi Qianma. All of them were ultimate gods of the Tian generation. Lin Fei's strength was known to the world. He was known to be invincible in close combat. Not satisfied? Go and try. Many people had experienced the consequences of being labeled as such. This time they would not foolishly target Lin Fei. Even if they were ultimate gods, they would not be able to withstand such a loss. Their mission was to capture the guards and obtain the invincible devour technique. In the middle of the night, the 3 ultimate gods personally led the team. Along the way they used their treasures. Under the influence of time, everyone's reactions were slowed down. All along, the Temporal Temple was the most proficient in ambushing a sect or power. There was no one better than them, and they could guarantee a 100% success rate. This time was no exception. The Sacred Body Mountain's array formation was not always open. This also gave them an opportunity. At the very least, it would be easier for them to enter. The treasury is on the left. Charge in. The guards are on the Sacred Body Mountain. They are independent and easy to find. With the information from the spies, the operation went very smoothly. It shouldn't be a problem for 2,000 space-time elites to take down 3,000 guards. The mission of the 3 hierarchs was to restrain Holy Master Lin Fei. For this, they had brought along one of the 3 great treasures of the Temporal Temple, the space-time divine wheel, which could suppress everything. As long as there was enough time, it wouldn't be a problem to capture the guards. Shameless? This was something that could not be helped. The Temporal Temple needed to be replenished. As for the personal guards who refused to accept their fate, now that they were in their territory, there were plenty of ways to make them submit. On one of the levels of the Sacred Body Mountain, the 3 ultimate gods used the Time Emperor will to quietly arrive at the Imperial Guard's location. Capturing this group of guards was the first order of business. In the Great Alliance they had bared their fangs. No one had forgotten that they had also cultivated the powerful and invincible devour and body refining techniques. Do it. Just as the 3 ultimate gods were about to take action, The first and second personal guards noticed the enemy attack. Enemy attack. The howling sound quickly spread out. Suppress them. The three ultimate gods worked together and activated the spacetime divine wheel. A huge shadow crossed the sky and descended on the sacred body mountain. A majestic power came crashing down. The humongous sage body mountain was being suppressed. The heavenly gods of the sacred body mountain were all unable to move. They could only look at the huge divine wheel in the sky, which was releasing a disdainful power. It's the spacetime divine wheel of the temporal temple. Shameless, too shameless. How dare they sneak attack us? The three patriarchs were also suppressed by the power of the spacetime divine wheel and could barely move. They were all peak great venerables and were extremely powerful, but they were being suppressed this time. The three hierarch avatars of the temporal temple were also having a hard time. The absolute gravity of the sacred body mountain was also pressing down, forming a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. This was also part of their plan. They used the spacetime divine wheel to resist the absolute gravity of the sacred body mountain. The rest was simple. No matter how powerful the guards were, they were no match for the spacetime elites. Moreover, the first and second personal guards had suffered great losses. They only had a little more than 1,000 true experts. Even if they were replenished, they would not be able to defeat all of them, and their threat would be greatly reduced. As long as they could stop Sacred Lord Lin Fei, everything would be under their control. Great, we will definitely return with a full load this time. The 50-year-old hierarch Shi Qianwu said with a smile. That's right. That Sacred Lord Lin Fei is probably thinking of a way. In front of the spacetime divine wheel, he can't use his invincible close combat strength. The three ultimate gods controlled the spacetime divine wheel and were constantly on guard against Sacred Lord Lin Fei. Why is there gravity? Damn, they are so fast. The 2,000 spacetime elites were prepared to cut through the guards and attack them one by one. They even used their treasures, but they discovered that the guards had broken through the restrictions as if they were on steroids. In order to capture the guards, they used their time treasures, which affected their speed. Unfortunately, they had forgotten that the guards were all equipped with treasures, such as the storm battle boots, which could ignore the effects of time. Even if their own speed was affected, the speed of the treasures still existed. They were blinded by the light. Die. A small team of 10 people wielding heavenly divine weapons slashed down on their bodies. The enchantment took effect, and with a tearing sound, their defenses were torn apart. A hole appeared in the armor of the spacetime elites. Their bodies went numb. Their expressions changed. Not good, this is the paralysis effect. Even if they had never seen a pig, they had eaten meat before. They all knew about the paralysis effect. It was the most unguarded thing, but they were hit by the paralysis effect. The attacks of the small team blasted over. The guards' armor was riddled with holes and they could not move at all. Apart from being paralyzed, there was nothing else. Awesome. How dare they sneak attack the sacred body mountain? Everyone kill them all. Long live the sacred lord. The sacred lord is invincible. The imperial guards cheered loudly. With the support of the three treasures, the 2,000 spacetime elites were no match for them. Their armor was like rags in front of the saintly divine weapons, and it was broken in 2 or 3 attacks. After being hit by the paralysis effect, their life energy was completely absorbed. The situation was completely one-sided. The counterattack of the spacetime elites had no effect at all. Completely crushed, truly crushed. Numb. They're numb again. Damn, why do they have so many numb weapons? Chapter 3153. The expressions of the three ultimate god elders changed. While they were resisting the absolute gravity of the sacred body mountain's treasures, the spacetime elites they brought suffered heavy casualties. Yes, casualties. The extremely powerful spacetime elites were losing ground to the sacred body mountain's personal guards. Move! What are you doing? They saw the spacetime elites standing still. The guards of the sacred body mountain surrounded them and instantly killed the spacetime elites. It was all done in a face-to-face encounter. One by one the spacetime elites were killed. The scene was unbearable to watch. Elders, they are too terrifying. We are no match for them. One of the great sovereigns who ran back cried, their weapons are all enchanted with paralysis and sharpness. We can't stop them. The three ultimate god elders seemed to have misheard. Enchanted paralysis? What a joke. A treasure with enchanted paralysis was priceless. Since when did the sacred body mountain become so rich? It was impossible for everyone to have one. Their subconscious told them that the sacred body mountain did not have the financial resources. Even if they had the financial resources, they would not be lucky enough to find 3,000 of such divine weapons. Did they really think they were cabbages in the market? Elders, we can't do it anymore. A moment later, only 1/3 of the 2,000 space-time elites were left. The other 2/3 were all dead. How sad. The three ultimate gods did not expect that the space-time elites could not suppress the Sacred Body Mountain's personal guards. Their plan had gone awry. Space freezing. Shi Qinma's space freezing technique landed on the personal guards. Whoosh. Space freezing began. The personal guards' movements began to slow down. Space freezing's influence was quite strong. In the next second, a gravitational force erupted from the personal guards, shaking the space freezing tablet. It was not enough at first, but when the 3,000 personal guards joined forces, the terrifying gravitational field was no less than the Sacred Body Mountain's absolute gravity. The ultimate god elder's space freezing technique lost its effect. 3,000 personal guards can actually resist space freezing. That's an ultimate god's technique. Shi Qinma was shocked. More terrifying things were yet to come. The 3,000 personal guards gathered together and pressed down with a terrifying gravitational field. 3,000 attacks flew through the air. At this moment they cooperated very well. Before the remaining space-time elites could heave a sigh of relief, a sky full of attacks came, directly paralyzing them. Other than paralysis, there was more paralysis, unable to move. It was at this moment that the terrifying enchantment attribute burst out. This was especially true for the paralysis attribute. Anyone who saw it would be afraid, and whoever it hit would be unlucky. It's over. In another face-to-face confrontation in front of the 3,000 guards, the remaining space-time elites were all swept away. In other words, the elites that they brought this time were completely annihilated. This result shocked them so much that they were speechless. They're attacking us. 3,000 attacks came. The divine wheel of time and space was extremely powerful. The guards' attacks could not even get close to the three divine venerable ones. They could clearly feel the numbing properties in the air. The temporal temple is truly audacious. With a shout, Lin Fei came out. The three divinities glanced at each other. Let's go. The divine wheel of time and space enveloped them. With a whooshing sound, they passed through the void and disappeared. He runs so fast. This was left behind by Lin Fei's doppelganger to control the Sacred Body Mountain, the divinity treasure. As soon as the divine wheel of time and space disappeared, the suppressive power disappeared without a trace. Everyone recovered. Sacred Leader is mighty. Sacred Leader is mighty. The heavenly god disciples all cheered. In less than half an hour, the space-time elites were completely annihilated. Not a single one survived. The heavenly god experts of the 3rd and 4th Guard armies were all excited. The space-time elites had been annihilated just like that. This was something that would only happen in a dream. Sacred Leader, I really didn't expect the temporal temple to be so shameless. Fortunately, our guards are quite strong. The 3rd great ancestor was also very shocked. He knew that the Sacred Leader had produced a batch of treasures, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he felt a chill run down his spine. Terrifying, terrifying. Apart from these 4 words, there was nothing else to describe it. It was a complete instant annihilation. It was unimaginable. If the guards were released, perhaps only the divinities would be able to suppress them. They would truly be able to sweep them. Sacred Leader, you are really invincible, mighty, and domineering. At this moment they had no choice but to worship him. The temporal temple wanted to launch a sneak attack on the Sacred Body Mountain, but in the end they went for wool and came home shorn. Sacred Leader, we also want such treasures. The 3rd great ancestor said excitedly. How could Lin Fei not see through the temporal temple's intentions? They had used the space-time wheel to restrain him so that they could capture the guards, who were ready-made experts. Fortunately, I made some preparations in advance. The guards have changed their shotguns to cannons. Whoever comes will be unlucky. Lin Fei said to himself. The temporal temple was really shameless. You guys will have them soon. Lin Fei smiled and said, you don't have to seal the news. Instead, clean up the people in the holy city. Clean up all the people of the temporal temple. Leave none alive. The news of the temporal temple's sneak attack on the Sacred Body Mountain spread quickly. 2,000 space-time elites had been annihilated. When this news came out, everyone was dumbfounded and shocked. Those who could be called elites were definitely the core strength of the temporal temple. In the end, they lost 2,000 of them. How powerful was the Sacred Body Mountain's guards? It shouldn't be. Although the guards were valiant, there was still a gap between them and the space-time elites who could control time and space. After all, how could they be annihilated with 1 long range and 1 close range? This matter was like a riddle that puzzled everyone. The annihilation of 2,000 temporal temple elites gave everyone a deep impression of their strength. The sacred body mountain was really going to rise. The 2,000 space-time elites were existences that even hierarchs feared. Now that they had been annihilated by the guards, who was more terrifying? The upper echelons of the temporal temple collectively cried. 2,000 space-time elites. How much time and resources had been spent on nurturing them? In the end, they were completely annihilated. 3,000 paralysis attribute divine weapons. After listening to the report, everyone became silent and their faces turned black. 3,000. They couldn't believe it was true. However, the truth told them that this explanation was very likely true. Temple Master, we must take revenge. 2,000 space-time elites. Our temporal temple can't afford such a loss. Very soon, those who proposed revenge saw a bunch of idiots looking at them. If you guys want revenge, go ahead. I'll leave the revenge mission to you guys. Those few upper echelons were dumbfounded. You want us to go? Wasn't that just sending us to our deaths? Regardless of whether the news was true or not, with the divine weapons enchanted with paralysis and the powerful plundering technique, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Chapter 3154. The temporal temple's attempt to steal a chicken on the Saint Body Mountain had ended up losing a lot of rice. This immediately frightened those restless powers. Even the big brother suffered a huge loss. We must find out what happened. No matter how many times they asked, the temporal temple remained silent. In the end, they became anxious from all the questions and finally they released a sentence. If you want to know why, go and try. I guarantee that you will feel great. No matter how he thought about it, those words sounded weird. Feel great? Who would dare to go? No one dared to touch such a feeling. When everyone decided to send some spies to gather information or bribe the heavenly god experts of the Sacred Body Mountain, the Sacred Body Mountain launched a cleanup operation. All the spies and assassins who did not belong to the Sacred Body Mountain were wiped out. As for those who were captured, they were beheaded in public on the Sacred Heaven Plaza. That day blood flowed like a river. Regardless of which force the spies were, they were all beheaded. It was a shocking scene. After the Sacred Body Mountain wiped out all the spies, they released another message. The Sacred Body Mountain welcomes all merchants to do business, but we do not welcome enemies with evil intentions. Anyone who has designs on the Sacred Body Mountain will be killed without mercy. The killing intent and the domineering tone were not empty words. The temporal temple was the best front. Other than this message, the Sacred Body Mountain also announced that they would buy all kinds of ores and materials and welcome everyone to do business. Saint Spirit World, in a desert, the sun was scorching. A terrifyingly high temperature covered the desert. The temporal temple is really courting death. I have to thank you. Using you to establish my might is much better than doing anything else. Lin Fei and his doppelgangers were connected. Once the incident happened, Lin Fei also knew about it. Being able to catch the temporal temple off guard made him happy. The 2,000 space-time elites would probably feel heartache for a long time. For the time being, no one will dare to do anything in the next 1,000 years. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. After 1,000 years, I will be able to forge large amounts of treasures and equipment and arm myself to the teeth. The space-time elites were very strong, but they had met the wrong opponent. Master, the meta beast has appeared. In the vast desert, a huge monster rushed out from the ground. It was one of Lin Fei's targets. Terrifying giant scorpion. Its huge body was thousands of feet long, and its entire body flickered with a strange aura. This was a first-tier soul beast that was proficient in using poison. It could affect heavenly deities within a range of billions of kilometers. Once the poison was released, it would instantly cover a range of billions of kilometers. Heavenly deities would definitely die upon contact. The giant scorpion had gone out to hunt. Every once in a while, this fellow would go out and capture those half-origin beasts. If Lin Fei wanted to capture a batch of essence beasts, he naturally had to capture a batch of powerful ones. The giant scorpion was the first. Absolute gravity. A huge gravitational force pressed down on them. The terrifying giant scorpion's huge body sank down, and a large area of the desert turned into powder. A pit appeared and it kept struggling. His endurance is even better than the ultimate gods. As it struggled, the terrifying scorpion could still move. Lin Fei had an exquisite gravity helmet that could cover a certain area. Its might was no different from the Saint Body Mountain's 5 layers of absolute gravity. Even the ultimate gods would find it difficult to move. The terrifying giant scorpion could actually move. Swoosh, swoosh. The terrifying giant scorpion was also powerful. It released a large amount of green mist that instantly covered an area of billions of kilometers. The void, land, and desert were instantly corroded. The huge area emitted a sizzling sound. A part of the absolute gravity was actually corroded. Lin Fei was secretly shocked. The essence beasts are indeed terrifying. No wonder they can dominate an area. They are indeed not that easy to deal with. Lin Fei was excited. The stronger the essence beasts were, the more help they would be to the Saint Body Mountain. After pulling 8 or 10 essence beasts and placing them at the entrance of the Saint Body Mountain, Lin Fei wanted to see which idiot dared to cause trouble. Close the door and release the dogs. No, close the door and release the essence beasts. Lin Fei felt sour just thinking about it. Let me try and see how powerful the essence beasts are. The sacred heaven set appeared on Lin Fei's body, and it wrapped him tightly. Swoosh. Lin Fei followed it like a shadow. The sacred heaven tyrant blade brought a ray of light and landed on the terrifying giant scorpion. A layer of scales appeared on the terrifying giant scorpion's body. Yes, it was scales. Its entire body was dark green. It resisted Lin Fei's blade attack, and the terrifying giant scorpion only slightly shook its huge body. Awesome. It would be too weak if it was injured by a single blade attack. Again? Another saber slashed out, and in the time it took for a spark to fly off, the essence beasts released poison that covered the area. Lin Fei was wearing the sacred heaven set. He felt the domineering corrosion. Without a powerful defensive battle armor, it would be a piece of cake. This terrifying giant scorpion was much more powerful than expected. Although Lin Fei did not use any tricks, it was rare for him to resist the sacred heaven set's attack. After hundreds of attacks, the terrifying giant scorpion was still alive and kicking. It kept releasing poison and the surrounding area became a black hole. Five-fold power technique. Lin Fei erupted his power and slashed across the air. With his hierarch physique and five-fold power technique, this blade was like a ray of light. The terrifying giant scorpion was sent flying and smashed tens of millions of miles away. This is great. Lin Fei came above the terrifying giant scorpion. After taking a blade attack, it kept rolling in the desert. Obviously this attack was very uncomfortable. Your defense is amazing. Lin Fei slashed again. The terrifying giant scorpion was bleeding profusely. The five-fold absolute gravity crushed down, and its power was finally displayed. The plunder skill was also used. With a swoosh, a part of the vitality was plundered. Lin Fei was not interested in fighting it head-on. If you don't like it, I'll suck it. Surrender. Lin Fei shouted and slashed again and again with the sacred heaven tyrant blade. Vitality kept pouring into his body. If you don't like it, I'll suck you dry. The blade light was resplendent. The terrifying giant scorpion was very powerful in terms of poison and defense, but it met Lin Fei. After dozens of slashes, the terrifying giant scorpion's movements were getting slower and slower. Lin Fei swished and appeared on the back of the terrifying giant scorpion. He stabbed the sacred heaven tyrant blade into the tough scales and absorbed the vitality. Do you like it? The terrifying giant scorpion struggled for a long time and finally smashed into the desert, unable to move anymore. Control. The terrifying giant scorpion was filled with fear for the creature on its back. A being that could absorb his life energy, how terrifying was that? Little devil, can you unlock spiritual wisdom? Yes. A spiritual light shot into the terrifying giant scorpion's body. The originally turbid eyes of the terrifying giant scorpion started to turn spirited. Chapter 3155. With the help of the system, the giant terror scorpion had gained sentience and the ability to speak. The moment it opened its mouth, it begged Lin Fei for mercy. Its voice was filled with fear and unease. How could it not be afraid of a terrifying expert that could plunder one's vitality? No matter how strong one's defense was, it would still have to lower its head in front of such a move. So you still know how to spare me? Lin Fei laughed. If it didn't beg for mercy, was it waiting for death? The giant terror scorpion still had this bit of intelligence. Expert, spare me. As long as you don't kill me, I will do whatever you want me to do. The giant terror scorpion said repeatedly. Seal. Runes flew into the giant terror scorpion's body. A large word flashed before disappearing. From today onwards you are little scorpion. Follow me and you will have a good life. Lin Fei patted the giant terror scorpion's body. If you have an enemy, I will help you suppress it. Thank you, Master. Little scorpion nodded. Master, in the southeast there is an enemy of mine. It is a heavenly dragon snake that is sinister and cunning. I hope that Master can help me take it down. No problem. After a short rest, Lin Fei stood on Little Scorpion's back and headed southeast to deal with the heavenly dragon snake. Half a month later, Lin Fei arrived at a swamp. Little Scorpion took the initiative to challenge the heavenly dragon snake. Sharp noises came from the swamp, and the surrounding void instantly turned into a black hole. A huge snake with fleshy wings charged out. This was the heavenly dragon snake. One soul beast specialized in poison. After half a month, Little Scorpion had replenished quite a bit of its vitality. The moment it saw the heavenly dragon snake, it charged forward. The two enormous beasts continuously clashed. The surrounding swamp had been turned into ruins. Lin Fei stood on a towering tree and looked down at the two soul beasts. They were displaying their brute strength to the fullest, and anyone who entered would die. I cannot underestimate any soul beast, Lin Fei muttered to himself. He was in no hurry to act. The sky dragon snake's speed was very fast, and the little scorpion was slightly slower. Every time it attacked, it would take a beating. Pieces of its body would quickly be bitten off. Lin Fei needed to use all his strength to break through its flesh, but the sky dragon snake could easily break through it. The heavenly dragon snake is indeed cunning, relying on its superior speed. No wonder the little scorpion would hold such a grudge. The two meta beasts kept colliding and attacking, and their positions were also constantly changing. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After entering the depths of the swamp, streaks of lightning-like things rushed out from the mud. As soon as these things got close to the little scorpion, they all self-detonated. Black energy slammed into the little scorpion, hundreds and thousands of them. In the blink of an eye, the little scorpion screamed again and again. He even has a helper. No wonder he can't beat him. Lin Fei's horizons were broadened. These little snakes seem to be similar to soldiers. They even have the power to self-destruct. Moreover, after they self-destruct, they can form a terrifying impact that easily tore apart the little scorpion's defense. Master, save me. The little scorpion turned around and ran. It was just that there were too many little snakes, and every time they exploded, little scorpion would suffer greatly. Absolute gravity. Once the gravity helmet was activated, those little snakes could not move and were crushed one by one. A saber light landed on the heavenly dragon snake's body, and its huge body was sent flying for hundreds of thousands of miles, creating a huge splash. Lin Fei was attacking with his full strength. The power of meta beasts could not be underestimated. Whoever underestimated it would be unlucky. With the space transformation bracelet, Lin Fei's speed suppressed the heavenly dragon snake. Every time he appeared, he would strike with his saber, and the heavenly dragon snake would be sent flying left and right, unable to control its body. The little scorpion was excited. Finally, there's an unlucky fellow like me. Until Lin Fei's sacred sky tyrant saber stabbed into the heavenly dragon snake's body and plundered its life energy. After struggling for an hour, the heavenly dragon snake stopped moving. Lin Fei inserted a talisman seal and controlled the heavenly dragon snake, and at the same time activated its intelligence. Stop sucking, I surrender, I surrender. The heavenly dragon snake's voice was very hoarse. At this moment, it was trembling and its huge body was lying on the ground. Ah, heavenly dragon snake, to think that you would have such a day. Isn't this good? The little scorpion landed. Remember, from now on I am the big brother and you are the second brother. You have to listen to me. The heavenly dragon snake finally understood why the terrifying giant scorpion dared to fight with him. It turned out that it found a helper and a powerful helper. From now on you are the second brother. If you don't listen, I will let the little scorpion deal with you. Lin Fei laughed. The second meta beast was obtained. Master, it is best not to go over there. Just as Lin Fei was feeling ambitious and was preparing to catch another meta beast, the little snake said a secret. The meta beasts over there do not live alone like us. Most of them live in groups of 3 to 5, and they are stronger than us. This news did not sound good. 3 to 5 meta beasts together? Lin Fei frowned. Where did you hear about this? A while ago, a big bird came to find me. It was very powerful and it could spit out terrifying flames. I was burned by it for a while, and if I did not run fast enough, I would have been burned to death. The heavenly dragon snake's eyes revealed fear. It was really too scary. That big bird wanted me to join, and if I said I was not willing, it would burn me to death. The heavenly dragon snake's defense was much weaker than the little scorpion's. In the end, it was almost burned to death by a big bird. It was definitely one of the stronger ones among the first-class meta beasts. Master, I also received news that those fellows are very savage. The little scorpion added. Lin Fei wanted to bring the meta beasts back, but it seemed like the situation was not too good. The meta beasts were forming gangs and their movements were fast enough. It was not a good thing for him. Alright, you guys are living well in the Black Domain, why did you run out? Lin Fei changed the topic and asked about another matter. It was a question that had been bothering them for a while. The little snake and the little scorpion trembled and said in fear, "We don't know either. We only know that there is a dangerous aura in the Black Domain, and in front of this aura we will all die. So we ran out and those people are the same as us." Lin Fei was secretly shocked. Danger from the Black Domain? What kind of danger could make meta beasts and godly venerable martial artists run out and give up the place that they had been managing for a long time? It was too abnormal. Lin Fei asked a dozen questions about the Black Domain, and the results were all the same. The two fellows also reacted instinctively. If they continued to stay in the Black Domain, they would undoubtedly die and there was no chance of survival. There is indeed a big problem in the Black Domain. Since I came out of the Origin Divine Pool, the forces in the Black Domain have all started to come to the Saint Spirit Domain. The Black Domain is probably really empty now. Lin Fei did not get an answer and he felt very helpless. Then where else do you have meta beasts that are alone? Even if their strength is about the same or even slightly weaker is not a problem. Chapter 3156. Saint Spirit Domain. Barren Mountains. Lin Fei brought Little Tian and Little Scorpion along the mountain range to search for any lone meta beasts. Perhaps they had run out of luck or some other reason, but after a year they did not manage to find anything. Lin Fei was speechless. Could it be that they could only catch 2 meta beasts in one trip? Their luck was too bad. They couldn't meet Lin Fei's requirements at all. He wanted the lives of a group of meta beasts, not just 1 or 2. The places where the meta beasts used to live had all become empty. Another year passed and Lin Fei had to accept this result. This was because a shocking piece of news had spread, and it gave the forces of the Saint Spirit world a huge fright. A large number of gazes were cast towards a desolate place. The Meta Beast Alliance was established. This news spread like the wind and everyone knew about it. When Lin Fei found out about this, he almost vomited blood. Why would a Meta Beast form an alliance? He had been running all over the place and all his efforts had been for nothing. Unhappy, very unhappy. What Lin Fei couldn't accept the most was that the 5 forces from the Black region took the initiative to send people to congratulate the establishment of the alliance, which blinded many people. Since when did the Meta Beasts become so powerful? Lin Fei asked around and heard that there were a few godly venerables in the Meta Beast Alliance. Their strength was unfathomable. They occupied an area and announced that it was the Alliance's sacred ground. No human was allowed to enter, and anyone who violated it would be killed without mercy. The Space-Time Temple and the forces from the Black region all agreed. As a result, an independent territory appeared. Everyone called it the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground. Lin Fei returned to the Sacred Body Mountain helplessly. Those lone meta beasts were either scared or ran over because of the benefits of the Alliance. It was the same for the semi-meta beast. In a short time, the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground's strength skyrocketed and formed a unique new force. The meta beasts in the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground didn't seem to be interested in the outside world. They expanded the Sacred Ground and didn't attack the human forces. From now on, you will be the guardian beasts of the Sacred Body Mountain. The 3 ancestors were particularly excited when they saw the little snake and the little scorpion. The holy leader was mighty and domineering. He went out and caught 2 meta beasts. Unknowingly, the strength of Saint Body Mountain had increased by a large margin. A meta beast could fight against an ultimate god. He arranged for them to find a place to stay. Lin Fei could be considered to have solved one problem. Spread the word that the Holy Body Mountain will continue to purchase large amounts of ores and materials. We want as many as you can get. With 2 meta beasts, Lin Fei didn't have time to spare. He was prepared to equip the meta beasts as well. At the very least, he had to get a set of high-quality equipment. If you have the ability, you have to create. Time passed year after year. The Saint Spirit world remained peaceful. In this kind of calm, it was as if all the forces were restrained. The Sacred Body Mountain continued to buy all kinds of ores and materials for 100 years. A large amount of ores and materials were sent to the Sacred Body Mountain. All the heavenly deities of the Saint Spirit world began to mine ores. The Sacred Body Mountain was honest with both the old and the heavenly deities. Until now, no one knew what ores and materials were used for. All along, the Sacred Body Mountain only bought ores and materials. We still don't have enough ores and materials. Although Lin Fei offered a high price, the ores and materials were still scarce. Extracting them consumed a lot of energy. The ores and materials still couldn't meet Lin Fei's requirements. Holy Lord, good news, great news. The grand old ancestor rushed to the secret room. What's the good news that made you, the grand old ancestor, come here personally? Lin Fei was quite curious. The grand old ancestor said, Holy Lord, you definitely didn't expect that the people from the Beast Alliance are here. They said they want to cooperate with us. The Beast Alliance? For 100 years, the Beast Alliance did not do anything extreme. It was as if they had no interest in the Saint Spirit world. In Lin Fei's opinion, it was impossible for the Beast Alliance not to have any ambitions. As time passed, they would be exposed sooner or later. There was no doubt about that. Until now, there was not much news about the Beast Alliance. The humans did not dare to step into the Beast Alliance's sacred land easily. Those soul beasts killed people without batting an eye. The 5 top forces from the Black Territory did not mention anything about this matter. They were very consistent. That made everyone even more curious about the Beast Alliance's sacred land. In the main hall, sitting there was a soul beast with a lion's head. It was a genuine first-class soul beast. Most importantly, it had transformed into a human and beast form. The ultimate god of the Beast Alliance's sacred land. What a rare guest. My sacred body mountain has become brighter. Lin Fei smiled as soon as he came out. It's indeed stronger than Little Snake and Little Scorpion. It can even transform. The Little Snake and Little Scorpion that Lin Fei caught were not that strong. They were still a small step away from transforming. At first glance, Lin Fei knew how powerful the soul beast was. Sacred Master Lin, I'm from the Berserk Lion clan of the Beast Alliance's sacred land. You can call me Master Heaven's Wrath. The Heaven's Wrath lion introduced himself with a loud and powerful voice. So it's fellow cultivator Heaven's Wrath. I've heard so much about you. Lin Fei said seriously. The information within the Beast Alliance's sacred land was not clear, and Lin Fei did not know much. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the Heaven's Wrath lion spoke first and asked someone to deliver a gift. Sacred Master Lin, this is a small token of appreciation from the Beast Alliance's sacred land. Please accept it. A berserk lion behind him took out a storage ring and asked someone to pass it to Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at the interior of the storage ring and was slightly surprised. It was filled with ores and materials. There were at least 1,000,000 tons of them. This greeting gift was not small. You're too polite. Since you're already here, why are you giving me a gift? Lin Fei accepted it without hesitation. The Heaven's Wrath lion was delighted. Human race experts were indeed hypocrites. Although they spoke, they were not polite at all. You came all the way here. If there's anything you need help with, just ask. If I can help, I'll definitely help you. Lin Fei said seriously. If he could get along well with the Beast Alliance's sacred land, Lin Fei would be very happy. The 5 top forces that beat up the Spacetime Temple's big brother did not dare to do anything to the Beast Alliance's sacred land. How could Lin Fei not see through the secret behind this? There was definitely an expert overseeing this place. There was nothing wrong with building a relationship first. Sacred Master Lin is really a straightforward person. Our Beast Alliance's sacred land would like to do a business with your land for ores and materials. It's a big deal, a really big deal. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Chapter 3157. Big deal. Lin Fei would definitely be happy. The efficiency of extracting various materials from ores wasn't very high. It required a large amount of ores to be extracted. Lin Fei naturally hoped for as many as possible. Only then would the strength of the Saint Body Mountain increase. Previously, they had caught the Temporal Temple off guard and killed 2,000 of their elites. They might even be plotting how to destroy the Saint Body Mountain. Lin Fei had no choice but to be on guard. As for why he didn't send a hierarch to suppress the Saint Body Mountain, it was all thanks to the forces from the Black region, who asked them to beat up the #1 brother of the Temporal Temple. The Saint Body Mountain controlled by Lin Fei was now a tough nut to crack. Without teeth, he might even lose a few teeth. If the Temporal Temple dared to make a move, they had to be prepared to pay the price. This was what Lin Fei was most at ease with. Those forces from the Black region were really good people. Big deal, a really big deal. Heaven's Fury Lion laughed. It's beyond Sacred Master Lin's imagination. Our Beast Alliance sacred ground can provide 1,000,000,000 tons of ores a year. Lin Fei was secretly moved. Currently, even though he was desperately buying ores, the amount of ores a year wasn't considered much. It was only between 100 million to 300 million tons. 1,000,000,000 tons of ores was indeed not a small amount. How long can it last? Lin Fei asked. At least 1,000 years. Then this deal had to be done. In 1,000 years, Lin Fei would definitely be able to arm the entire Jiang Royal Guard army. What do you want? Since they had brought him so much trouble, Lin Fei believed that they definitely had a motive. I heard that Sacred Master Lin is a straightforward person. Then I will get straight to the point. Heaven's Fury Lion said, I heard that Sacred Master Lin has a powerful technique called Undefeatable Devour. At the same time, you also have a body cultivation technique called 9 Heaven-Defying Physique. Our Beast Alliance Sacred Ground is very interested in this technique. Lin Fei knew that the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground wouldn't come for ordinary things. I am indebted to the Beast Alliance's Holy Land for thinking highly of us. We do have these 2 cultivation techniques. However, it is not worth it to exchange them with ores and materials. Lin Fei shook his head and said, I am afraid it is difficult to continue this cooperation. Wanting to use this to exchange for a cultivation technique, what a good plan. Of course Lin Fei wouldn't agree. Otherwise this thing would be too cheap. Currently, in the Saint Spirit domain, the Saint Body Mountain's invincible devouring and 9-tiered heaven-defying physique were extremely famous. It was a perfect combination of 2 complementary techniques. As a result, the school of body tempering was reinvigorated. Anyone could imagine that in the future the Sacred Body Mountain School of Body Tempering would become a top-notch school, comparable to the School of Spacetime and School of Space. There was no doubt about this. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would be able to see it. It was impossible for the Beast Alliance Sacred Ground to exchange for it. You must be joking, Sacred Lord Lin. I haven't finished speaking yet. The Heavens Rage Wild Lion said, Our Beast Alliance's Holy Land is absolutely sincere. Trading ores is only one part of it. The other part is to gain the friendship of our Beast Alliance's Holy Land. This friendship is not something that anyone can obtain. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Can this Sacred Lord understand that this is a threat? The Heavens Rage Wild Lion shook his head. No, you are mistaken. Our Beast Alliance's Holy Land advocates peace. We disdain to threaten you. We are just telling you the importance of friendship. Perhaps Sacred Lord Lin doesn't understand. When our Beast Alliance's Holy Land arranged for me to come, we specially brought a message to Sacred Lord Lin. We believe that you will like it. What message? Are you sure that this Sacred Lord will like it? The Heavens Rage Wild Lion laughed and said, Definitely. This message is actually related to the Disarray Star Sea. That place is a continent ruined from the outside world. In a certain ruined sect, there is something that you will be interested in. It is a complete, divine shield. The attributes on it are very suitable for body tempering experts. This was the second time that Lin Fei heard about the divine shield. The last time he heard about it he was also shocked. It seemed like there weren't many divine shields in the Saint Spirit domain. Divine shield, this is indeed a good piece of news. Lin Fei laughed and said, However, the Disarray Star Sea is famous for being dangerous. Even with something like the divine shield, this Sacred Lord doesn't dare to enter rashly. I'm afraid that I will have to waste your good intentions. Lin Fei really couldn't forget that place. That person in the Vajra sect had killed a child with 1 slash. Even now he still hadn't forgotten about it. Although he really wanted to go in and take a look, Lin Fei endured it. Who knew what kind of trouble he would encounter? The Heavens Rage Wild Lion was very surprised that this fellow wasn't tempted. That was a divine shield, an existence with superb attributes. Now that Lin Fei could extract materials from ores and fuse them together, it wasn't impossible to create something similar to the divine shield. It wouldn't be a problem to make a knockoff. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't take the risk. If the Beast Alliance's Holy Land knew about it, who knew if the other factions knew about it? He didn't want to become someone else's cannon fodder. It was better for him to just stand by the side. Sacred Lord Lin, that's a divine shield, a treasure at the peak of the body tempering school. The Heavens Rage Wild Lion didn't know what Lin Fei was thinking and continued to instigate. How many people wouldn't have the chance to see it in their lifetime? Only Sacred Lord Lin is qualified to use such a divine shield. Lin Fei still tactfully refused. No matter what the Heavens Rage Wild Lion said, Lin Fei still didn't show any signs of being interested. This made the Heavens Rage Wild Lion very confused. He really didn't know what this fellow was thinking. That was a divine shield, a good item that any expert would dream of. This Sacred Lord isn't interested in the divine shield. Whoever wants it can take it. Lin Fei said, however, the invincible devour and 9-fold heaven-defying art can be traded. This Sacred Lord still cares about the friendship of the Beast Alliance's Holy Land. If you can increase the supply of ores, for example, to 3 or 5 billion tons a year, or if you can provide some special ores to this Sacred Lord, then it's not impossible to negotiate. As long as there were more ores, Lin Fei would be able to fuse a large amount of various resources. When the time came, who would be afraid of whom when he refined more treasures? Divine shield? What was there to care about? Everything could be made into a knockoff. The temporal temple had experienced the huge threat of treasures. The heavens rage wild lion suspected that he had heard wrongly. He didn't want the divine shield and wanted materials? What was this? After a moment, he was only left with excitement. The Beast Alliance's Holy Land didn't have much else, but it had mountains of ores. If that's the case, our Beast Alliance's Holy Land can guarantee that it won't be a problem. How about this? I'll get someone to bring a batch of special materials over. As long as Sacred Lord Lin likes it, you can take it. Chapter 3158. It was out of Lin Fei's expectations that the Beast Alliance Sacred Land would come to talk about ores. This was a tycoon. Invincible Devourer? 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies? No problem. Lin Fei couldn't wait for everyone to come and learn from such a powerful force. If they weren't obedient, he would deal with them one by one. He wasn't forcing them to cultivate. Since they were willing to cultivate, Lin Fei couldn't stop them. Half a month after Heaven's Wrath Lion left, he came again with items. Sacred Leader Lin, is there a spacious place? Heaven's Wrath Lion wanted to discuss this matter. Sacred Body Mountain's Invincible Devourer and 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies were a perfect combination. The Beast Alliance Sacred Land said that if they cultivated it, their strength would increase tremendously. Initially he was worried that Lin Fei wouldn't agree. After all, this was the dazzling existence of Sacred Body Mountain. In the end it was so easy. The other party didn't reject and the deacon needed to increase the supply of ores. To Heaven's Wrath Lion, it was obvious that Sacred Body Mountain wanted to gain the friendship of the Beast Alliance Sacred Land. The outside world said that Sacred Leader Lin Fei was a violent person. Now it seemed that he wasn't that difficult to talk to. Whoosh, whoosh. A large pile of materials was piled up like a mountain. There were all kinds of ores. Black, blue, red, white, everything was there. It was a dazzling sight. These are the most common ores. There are a total of 230 types here. Heaven's Wrath Lion said proudly, to be able to bring so many ores, no one would dare to say that they are the best. I wonder if Sacred Leader Lin is satisfied. Satisfied, very satisfied. Lin Fei was very happy. More than 200 ores covered all aspects. Master, it's too comprehensive. We can extract and fuse many materials. We have to get all of them. The Beast Alliance Sacred Land must have a large number of ores. Little Demoness said excitedly. Lin Fei was overjoyed. These are the ordinary ones. Sacred Leader Lin, you can take a look at these ores. Another pile of ores and materials appeared like a mountain. Different from the public, these ores were of high quality in terms of appearance and other aspects. These are all supreme-grade materials. In order to obtain the cultivation technique, the Beast Alliance Sacred Land had put in a lot of effort. Master, this is good stuff. There are several materials that Master needs. With them, you can condense some special material energy. Little Fiend said excitedly. In the past few hundred years, the Holy Body Mountain had been purchasing ores and materials, but the harvest was not very big. They were scattered and far from meeting Lin Fei's requirements. At this moment, Lin Fei saw hope. If they could reach an agreement with the Beast Alliance's Holy Land, the accumulation speed of the Holy Body Mountain would be greatly increased and the time required would be greatly reduced. When the Heaven's Fury Lion saw Lin Fei's appearance, it knew that this trip would definitely succeed. The negotiations were not very complicated. Lin Fei wanted as many ores as possible. At first, the Heavenly Fury Lion planned to obtain all the cultivation techniques. How could Lin Fei agree? He repeatedly mentioned how powerful the cultivation techniques were. The entire negotiation lasted for an entire day. Finally, everyone took a step back. Lin Fei gave the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds the first 4 grades of the non-devouring and 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies. In return, the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds would provide 3.5 billion tons of ores and materials every year, including 100 million tons of supreme-grade materials. This period would last for 1,000 years. Both sides had their own plans. After the matter was settled, the first transaction was completed. Lin Fei took out the first-grade method. They traded the first batch of ores and resources, a total of 3.5 billion tons, plus 1 billion tons of supreme-grade materials. The Heaven's Fury Lion left in satisfaction, bringing along the Invincible Devouring and the first grade of the 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies. Holy Body Mountain Refining Base. A large amount of ores began to be extracted. Little Fiend, what kind of substance do you think supreme-grade materials can fuse into? This was something that Lin Fei was quite concerned about. It's definitely a good thing. It's a very rare anti-damage substance among substances. Little Fiend said proudly, those fools from the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds are probably regretting it to death. It's an anti-damage substance, hee. Lin Fei was also shocked. It can't be, you can even get an anti-damage substance. Lin Fei had never thought of such a substance. Who am I? I'm the #1 Little Fiend in the world. Little Fiend said proudly, with the anti-damage substance, Master can create an anti-damage armor. This is a good thing, it can reduce 70 to 80% of the damage of a first-grade ultimate god. Anti-damage armor, what a great thing. Lin Fei smiled happily. Hurry up and get started. With the gravity helmet, sacred heavenly divine weapon, gale boots, and the anti-damage armor, he was completely armed. Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds. The Heaven's Fury Lion returned with the invincible devouring and 9 heaven-defying heavenly bodies and immediately became a great contributor. Good job, Heaven's Fury. Such a good thing is in our hands. Although it's only the 4th grade, we have experts in the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds and can completely deduce it. The overall strength of our Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds is going to increase. That Lin Fei Sacred Lord will definitely be dumbfounded when he finds out in the future. Exchanging useless ores for cultivation techniques, we've made a huge profit. The higher-ups of the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds were all beaming with joy. It was beyond everyone's expectations to obtain such a good item so easily. They were worried that Lin Fei Sacred Lord would reject it, but it turned out to be unexpectedly smooth. Heaven's Fury, I'll leave the ores in your hands from now on. The Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds was not happy about exchanging ores for cultivation techniques. Those things were all collected in the Yuanmia world and only the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds had the ability to obtain them. Many forces would be dumbfounded if the news were to spread. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei and the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds had cooperated for 350 years. A large amount of ores and materials were continuously entering the Sacred Body Mountain. The cooperation between the two forces was very secretive and so far, no one knew about it. The anti-damage armor is really good stuff. Lin Fei kept attacking the divine slaughtering weapon. In the face of this barrage of attacks, the divine slaughtering weapon seemed to be unaffected. Only 30% of its power penetrated while the other 70% was blocked. Such an anti-damage armor can be used for a very long time unless all the anti-damage materials are used up. Lin Fei looked at the armor from top to bottom. If it was not for the faint layer of anti-damage materials on the surface, who would have thought that this thing was so awesome? Master, there's another good item. The little devil said proudly, it's definitely a good item and will be very useful to Master. I obtained another material power? Lin Fei had a sudden idea. This material is relatively rare and it's difficult to obtain a large amount of it. However, it's not a big problem to satisfy Master alone. This material is called the armor-breaking material and is suitable to be used on divine weapons. Lin Fei took a deep breath. During these years, Lin Fei had not been idle. He read a large number of books and focused on understanding enchantment as it involved a large amount of elemental materials. Chapter 3159. This was an unexpected surprise for Lin Fei. He even had a defense-breaking substance. If the Beast Alliance's sacred ground knew about this, they would definitely faint 100 times over. This kind of enchantment was too rare, and most of the popular ones were the most common ones. The substances that Lin Fei had now were basically all top-notch enchantments. After the guards changed into the damage-free armor, they would be the scariest. They could practically sweep through everything in their path. Then help me add a defense-breaking substance to my sacred Sky Tyrant blade. This kind of defense-breaking substance was not a threat to body-tempering cultivators, but to the Arch-Intent experts, the Arch-Intent protection would lose its defensive ability. This was what Lin Fei wanted to see the most. The Arch-Intent protection of the Arch-Venerable was not simple. With the defense-breaking property, it would be easy to deal with the Arch-Intent Venerables. Lin Fei did not forget to make an excellent damage-free armor for himself. Who said that body-tempering cultivators did not need damage-free armor? Why not use such a good thing? On the 500th year, Lin Fei's 1st Guard Army and 2nd Guard Army were fully armed. They were all equipped with the same equipment and damage-free armor. They were a true elite force. For this, Lin Fei secretly brought them out to wipe out a few peripheral forces of the Temporal Temple. Along the way, even supremacies were killed in a few slashes. Those people's attacks could not break through the damage-free armor and the 9-tiered nature-defying armor. It was a perfect suppression. Lin Fei was satisfied. After a few hundred years, he had finally created a perfect elite force. After the 3rd Guard Army, they were also armed. The only difference was that they had damage-free armor. This thing was not cabbage. It could equip 3,000 guards with damage-free armor. While Lin Fei was crafting the enchantment equipment on the Sacred Body Mountain, the Saint Spirit world was no longer peaceful. Almost all the forces in the Black region had come out. They either joined the major forces or formed their own factions. The entire Saint Spirit world was in a mess. All the major forces were recruiting soldiers. The Devil Motherland and the Devil Palace were the craziest. They swaggered about and captured heavenly deities from the Black region, causing a lot of complaints. However, no one dared to do anything. This was especially true for Mo Zongwa. His origin deity Lake had defeated the entire Great Alliance in one fell swoop. The Temporal Temple had suffered a huge blow because of this. After fighting for power in the Black Realm, the battlefield entered the scattered Star Sea. It was rumored that there was a divine shield somewhere. The various forces entered and fought a great battle. You hit me, I hit you, the battle was intense. Hearing this news, Lin Fei just smiled faintly. No matter how good the item was, could it compare to his own enchanted equipment? The Divine Lord? He could make a knockoff of it. Lin Fei was not interested in these things. The only thing he was interested in was the continent that had been sealed. The time to break the seal was getting closer and closer. The power of the seal was also gradually weakening. This affected the thoughts of countless people. After all, that was a place full of unknown secrets. Master, if you want more powerful materials, you need to find more ores. Under a tree on the Sacred Body Mountain. It was rare for Lin Fei to relax for a moment. Listening to the words of the little devil, he fell into deep thought. Currently, there were a few powerful materials. Paralysis materials, defense-breaking materials, sharp metal materials, etc. If any of them were to be taken out, it would cause an uproar. In particular, paralysis and injury immunity. The former was easy to deal with, but the latter was priceless. If one thought that these were top-tier materials, one would be gravely mistaken. Through those ancient books, Lin Fei knew that there were even more powerful materials. If he had enough ores, it wouldn't be a problem to enchant time and space in the future. I suggest, Master, to expand your influence. Of course, it's not your violent influence, but the influence of the Sacred Body Mountain, said the little devil. Lin Fei understood. Don't tell me you want me to take out my enchanted equipment? Some enchanted equipment like the storm battle boots were piled up in the Sacred Body Mountain. These things were too easy to refine, so Lin Fei didn't care much about them. After listening to the little devil, Lin Fei knew how to expand his influence. Well, I believe everyone will be happy to use all kinds of ores to buy enchanted equipment. The little devil laughed. No one can refuse this feeling of huge improvement. Lin Fei thought for a moment. Master, the Saint Spirit world is very big and there are all kinds of ores. If you want to get more powerful materials for enchantment, you have to get as many materials as possible. In the entire Saint Spirit world, I am the only one who can extract and fuse materials. Those enchantment masters are as weak as slag compared to me. Lin Fei thought about it and agreed. A Beast Alliance sacred ground could produce more than 200 types of ores. Even though they were all common models, it proved one thing. The Saint Spirit domain had an uncountable number of ores. Only the little devil could fuse materials. We can try. Lin Fei found the three old ancestors. What do you think about opening an auction house? The kind that happens once a year, once a decade, and once a century. Lin Fei voiced his thoughts and sought the opinions of the three of them. After all, they were experienced people and had seen a lot of things. In the eyes of the three old ancestors, the Sacred Body Mountain's current influence was all brought about by Holy Lord Lin Fei. For example, they were blinded by the damage immunity armor that they had recently obtained. He could even take out such a good thing. It was something they had never dared to think about in their entire lives. Even if they were not ultimate gods, they did not have to be afraid if they were to face an ultimate god. The damage immunity armor was not just for show. It could withstand at least 70% of an ultimate god's power. We have no objections. We will support the Holy Lord no matter what he does. Lin Fei was speechless. Since when did they worship him so much? Forget about asking for their opinions. Lin Fei decided to open an auction house to auction enchanted equipment. Lin Fei left the Sacred Body Mountain with a group of 100 personal guards. He went to promote it. This matter had provoked the elders of the Sacred Body Mountain quite a bit. The Holy Lord went to promote the auction house personally? What kind of a thing was that? Lin Fei's first target was the Beast Alliance sacred ground. They were partners. It would not be good if they did not promote it. The Heaven's Fury Lion was stunned when he heard that Lin Fei was coming. Why did this guy have the mood to come? He reported the news to the upper echelons. After a discussion, they decided to let the Heaven's Fury Lion receive Lin Fei. Lin Fei arrived outside the Beast Alliance sacred ground. He scanned the area from a large distance. Lin Fei wanted to test the true strength of an existence that could make the Black Domain forces afraid of him. It was an open investigation so no one would know about him. Lin Fei was very confident about this. Warning, warning. There is great danger here. There are 3 terrifying auras that can kill Master instantly. Chapter 3160. This was the first time the system had reminded him like this. Lin Fei's heart skipped a beat. A strength that instantly killed him. Oh my god, what kind of expert is in the Beast Alliance sacred ground? Ever since he stepped into the Saint Spirit world, everything had been smooth sailing. He had seen many experts, but he had never been reminded by the system like this. This was a true instant kill. Little devil, what kind of expert is it to be able to instantly kill me? Lin Fei tried his best to remain calm. He couldn't let anyone see through him. If that happened he would really be done for. A very powerful existence. Their strength can instantly destroy all of Master's defenses. Little devil said solemnly. So, Master needs to continue working hard. Work hard. I'm already working hard, alright? Ding. In view that Master has encountered a terrifying existence, special Prestige exclusive support activated. Ding. Prestige exclusive support loading. Loading. 10%, 20%, 30%. Lin Fei was completely dumbfounded. What was it that had popped up again? Prestige exclusive support? It sounded like a high-class existence. The loading process wasn't very long. Sacred Lord Lin, what brings you here? When the Heaven's Rage Wild Lion came out to receive Lin Fei, he could only suppress Lin Fei's desire to investigate. Lin Fei smiled and said, "This Sacred Lord of the Beast Alliance Holy Land has been looking forward to meeting you for a long time. After all, if the famous Beast Alliance Holy Land didn't make a trip here, it would be a joke." Such a compliment to the Beast Alliance sacred ground made the Heaven's Fury Lion smile. Haha, I like straightforward people. Sacred Lord Lin, please come in. The Heaven's Fury Lion was elated and took out some good stuff to receive Lin Fei. What good stuff? Lin Fei exclaimed. That's true. Only our Beast Alliance sacred ground has such things. As for other places, you can't even see it. The Heaven's Fury Lion took out a special wine and said proudly. 2 cups. Lin Fei stated his purpose. Our sacred body mountain will be preparing for a period of time to hold an auction. I hope that fellow Taoist Heaven's Fury will grace us with your presence. Lin Fei said. Auction. Heaven's Fury Lion was not interested. This is a product developed by our sacred body mountain, which is also a treasure. You can take it and try it out. In any case, it's free. Lin Fei took out 10 pairs of storm battle boots and placed them in front of the Heavenly Fury Lion. Product? The Heaven's Fury Lion did not know whether to laugh or cry. Since when did the Saint Heavenly Mountain start doing such business? They even took the initiative to deliver the goods to their doorstep. At first he did not care about it. Driven by his curiosity, the Heavenly Rage Lion found someone to use it on and was immediately moved. This thing could actually increase his speed. This was good stuff. Sacred Lord Lin, this is good stuff. It has such speed. This is an authentic piece of enchanted equipment. The Heaven's Fury Lion said excitedly. The Beast Alliance sacred grounds were powerful, but they also had their shortcomings. In terms of treasures, they had not been able to improve, especially enchanted equipment. If they wanted enchanted equipment, they would have to bid for it in the auction or buy it from others. Lin Fei's Stormwind combat boots immediately attracted everyone's attention. Of course, it's definitely authentic. Our Beast Alliance sacred grounds will definitely come. They would definitely not miss such a good opportunity. Leaving the Beast Alliance sacred grounds, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, he had his first advertising target. He could tell that the fellow was very attentive and was testing him with his words. Checking the loading status, it seemed like it was still loading. Lin Fei quickly left the Beast Alliance sacred grounds. With an existence that could instantly kill him if he did not run further away, when would he be able to? Little devil, who are the 3 existences in the Beast Alliance sacred grounds? Why didn't any news spread? Can I take a look? Sure. An image appeared in Lin Fei's mind. It was in an independent space. 3 huge figures were entrenched as if they were in deep sleep. When he saw them, it was as if a huge wave came crashing down. Lin Fei bled from his 7 orifices and fell from the sky, smashing into a mountain. Little devil, come out. Why didn't you warn me? Lin Fei laid in a huge pit, his face was pale and bloodless. Master, you didn't say anything. Little Devil was very innocent. Lin Fei vomited blood. Before he could see the three huge figures clearly, he was already heavily injured by their terrifying aura. It was not an ordinary feeling, he was really unlucky. I just warned Master. They are existences that can instantly kill Master, so they are naturally very powerful. Otherwise, why would they warn you? Continue. Lin Fei was glad that he was still strong, otherwise he would be finished. I was wondering why those peak powers of the Black Region, Temporal Temple, and the others didn't have any objections to the expansion of the Beast Alliance sacred grounds. It turns out that there are 3 giants. Lin Fei took a deep breath and used his life force to recover from his injuries. However, he used up 30% of it. Don't come to the Beast Alliance sacred grounds if you have nothing to do. If he appeared with his true body, Lin Fei didn't doubt that he could kill someone with a single aura, or even a glance. After leaving the Beast Alliance sacred grounds, Lin Fei visited one power after another. As long as they were rich and powerful, they would all become his targets. You are Sacred Lord Lin Fei, what do you want? The name Lin Fei had quite a lot of influence. Bringing a group of personal guards to their doorstep had indeed frightened quite a number of forces. The combat power of the Temporal Temple was famous. The space-time elites of the Temporal Temple had suffered greatly and were completely annihilated. Therefore, the reputation of the guards had spread far and wide. I'm here to deliver something. Something good. Every time he went to a place, Lin Fei would deliver the storm battle boots, saying that they were enchanted equipment. Then he would leave, leaving people looking at each other in dismay. For a moment, many powers didn't understand what this violent person was trying to do. However, after using the storm battle boots, they couldn't remain calm anymore. Good stuff. It can actually increase one's speed. We must participate in the auction. What a high-end enchanted equipment. Those who had used it were full of praises. Black Region Mountain, Sage Sect, and other powers, Lin Fei also visited them. Not allowed to enter? Leave the item and leave. Enchanted equipment was worth a try. After Lin Fei left, everyone knew that Sacred Lord Lin Fei of the Sacred Body Mountain had personally come to promote the auction and had even gifted the storm battle boots. For a moment, everyone was quite curious. Since when did the Sacred Body Mountain start auctioning enchanted equipment? At this moment, the Heavenly Feather Race announced. Chapter 3161. The Heavenly Feather Race was the first to mock him. Lin Fei and the Heavenly Feather Race had quite the enmity between them. When they found out that the Saint Body Mountain was buying ores in large quantities, they had already sent people to investigate. However, they did not find anything. After all, the Saint Body Mountain was no longer the same as before. Any spy who dared to investigate the Saint Body Mountain would not have a good ending. The guards were not to be trifled with. No matter where they came from, they would be overshadowed by the guards. The elites of the Temporal Temple were a good example. This was not a secret. Lin Fei had personally led a team to spread the news, so the Heavenly Feather Race would definitely mock him. Very soon, other factions joined in the ridicule. The Imperial Treasure Sect, which was second only to the Heavenly Feather Clan, also ridiculed Lin Shanfei, saying that he was worthless. The Imperial Treasure Sect was a faction that specialized in enchanting treasures. They had a lot of influence and many enchanting techniques. Many enchanting equipment came from this faction. In the past few hundred years, Lin Fei's Saint Body Mountain had indirectly offended the Imperial Treasure Sect by buying ores. Prices rose while profits fell. Even if they were not enemies, they were still enemies. Now that there was such a good opportunity, they should quickly mock the Saint Body Mountain. If they could defeat the Saint Body Mountain, they would have done so long ago. Lin Fei also said something to the mockery outside. If you have the ability, come to the Saint Body Mountain. If you don't, then don't blindly compete. His domineering words caused many people to vomit blood. Who didn't know that the Saint Body Mountain was not to be trifled with? Especially the guards. Until now, no one knew how strong they were. This also caused the Saint Body Mountain to be shrouded in a mysterious veil. Saint Body Mountain in a secret room. With the Heavenly Feather Race and the Imperial Treasure Sect leading the way, everyone could not help but be concerned. Lin Fei even thanked them for their help. With the performance of the storm battle boots, he believed that many people would be interested in this auction. Enchanting equipment was the mainstream now. Who didn't have 1 or 2 enchanting equipment? Loading successful. Prestige exclusive support activating. Lin Fei was waiting for this exclusive support function. After loading for 10 days, it was finally completed. Lin Fei was looking forward to it. This time around, what kind of benefits would the system bring him? Just thinking about it made him excited. An attribute column appeared in Lin Fei's vision. Player, Lin Fei realm, ultimate god, physical body, reputation, 0. It was a very simple introduction. This seems too simple. Lin Fei was confused. Just as he finished speaking, at the bottom of the stats column, a large Shang word appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. He tried to click on it and it really opened. He jumped to another page. It was just like the game shop. One grid after another appeared, and each grid was gray in color. However, when he saw the contents of the grid, Lin Fei's eyes widened. This benefit is too good. Lin Fei was so excited that he couldn't wait to hug the little devil and give it a kiss. This was simply made for him. All of these boxes were filled with skills. Yes, they were all skills. Each skill required a certain amount of reputation to be purchased and used. That was also the reason why Lin Fei was so excited. Knowing that he was going to face danger, the system opened an exclusive support function for prestige. It really deserved 100 likes. It was made with a conscience. After feeling the terror of the Beast Alliance Sacred Grounds 3 giants, Lin Fei really felt like he was shrouded in danger. A Beast Alliance Sacred Ground was already so powerful, let alone the other forces. Space teleportation, 100 million reputation. The skill was amazing. It could teleport ultimate god experts out. 100% teleportation rate. The effect was great for those below 5th class ultimate god. As for those above 5th class ultimate god, they needed to consume more reputation to use it. 10,000 layers of suppression, 300 million reputation. Infinite defense, 1 billion reputation. Substitution conversion, 200 million reputation. He looked at the skills one by one. Lin Fei felt that it was worth it to look at them. These skills were also divided into levels. From level 1 to level 9, there was a comprehensive support function. The consumption of reputation would also increase accordingly. Lin Fei also looked at the life-saving skills. They all cost billions of reputation points, which was an astronomical number. Moreover, they were single-use skills. They were incomparably expensive. Master, this is tailor-made by the system for you. Are you satisfied? The three-dimensional image of the little devil appeared. Of course I'm satisfied. Lin Fei said happily. It would be great if the power could be reduced. The little devil rolled its eyes. By the way, how do I get reputation? Lin Fei asked. If it was not easy to get, he would be really dumbfounded. He could only drool with so many skills. Reputation is actually very easy to get. The little devil explained, as long as Master continues to do shocking and terrifying things, you will naturally gain reputation. The more people there are, the more reputation you will get. Can I understand that as long as I keep doing things, the bigger the commotion, the more reputation I will get? Lin Fei said. It must be something big, such as an auction. The more people know about you, the more emotions they have toward you, such as fear, envy, jealousy, and so on, you will gain reputation. Lin Fei secretly heaved a sigh of relief. If that was the case, it was not that difficult to gain reputation. Lin Fei was still confident about this. No matter how difficult it was, he had to work hard for the various skills of Niushi-san. Especially the skills at the end, Lin Fei did not know where the little devil got them from. They were definitely big scenes. It was a true exclusive support function. At the very least, with enough reputation, Lin Fei did not have to worry about his life. For example, there was a skill called substitution teleportation. Once he was attacked, he would immediately teleport to a safe place. Such a skill was very useful. There were also some super long-range attacks. He could attack any force in the Saint Spirit domain from the Saint Body Mountain. That was terrifying. Lin Fei was very clear about how big the Saint Spirit domain was. I really have to take out something good for the auction this time. I have to gain some reputation first. Lin Fei had originally planned to hold back, but it seemed that he could not do so now. After the exclusive prestige support function was activated, Lin Fei could receive 200,000 to 300,000 reputation every day. All of them came from the Saint Body Mountain, and some from the Saint Spirit domain. In a year he would receive 1 to 200 million reputation. To Lin Fei this was just a drop in the bucket. He had to accumulate a sum of reputation in the shortest time possible to save his life. Otherwise he would not even know when he would suffer a huge loss. Then he would really have no place to cry. He had to promote the auction as much as possible. The three patriarchs started to get busy and promote the auction. Chapter 3162. The Sacred Body Mountain's first auction would be held in a year's time. At that time, they would grandly introduce the latest enchanted equipment, and all parties were welcome to participate in the auction. It was guaranteed to be the most celebratory event of their lives. This was the news released by the Sacred Body Mountain. They were boastful as if enchanted equipment was the best. Some people were happy while others were unhappy. Those who had used the storm combat boots before all clapped and cheered. The effect was really good. After wearing it, their speed had greatly increased. They were not supremacies, but they had the speed of supremacies. This was an extravagant dream for any heavenly god. When their speed increased, their chances of survival would naturally increase. If the storm combat boots were already this good, then what about other enchanted equipment? However, when another piece of news came out, everyone was a little dumbfounded. The auction this time didn't accept anything else but all kinds of ores and materials. Regardless of whether they were low-grade or high-grade, they were all accepted. This caused everyone to be stunned. What was the Sacred Body Mountain trying to do? Everyone began to laugh. The Sacred Body Mountain was going to become a big mine, and they wanted all kinds of materials. They really didn't know if there was something wrong with their heads. However, soon many factions were happy. Using ores and materials to bid for enchanted equipment would save them a lot of money. Didn't that faction occupy a few mines? It can't be, right? Prestige can also be obtained like this. Looking at the system's increased prestige today, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It must be because of the news of the exchange of ores and materials. Usually it would be 200,000 to 300,000, but today, it had suddenly gained 1 million prestige. This was a small surprise. Master, prestige is actually something very illusory. As long as it can affect something, it will naturally produce prestige. Little Devil explained. For example, this auction for enchanted equipment, who knows how many people are secretly laughing. After all, enchanted equipment is not cheap. Lin Fei laughed loudly. That's true. This kind of prestige will continue to increase because you have benefited everyone. Do your best, Master. The Sacred Body Mountain would go to promote the auction every once in a while. The slogan was very loud. Do you want enchanted equipment? No crystals, no money, just cheap ores. Whether it's you or anyone else, you can get an enchanted equipment. Are you tempted? Hurry up and take action. This kind of slogan spread throughout the entire Saint Spirit domain. Everyone was familiar with it. The first to respond were a group of people who did not have much money. They began to search for ores. In any case, ores were too cheap. Any heavenly god powerhouse could dig out several dozen tons of ores without a problem as long as they were willing to work hard. Enchanted equipment could be obtained with ores. Who wouldn't be tempted? At the same time, the Sacred Body Mountain also held an event. Every day, the first 100 would receive an enchanted equipment regardless of the type of ores they handed in. In just a year, the outer city of the Holy Body Mountain was packed with people. They all came for the enchanted equipment. At first, no one believed it. However, as more and more heavenly god powerhouses exchanged for the enchanted equipment and used it, they were attracted by its powerful effects, and it immediately got out of hand. Holy Lord Lin Fei is such a good person. This was a great benefit for his conscience. Which force in the entire Saint Spirit domain could produce something of this quality and at such a low price? Don't squeeze. Madan, do you want to die? I'm selling my spot. I'm in the top 80. This is a rare opportunity. If you miss it, there won't be another one. Sacred Body Mountain outside the city. A long line appeared. Everyone lined up obediently. As for cutting the line, they would not dare to do so even if they had 100 guts. The guards here were not to be trifled with. Last time, a supremacy powerhouse had behaved atrociously here. In the end, a group of guards had come out and directly suppressed him. They had hung him on the city walls of the Sacred Body Mountain and whipped him for a month. From then on, no one dared to cut the line anymore. Every time the guards came to patrol, everyone looked at them with a trace of fear. If only there were 1,000 people every day. The Gale battle boots are good stuff. Last time I was chased by a half-origin beast and all my companions died. At the crucial moment, the Gale battle boots still saved my life. There are benefits every day. What else do you want? Although everyone said that, they were still very grateful to Holy Lord Lin Fei. They contributed a lot of prestige to Lin Fei every day. The first to arrive at the Sacred Body Mountain was not the major powers. Instead, it was the Jingguang clan's invincible Jin who had received Lin Fei's favor. He brought a dozen or so experts and arrived outside the Sacred Body City. Fellow Taoist Lin is really good. Nowadays, those itinerant cultivators all bring large amounts of ores and materials to exchange for enchanted equipment. Invincible Jin sighed as he looked at the long line. The Jingguang clan also had the Gale battle boots, so their effects were naturally top-notch. The only thing that Invincible Jin could not figure out was what kind of refinement technique Lin Fei had obtained. He actually wanted to start making enchanted equipment. He was trying to steal their food. If the auction was successful, the Sacred Body Mountain's influence would expand again. Enchanted equipment had always been monopolized. Ordinary heavenly gods would have to spend more than half of their entire fortune to obtain enchanted equipment. If Lin Fei kept using ores and materials to exchange for enchanted equipment, Invincible Jean did not even dare to imagine what would happen. By then, enchanted equipment would be cheap cabbages. Come, let's go meet an old friend. Invincible Jean brought some people over. Lin Fei personally came out to welcome them. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Lin Fei had always believed in this saying. Fellow Taoist Lin, this is a small gift from the Jingguang clan. After exchanging greetings, Invincible Jean took out a storage ring. There are some ores inside. I hope you will like them. There were a total of 500 million tons of ores and materials in this storage ring. It was indeed a small gift. Lin Fei happily accepted it. He was not interested in other things, but ores were good stuff. They could be used to extract various substances. Brother Jean, you've given me a gift. As a friend, I can't take advantage of you. So, I've decided to give you a gift as well. 1,000 pairs of storm battle boots and 200 pieces of sacred heaven divine weapons with the metal attribute. Invincible Jin's eyes widened. He was overjoyed. Fellow Taoist Lin, you are too generous. Invincible Jean regretted not gifting them more. The former was easy to deal with, but the latter was definitely good stuff, and the Golden Light race was in need of it. Invincible Jean was really grateful to Lin Fei. It was the same for the experts behind him. An unenchanted elemental energy divine weapon was indeed powerful, but it was a different story if it was enchanted with an elemental energy attribute. Back then, when the Jingguang clan was at its peak, they had a 5-elemental divine weapon. That was truly terrifying. Unfortunately, they lost it. We are friends. What do you think? Chapter 3163. Lin Fei and Invincible Gold happily negotiated a deal. As long as it was a mine, Lin Fei would not reject it. The production cost was very low, and the profits were very high. If there were some special materials in it, it would definitely be a huge profit. The extracted ores could also be refined into treasures, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After the deal was settled, Invincible Gold was extremely grateful to Lin Fei. As long as these enchanted equipment were equipped, the strength of the Jingguang tribe would greatly increase. Once the Sacred Body Mountain rose, it would be able to produce enchanted equipment in large quantities. At that time, if heavenly gods did not have a few enchanted equipment, they would be tortured to death. This was the era of enchanted equipment. The Sacred Body Mountain would be the door to the enchanted era. A year had passed and the auction was about to begin. There were many forces this time, big and small. Among them, there were some gossiping parties, and there were also people who came to watch. Haha, you're here too. I'm here to see if it's true to exchange ores for enchanted equipment. I guess everyone has the same idea. I wonder what Holy Lord Lin Fei wants to do. I've never heard of the Sacred Body Mountain enchanted equipment. That's a profound knowledge. Otherwise, the Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect wouldn't be able to monopolize 70 to 80% of the enchanted equipment market. The Sacred Body Mountain was very lively. No one from the Heavenly Feather Clan or the Imperial Treasure Sect came. Clearly they were not interested. Who would have the confidence to bid for enchanted equipment with ores? Enchanted equipment was a matter that required a lot of time and energy. The cost of any enchanted equipment was extremely high, and it was not something that ordinary heavenly gods could afford. Even high lords had to grit their teeth. Therefore, when the Sacred Body Mountain used ores to exchange for enchanted equipment, even if it was just a pair of Gale Battle Boots, they would be overjoyed. More importantly, the enchantment effect of the Gale Battle Boots surpassed any battle boots that increased speed. That was quite impressive. Most of the people in today's auction were here to watch the show. A pair of Gale Battle Boots was not enough to attract everyone's attention, unless the Sacred Body Mountain had other auction items. But was that possible? Who didn't know that enchantment equipment required a lot of thought? The higher the grade of the enchanted equipment, the more manpower it would require. It would also require a master to oversee it. However, the Sage Body Mountain had neither. Master Enchanter? Nothing happened. This was also the reason why the Heavenly Feather Clan, the Imperial Treasure Sect, and other enchantment powers did not come. He's not worthy of my liking. Most of the people attending the auction were second- and third-rate forces. Not many first-rate forces had come. However, the Dark Shadow Palace was the only peak force present. As for the peak forces from the Black Domain, not a single one had come. It was obvious that no one had much confidence in the Sacred Body Mountain's enchanted equipment. A pair of storm battle boots wasn't worth their attention. If it was a divine weapon, then it would be fine. As for the others, forget it. The Heavenly Feather Clan and the Imperial Treasure Sect were the true experts. In everyone's opinion, the Sacred Body Mountain's Lin Fei was joking. The auction was held on the Holy Body Mountain. The Sacred Body Mountain had put in a lot of effort to organize the auction well. Today's auction was packed with people, and many of them were there to join in the fun. Young master, is there a need for us to come to such an insignificant auction? In a corner of the auction, a young servant said in a low voice. His face was filled with disdain. Even though the Sacred Body Mountain was quite famous, it couldn't be compared to the large-scale auctions held by the Heavenly Feather Clan. Beside the servant was a young master. He was dressed in luxurious clothes. The most eye-catching thing about him was his eyes. They were ice blue in color, which was extremely unusual. This Lin Fei is really good at stirring up trouble. Who knows if he will do something else this time? Can you guarantee that? The young master laughed. From being the weakest of the 10 great sects, an existence that was almost forgotten by everyone, to once again shine with brilliance. The Temporal Temple suffered such a loss, but they didn't take revenge. Do you think that this Lin Fei is a simple person? The young servant laughed dryly. This matter was really hard to say. The moment the auction started, the first ancestor of the 3 ancestors personally appeared, causing a commotion. Everyone couldn't help but look forward to it. Everyone has participated in auctions before. However, I believe that this will be everyone's first time participating in this auction. The first ancestor said loudly, for example, when everyone enters they will be given a number plate. Don't look down on this number plate. Later on, the benefits will be on the number plate. The moment the first ancestor mentioned the benefits, it attracted everyone's attention. The moment the first ancestor said that, the people who came to participate in the auction started cheering. There was actually such a benefit. Everyone present had their horizons broadened. It turned out that during the auction, the first ancestor would personally draw 10 number plates to obtain an enchanted equipment for free. There were a total of 5 such draws. This was equivalent to obtaining a piece of enchanted equipment for free. This Lin Fei really knows how to play. Giving out enchanted equipment for free, he is truly rich and overbearing. The young master laughed. Even I am tempted by it. At this moment, the young servant said softly, Young master, that fellow is here. He is at the top left corner. The young master did not look at him. Hee, it seems that I am not the only one interested in this auction. The auction has not started yet, but everyone's emotions have been stirred up, hee. After the first ancestor announced the benefits, the first auction began. Since this is the first auction, our same Body Mountain is also promoting enchanted equipment, so there are not many of them. However, each of them is of high quality. Now, the first enchanted equipment will be auctioned. Gale Combat Boots. Currently, this enchanted equipment was known by the most people. Once the Gale Combat Boots appeared, the speed advantage of the High Lords and Great Sovereigns was gone. This made those people very unhappy. A dignified High Lord was unable to catch up to a small celestial god. Needless to say, that scene was too embarrassing. Gale Combat Boots, the starting price is 100,000 tons of ordinary ores. Today there will be a total of 50 stacks, 100 Gale Combat Boots per stack. Hearing this price, everyone was dumbfounded. Cheap. Too cheap. They all thought that they had misheard. This was really a cabbage price. Were they going to popularize enchanted equipment? The second and third-rate forces were grinning from ear to ear. 500,000 tons. The price began to rise. No one was willing to give up. Ordinary ores were not separated by type. When they arrived, everyone had a list of them and categorized them. No matter what, they had to get a stack of Gale Combat Boots. Since other people already had them, if they did not, they would be chased by others. Chapter 3164. What a great deal. 10 sets of Gale Battle Boots were worth around 30 million tons of ordinary ores. The first Gale Battle Boots sold for around 300 million tons of ordinary ores. The people who came to the auction all squinted their eyes and were overjoyed. They were also able to enjoy such a good item. With the Gale Battle Boots, it was clear who was better. After the first item was auctioned, the first benefit came. Although there were only 10 Gale Battle Boots, it was still a benefit. They didn't have to pay a single cent, so who wouldn't be happy? Ha, I won. I also won. Gale Battle Boots, it's finally my turn, ha. The 10 lucky heavenly gods quickly obtained the Gale Battle Boots, and their faces were filled with bright smiles. If they were to buy them, they didn't know how much money they would have to spend. The second piece of enchanted equipment. Everyone was very curious. The first item was already so good, so what about the second? The second piece of enchanted equipment for auction today is something that everyone must have when going out. It's the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, and it provides a certain amount of injury immunity. This is the greatest research of our Sacred Body Mountain. Due to the limitations of our standards, we can only infuse 10% of the damage immunity into the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, the first elder said with an ashamed expression. Everyone's ears perked up. As soon as the Holy Injury Exemption Shield appeared, everyone's eyes lit up. Good stuff, it's really good stuff. The power of injury immunity was something that heavenly gods didn't dare to ignore. During a battle, if one could negate a portion of the power, it meant that one wouldn't be seriously injured. The longer the battle, the more damage immunity there would be. In comparison, one would have a huge advantage. The Sacred Body Mountain is too powerful. They even made the Holy Injury Exemption Shield, which provides 10% damage immunity. I've never seen a piece of enchanted equipment in my life. It's such a good deal this time. No matter what, we have to get the Holy Injury Exemption Shield. Immunity to damage was definitely one of the most unique enchantments. However, the burly man from the Sacred Body Mountain had actually mastered an enchantment that could nullify damage. This was definitely shocking to everyone. Injury immunity was one of the most powerful enchantments. Young master, they're actually able to grasp the immunity substance. This is too inconceivable. The young servant was almost speechless. A strange look flashed in the eyes of the blue-eyed young master. He was also shocked in his heart. Everyone's going to be shocked. Even an immunity enchantment. The young master could imagine that after today the Sacred Body Mountain was going to take a big bite out of the Saint Spirit domain. Who could resist the temptation of the Sacred Invulnerable Shield and the Sacred Invulnerable Armor? Most importantly, the price that Sacred Body Mountain had offered was simply too low. It was so low that all the heavenly gods would desperately search for ores and materials. Be it high grade or low grade, the Sacred Body Mountain welcomed all ores and materials. There were a total of 30 divine damage immune shields. Each of them sold for 80 to 100 million tons of common ores. If it was advanced ores, it would only cost 10 million tons. That's right, the ratio of high-grade ores to ordinary ores was 1 to 10. Everyone was quite satisfied with this exchange. The bidders were all very excited. If the second item was already like this, then what about the rest? It was really worth looking forward to. Lin Fei saw everything clearly through the little devil. His prestige was increasing rapidly. I'm a good person. I want to make the enchanted equipment common in the Saint Spirit domain. That way my prestige will increase rapidly. I believe that after this auction, my prestige will soon exceed 1 billion. At that time, I will be able to exchange for a powerful killing move. Ordinary experts were not worthy of Lin Fei's treatment. A godly venerable level physical body could do anything. Soon the news will spread. Heavenly Feather Race, Imperial Treasure Sect, let's see how you're going to deal with this. Let's see how you're going to deal with it. Let's see how you'll fall until you go bankrupt. I'm really looking forward to it. At the auction venue, one by one the enchanted equipment appeared. The spies in the corner were all pale and sweating. They were really scared out of their wits. Sacred Invulnerable Shield. Sacred Invulnerable Armor. Sacred Gravity Scepter. These 3 enchanted equipment were already too much for them to handle. Reported immediately. The Saint Body Mountain has high-level enchanted equipment and is auctioning it at an extremely low price. Once it becomes popular, no one will be able to stop it. The spies were also knowledgeable and immediately sent the news back. The Heavenly Feather Race and the Imperial Treasure Sect did not take the Saint Body Mountain's auction seriously. According to the usual practice, they still sent spies over to investigate. When the time came, it would be very interesting to laugh at it. Something big has happened. The Saint Body Mountain has high-level enchanted equipment. One by one the spies reported back. No one dared to hesitate. This was a big deal. As long as one was not an idiot, they could imagine that the Saint Body Mountain was going to start an era of enchantment. A new era. Enchanted equipment had always been very expensive. If it was widely available, it would definitely start an era. No matter how hostile those people were to Lin Fei before, once everyone could obtain cheap enchanted equipment, these people would definitely praise Holy Lord Lin Fei everywhere. Holy Lord Lin Fei was definitely crazy. No matter how big the Saint Body Mountain was, they could not afford such wasteful behavior. Heavenly Feather Race. A few of the higher-ups were drinking tea together and watching a beautiful dance. I remember that today is the Saint Body Mountain's auction. I wonder what the situation is like. It's probably just a small fight. One of the higher-ups laughed. That's right. Those violent people from the Sacred Body Mountain don't have any masters or enchantment techniques. What do they know? They actually have the nerve to auction enchantment equipment. I don't know what's wrong with them. I can guarantee that the Saint Body Mountain will become a big joke in the Saint Spirit domain tomorrow. If our heavenly feather race says that enchantment is second, who dares to say that they are first? Who does Lin Fei think he is? The higher-ups of the heavenly feather race did not have a good impression of Lin Fei. They had been extorted by Lin Fei once. The paralysis scepter was taken away, and the prodigy was hung up. The heavenly feather race's face was swollen. Cheers to that bastard Lin Fei's misfortune. The higher-ups raised their glasses in celebration. Although they could not take down Lin Fei for the time being, they were happy to see Lin Fei's misfortune. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open and a sky god ran in. Something bad has happened. The Saint Body Mountain has high-level enchantments. They have immunity and gravity. They are also bidding at an extremely low price. The sky god who came in reported. Kacha kacha. The ground was filled with cracking sounds. The Imperial Treasure Sect was also watching the Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei make a fool of himself. They had no enmity with Lin Fei. As people who had high-level enchantments, they had always looked down on violent people like Lin Fei. Don't even think about entering the field of enchantment. The Imperial Treasure Sect was prepared. After the auction ended, they would send people to publicize the Saint Body Mountain's auction. They wanted to make it known to everyone and become a joke. Until a piece of news reached the Imperial Treasure Sect. Something bad has happened. The Saint Body Mountain's Lin Fei has high-level enchantments.